Chapter 4200. After talking for a while, Xiaohua gradually understood the meaning of heaven-devouring beast, and heaven-devouring beast could also understand Xiaohua. Xiaohua asked again just now, where were you going to take me to? Isn't there the most powerful being within 1,000,000 miles of that place? Hearing Xiaohua ask about that powerful existence, heaven-devouring beast hurriedly waved his hand and anxiously stopped him. You must not mention his name. Once you mention it, he will know. If you say something that you shouldn't say, he will immediately appear in front of us. And Xiaohua nodded. Knowing that this was the divine ability of that existence, he didn't dare to ask anymore. Finally, he talked about the 7-colored light that appeared in the sky that day, and then asked, do you know where that multicolored light appeared? Then what is going to the place where the multicolored light appeared? Oh right, Taoist Master Xiao. Heaven-devouring beast didn't answer Xiaohua's question. Instead it asked, you asked me for so long, I still haven't asked you. What are you? Listening to you, you don't seem to be from here, right? Where did you come from? Looking at your strength, you don't seem to be very strong. Why did you run so far? I am naturally a human. Xiaohua laughed, raised his arm and said, people like me are called humans. As for where I came from, even if I told you, you wouldn't know. Just treat it as if I came from a very, very far place. Human? Heaven-devouring beast frowned. Then why don't I call you human? Why do I have to call you by your name? Xiaohua smiled bitterly and replied, there are a lot of humans. Of course you can call me human now. I know you are calling me. If there are a lot of humans, how would I know you are calling me? Haha, I know. Heaven-devouring beast laughed loudly and pointed to the east. According to this, there is a nest of Changsheng in 200,000 miles. When we call them Changsheng, there will be a lot of them. But later on we call them Changsheng 1, Changsheng 2. You can also call them human 1. Sweat. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and replied, the number of humans is really too big. They are all in the billions. Why are there so many? The heaven-devouring beast was shocked. Fortunately, it understood numbers, so there was no need for Xiaohua to explain numbers to it alone. Xiaohua understood. It wasn't that this heaven-devouring beast was too stupid and didn't even know these simple things. Instead, it was because he knew nothing about the common knowledge that the human race should know. He had never seen the prosperity of the human race in the hidden immortal continent. No wonder he asked such a question. He thought for a moment and replied, I won't tell you in detail. When I have time, I'll teach you some words. When you learn them, I'll give you some scrolls to read. You'll understand then. Taoist Master Xiao, please teach me now. Sky-devouring beast said sincerely. The honesty on his face matched the honesty in his voice. Xiaohua answered almost without hesitation. However, just as he finished answering, he was shocked. His face turned cold as he said, damn it. You're making fun of me again. Of course, the lazy devouring heaven was not even willing to expand its underground cave. How could it take the initiative to learn the language of the hidden immortal continent, which had nothing to do with it? What did this mean? It meant that sky-devouring beast had been avoiding answering Xiaohua's question. Xiaohua sneered. He didn't seem to make a move. The brilliance of his body overflowed, and his spiritual power imprisoned everything within 100 miles. Seeing that Xiaohua's domain had just formed, sky-devouring beast let out a humph-humph sound. Its 4 hooves danced, and a strange fluctuation was produced. At the same time, the bone spurs on its back rose again. Previously, it didn't show any power in the battle, but now it actually penetrated Xiaohua's domain. A kind of force that Xiaohua couldn't control rushed out of the broken domain and smashed other domains one after another. Even sky-devouring beast's 4 hooves could break through the domain. Humph! Xiaohua saw that the power of the domain couldn't trap sky-devouring beast. He snorted coldly and took out the wishful steel staff again. Boom boom! The wishful steel staff hit sky-devouring beast's 4 hooves. Oh! Sky-devouring beast, who was not afraid of Xiaohua's domain, was actually afraid of Xiaohua's wishful steel staff. The iron staff hit sky-devouring beast until it cried out in pain. Xiaohua clearly heard it in his mind. You only know how to hit me with things. If you have the ability, don't use things. You? Xiaohua's eyes turned and he seemed to understand something. He raised the wishful steel staff again and threatened, "How about it? Are you going to say it or not?" That sky-devouring beast actually raised its head and said calmly, "Today's weather is really good." Looking at sky-devouring beast's appearance and the wishful steel staff in his hand, Xiaohua knew that sky-devouring beast's fear of the seven-colored light had surpassed his own wishful steel staff. It would rather be beaten by him than reveal the secret there. However, Xiaohua had finally found such an interesting beast. How could he let it go? "It seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin," Xiaohua sneered. He put away the wishful steel staff and took out the soaring dragon shears. "Last time this old man used the back of this magic weapon. If you don't say it, then this old man will try the sharpness of the front of this magic weapon and see if it can cut off the fat on your body piece by piece." "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Sky-devouring beast flew into a rage and roared, "You only know how to bully me. You know that I have nothing to compete with you. Well, you can bully me. Anyway, this old man has been bullied enough by you. Come, come, let's see how many pieces of this old man's fat can be cut off." After that, sky-devouring beast raised its four hooves and its body was like a huge mountain. Even if it was a real mountain, it would be crushed by it. Seeing that sky-devouring beast actually had some courage, Xiaohua also laughed. He raised his hand and put away the soaring dragon shears. He said loudly, "Good, good, good. Since you want to be beaten, then this old man will fulfill your wish. I will let you know how powerful this old man is." Xiaohua waved his fist and the golden body also hit sky-devouring beast's body. Boom! Sky-devouring beast's strength seemed to be as huge as its body. When it collided with Xiaohua's golden body, it was actually evenly matched. Seeing that Xiaohua abandoned his magic weapon and fought with him barehanded, sky-devouring beast's eyes flashed with a strange color. When it saw that Xiaohua's golden body was so powerful, it was even more surprised. However, at this time, sky-devouring beast's eyes were already a little blood-red. Didn't think too much. Since it couldn't succeed in this collision, it retreated slightly and simply didn't use its four hooves to attack. It directly used its heavy body to smash at Xiaohua again. Xiaohua smiled slightly and also withdrew his fist. He only used his golden body to fight sky-devouring beast in the most primitive way. Boom, boom, boom. After nearly 1,000 collisions, sky-devouring beast and Xiaohua's bodies were knocked down. The mountain rocks and trees on the surrounding mountain ridge suffered a disaster. They were ruined beyond recognition by one man and one beast. Not only did the mountain ridge collapse, the trees fell down, and a lot of the ground was also trampled to the point of collapse. The bones that were previously all over the place had long been trampled into powder and mixed with the soil. Huff huff. In the end, sky-devouring beast was gasping for breath. Its body was a little shaky. It began to raise its four hooves and used a strange fist technique to hit Xiaohua. Xiaohua despised sky-devouring beast's rough fist technique from the bottom of his heart. He was a human cultivator who had fought with the devil race's devil emperor. How could he put these fists and feet in his eyes? When Xiaohua's figure swayed, he nimbly caught sky-devouring beast's four hooves and began to attack fiercely. Sky-devouring beast let out a strange "oh" cry again. Seeing Xiaohua's fists hitting flesh and breaking its body's defense, that kind of heart-wrenching pain was born again. Moreover, from time to time, Xiaohua would borrow the strength of sky-devouring beast and fiercely throw it to the ground, smashing one hill after another. Sky-devouring beast was even more miserable than before. Suddenly, sky-devouring beast retracted its four hooves. Its body fell to the ground with a boom. Its four hooves tightly clung to the ground as it shouted, "I'm so tired. I don't want to fight anymore. Just kill me, just kill me. You can't beat this old man with a magic tool. You can't beat this old man without a magic tool. What? You want to act shamelessly?" Xiaohua smiled coldly and said, "What kind of hero are you? No wonder others bully you. I'm not a hero, nor am I a human." Sky-devouring beast buried its nose in the ground. It looked like it had given up on itself and was acting shamelessly as it said, "I don't have anything in my hands, so I can't beat you. Just do what you want, okay? Damn it, this old man just wanted to ask you where the seven-colored light is. I didn't want you to do anything." Xiaohua rolled his eyes and asked. Sky-devouring beast replied, "I don't believe it. As long as I answer this question, you will definitely want me to lead the way again. When we get there, you will definitely want me to go in first. Forget it, if I die, I'll die here. It's better not to go there and throw away my life. Xiaohua felt somewhat speechless. Although he didn't think so much, in fact, he might not think less than sky-devouring beast. Forget it. Xiaohua simply admitted. This old man does have the intention of letting you lead the way. But when we get there, whether you want to go in or not, this old man won't force you. Not going, not even if I die. Not saying, not even if I die. Sky-devouring beast once again buried its head in the ground, exposing its huge buttocks outside. How about this? Xiaohua said again, from what you said, are you lacking a suitable magic tool? If you are willing to take me there, you don't have to go in, I can give you one. What do you think? Sky-devouring beast disdained it. Don't try to trick me. I won't be fooled by you. Xiaohua said with a smile, don't rush to a conclusion. Tell me, what kind of magic tool do you like? With that, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a dozen magic tools and other magic tools. He said with a somewhat bewitching smile, look, I do have a lot here. Pick one that you like. Sky-devouring beast slightly tilted its head and peeked with its big ears. It hurriedly retracted its eyes and drooped its ears, looking uninterested. Chapter 4201. Xiaohua was overjoyed when he saw Sky-devouring's interest in magic tools and demonic tools. With a wave of his hand, he put away the magic tools and demonic tools and took out another batch. He looked at Sky-devouring and paid attention to his expression. However, these were still not what Sky-devouring wanted. Xiaohua had obtained a lot of magic tools and demonic tools in the Forbidden Spring Ocean. Usually he didn't pay much attention to them. Today, in order to lure Sky-devouring, he simply took out these things in batches. Sure enough, after changing a dozen times, Sky-devouring lifted his head from the ground and even sat on the ground. He looked at these magic tools with interest and even said, no, these are too light, too small. I want something heavy, something that can be smashed, pierced. Xiaohua pretended to be angry and waved his hand. What do you want? Tell this old man. Even if this old man doesn't have a ready-made one, I can still refine one for you. Ah, Taoist, is what you said true? Sky-devouring was overjoyed, his simple and honest face showing a flattered expression. However, Xiaohua found a faintly discernible cunning in his eyes. Xiaohua smiled faintly in his heart and replied, of course, this old man is a master refiner. As long as you say it, this old man can refine it. Hearing Xiaohua's confidence, the sky-devouring beast hesitated again. It thought hard for a moment and raised its hand. A strange weapon appeared in the air. It looked like a stick, and there were 3 bent fingers in front of its head. Xiaohua looked at this strange weapon in a daze. If there were a few more things in front of its head, wouldn't it be the same as the rake commonly used by people in the secular world? Sure enough, he was a pig. Even the things he thought of were related to farmers. Xiaohua said with a smile, in that case, this old man might as well give you a few more sharp weapons in front of its head. How about you take a look at this? After saying that, Xiaohua raised his hand and took out a demonic tool from his space. This fiend item was one of the many fiend items that Xiaohua had obtained in Dawn Rain Continent. Originally, they were used to refine the 5 elements wishful heavenly staff. However, after Xiaohua obtained the method to refine the staff in Mount Meng, he threw them aside. If these demonic tools were ordinary, then they wouldn't be anything special. However, in Xiaohua's space, demonic tools had experienced the opening of yin and yang just like magic tools. Green-robed Xiaohua had only warned Xiaohua to pay attention to those magic tools, but he hadn't thought about these demonic tools. Xiaohua understood that perhaps the refining method of the demonic tools was different from the refining method of the Taoist magic tools. However, in the opening of yin and yang, the benefits of demonic tools might not be less than magic tools. This was the case with the magic weapon that he took out. He was sincere in giving such a magic weapon to the sky-devouring beast. What is this? The heaven devourer looked at the demonic artifact and drooled. However, he suppressed his thoughts and pretended not to know. This is called Nine-Tooth Rake. Xiaohua smiled and pointed at the magic tool. This is an illustrious and famous weapon. It's really suitable for an incomparably powerful prehistoric beast like you. At this time, the Heaven Devourer didn't care about what Xiaohua meant by prehistoric beast. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked, Is this for me? You aren't lying to me, right? Haha. Xiaohua laughed. He pointed his hand and the 9-tooth rake fell in front of the Heaven Devourer. He said, How can this old man go back on his word? I'll give this to you. After that, this old man will give you the secret blood sacrifice technique. You can refine this weapon into your own. No one can take it away from you. Of course, this weapon looks small now. If you refine it a bit more, it can be as big as you want. Haha. The Heaven Devourer laughed loudly. Its figure rapidly shrank. It lifted its front 2 hooves and took the 9-tooth rake. As it waved its arms, the sound of wind rose. Soon after, the Heaven Devourer felt that it was not satisfied. A demonic wind appeared under its feet and it flew into the air. It waved the 9-tooth rake. Cold light flickered in the air and killing intent overflowed. The lazy Heaven Devourer seemed to have changed its appearance. When it finished waving, the Heaven Devourer roared and the 9-tooth rake hit a mountain peak. Boom! The mountain peak that was several thousand feet in size was actually hit by the 9-tooth rake and collapsed. Good! The Heaven Devourer shouted. It kept the 9-tooth rake and landed in the air. After its figure returned to normal, it squinted its eyes and looked at the 9-tooth rake. It shook its head and said, This weapon is very good. However, it's a bit small, huh? How could Xiaohua not know about the Heaven Devourer's narrow-mindedness? He smiled and said, Naturally, I can refine it bigger. However, this old man doesn't have the time now. Let's talk about it later. As for the secret blood sacrifice technique, we'll have to wait. Let's go. With the 9-tooth rake, the Heaven Devourer seemed to be emboldened. Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, it rushed into the sky and said, I'll bring you to Chaotian Tower. Chaotian Tower? Xiaohua was stunned. Looking at the Heaven Devourer's back, he thought to himself, Isn't this the name of a Confucian cultivator? How did it become a place name? Humph, still trying to be secretive in front of this Xiao, saying that you've never seen a human before. Isn't Chaotian Tower an example? This Heaven Devourer is really interesting. However, up until now Xiaohua had a very good impression of this somewhat timid, somewhat lazy, somewhat cunning, and somewhat unwilling to admit defeat strange beast. He also knew that the Heaven Devourer's strength was not enough to threaten him. He simply stopped thinking about it and followed behind the Heaven Devourer. After flying for a while, Xiaohua used a Buddhist secret technique to send a sound transmission. Heaven Devourer, since you're willing to bring this old man over, then, can you at least tell this old man about the situation of Chaotian Tower? Hearing Xiaohua ask about the situation of Chaotian Tower, the Heaven Devourer became nervous. However, its eyes turned slightly, its big nose twitched, and even its big ears faintly moved. It sent a sound transmission. Daoist Xiao, Chaotian Tower is a mysterious place, and also a place of opportunity. However, Chaotian Tower is even more dangerous. Oh, Xiaohua became interested and asked, What's so strange about Chaotian Tower? Why do you say that? No one knows the origin of Chaotian Tower. Even that senior you wanted to ask about just now, he also doesn't know. In any case, since I can remember, this Chaotian Tower has already existed. Xiaohua sweated. Even that unknown existence didn't know about this place. Naturally, it was bigger than the Heaven Devourer era. Was there even a need to say this? And I understand. Continue speaking. Xiaohua replied casually. Before the Heaven Devourer could speak, Xiaohua's heart suddenly became alarmed. His eyes also turned as if he understood something. This Heaven Devourer looked very simple and honest, but it was still very narrow-minded. Previously it had played a few tricks in front of Xiaohua, and now it suddenly said some irrelevant words. It seemed to be a feint to make Xiaohua lower his guard. Who knows, there might be some small pit waiting for Xiaohua later. Sure enough, the Heaven Devourer said again, Every few hundred years, a phenomenon will appear in Chaotian Tower. The specific phenomenon is different. Some are yellow sand filling the sky, some are blue water filling the sky, some are strange caves, and some are like the multicolored light from last time. However, every time a phenomenon appears, it says that an opportunity has appeared in Chaotian Tower, and a treasure has appeared. What this treasure is, no one knows. Only by entering Chaotian Tower can one know. I heard that senior once entered Chaotian Tower and obtained a weapon that can pierce the sky. That's why he can dominate within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Hearing the Heaven Devourer's words, Xiaohua didn't find anything wrong with it. He also nodded slightly and didn't ask anymore. However, Chaotian Tower is very strange. Not all strange beasts can enter. Only those who were young and not strong enough could do it. Like that senior, he has no way to enter now. Of course, with an opportunity, there will be more strange beasts fighting for it. Every time an opportunity appears in Chaotian Tower, there will be many strange beasts coming to fight for it. Fight to the death. Back then, I also participated in the fight for the treasure in Chaotian Tower with great ambition. Unfortunately, although I fought to the death and arrived in front of the treasure, because I was framed by other strange beasts, I only saw one side of the treasure and didn't snatch it. Speaking of this, the Heaven Devourer seriously transmitted, I didn't tell you this just now because I didn't want you to come over. You don't know, but those strange beasts will do anything for these treasures. Especially the Chaos 5 little ones, they are even more despicable. The 5 of them have worked together and successfully entered Chaotian Tower twice in a row to obtain the treasures inside. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Xiaohua was very happy. Previously, the Heaven Devourer had shouted, You guys only know how to bully me. You know I have nothing to compete with you guys. Xiaohua didn't understand the you guys. But now he understood that the Chaos 5 little ones were the you guys that the Heaven Devourer was talking about. Presumably, the Heaven Devourer was not only schemed against by the Chaos 5 little ones in Chaotian Tower, but also normally bullied by them. So the Heaven Devourer wanted to set a trap for him here. Xiaohua's eyes turned and asked, What danger is there in Chaotian Tower? Why don't you tell me? Hearing that Xiaohua didn't ask who the Chaos 5 little ones were, the Heaven Devourer was a bit disappointed, but he didn't dare to say too much and replied, Of course it's dangerous. But there are ambushes inside that test the strength of the strange beasts that enter and the schemes of other strange beasts. I was already very lucky to be able to enter Chaotian Tower back then. Oh, tell me what danger you encountered back then. Xiaohua continued to ask. The Heaven Devourer slightly hesitated and hurriedly transmitted. There was a lot of yellow sand, each of them was the size of a hill. There were also many weapons that fell down from the mountain like stones. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Normally, when describing things that fell, they would be described as falling like raindrops. However, when it came to the heaven-devouring beast, it actually became rolling stones. Thus, Xiaohua hurriedly interrupted the heaven-devouring beast and asked, Have you never seen rain before? Rain? What is rain? The Heaven Devourer was stunned. Chapter 4202. There's a lot of water falling from the sky. Xiaohua explained helplessly. Heaven Devouring scratched its head and thought for a while, as if trying to recall. After half a cup of tea's time, it sent a voice transmission. I seem to have seen it when I was young, but I haven't seen it for a long time. Then what treasure did you see? Xiaohua suddenly asked. Heaven Devouring was stunned. Then it stuttered and replied, It's what I showed you just now. It's a weapon similar to the nine-toothed rake. The weapon is in the imperial court? There are many beasts fighting to the death to snatch it? Xiaohua did not believe Heaven Devouring's words. That's right. Heaven Devouring insisted. What I saw with my own eyes was that treasure. It was taken away by the 5 youngsters. Hearing Heaven Devouring mention the 5 youngsters again, Xiaohua understood. If the shocking aura from before belonged to the Untainted Land 5 small beasts, then the cultivation of the Untainted Land 5 small beasts was definitely not much inferior to his. And Tunshin's current strength was not comparable to his, let alone when he entered the imperial palace. How could he see through the eyes of the 5 youngsters? How could he reach the treasure? Everything was just Heaven Devouring self-justification. It was impossible for him to reach the imperial court. However, since Heaven Devouring mentioned the 5 youngsters, Xiaohua asked again, Which 5 youngsters are they? What's so cunning about them? What's so shameless about them? Tell me about it. Hearing Xiaohua ask about the 5 little ones of desolation and talk about their cunning and shameless, the sky-swallowing beast stopped and turned its head to look at Xiaohua. Its simple and honest face revealed a kind of gratitude. It raised its 4 hooves at the same time as if it wanted to fly over to hug Xiaohua and tell him a good story. Xiaohua hurriedly urged, "Don't stop, quickly lead the way. I still want to snatch the treasure of the imperial court." "All right." Heaven Devouring saw that Xiaohua had fallen into its trap and was overjoyed. It hurriedly urged its body to fly forward and said, "You don't know how despicable the 5 youngsters are. They were originally very strong, but they always snatched our things. If it was just one of them it would be fine, but they always snatched our things together. How do you think we're their match? So what if they robbed us? They even bullied us and often beat us up badly. They even threatened us to tell them first if we found something good. We can't keep it for ourselves. Let's not talk about how they worked together to steal my treasures and injure me in the Skyward Pavilion. Just say that 3 years ago I found a weapon under a cliff. Before I could warm it up, that stupid black jade donkey came." Seeing the sky-swallowing beast speak excitedly, Xiaohua helplessly interrupted it. "Is the black jade donkey one of the 5 little beasts of the great wilderness?" Yes, yes." Sky Devouring nodded like a chick pecking at rice and replied, "The 5 little ones of the primordial world are the black jade stupid donkey, the golden toad, the 5-colored stupid chicken, the black and white stinky bastard, and the little white fishy cat. That black jade donkey was the worst of them all. He was extremely stupid. However, his heart was the most ruthless. That time when he saw me take the weapon, he immediately called the toad over. The 2 shameless things first snatched the weapon and broke 3 of my hooves. They even broke one of the bone spurs on my back. They also said that if I didn't give the weapon to them, they would beat me up every time they saw me. This time it was considered light. 50 years ago, I found an ice bead in the mysterious ice layer. You also know that the great wilderness continent was extremely hot. I would pant when I moved. This ice bead was suitable for me, so I didn't take the words of the 5 little beasts of the great wilderness to heart and took it back to the cave. Who knew that the black jade donkey got the news and actually brought the stinky bastard to find me? Without saying anything, he snatched the ice bead and even beat me up." Seeing that Sky Devouring's grievances were like the sea and showed signs of unceasing, Xiaohua hurriedly interrupted and asked, "Sky Devouring, why is it always this? The black jade donkey found you first? What other bastards and stupid chickens don't you find?" "That's right, it's that stupid donkey." Hearing Xiaohua call the black jade donkey, Sky Devouring beamed with joy and said, "Stupid as hell. Oh, this stupid donkey lives hundreds of thousands of li away from here. Of course he comes first every time. The others all live far away. I don't even know where that little chicken and toad live. Have you been to the place where the stupid donkey lives?" Xiaohua asked thoughtfully. When Sky Devouring heard this, it couldn't help but feel nervous. It swung its hooves and shouted, "How would I dare to go? Not to mention me, even the other strange beasts don't dare to go. That's sending themselves to be bullied. I heard that 70 years ago." Hearing Sky Devouring's grievances, Xiaohua pondered again. Previously, when he saw the multicolored light, there were many powerful auras in the entire continent. Although Xiaohua didn't dare to get involved, there weren't many auras nearby. Moreover, there weren't many figures in the night sky. Therefore, the 5 little beasts of the great wilderness mentioned by Sky Devouring might not be among them. Moreover, from what Sky Devouring said, these strange beasts of the great wilderness were like the domineering hedonistic sons of the secular world. Although Sky Devouring had always been bullied, but that stupid donkey didn't want his life. Sky Devouring had a lot of bitterness. It sounded like it had more water than the great wilderness. Xiaohua flew with Sky Devouring for a few hours, but he never heard Sky Devouring's words. Looking at the golden earth, all the mountain ranges came to an end. All the colors came to an end. An endless stretch of golden sand covered the earth like a desert. Without needing Sky Devouring to explain, Xiaohua already knew that this must be the Imperial Heaven Tower that Sky Devouring was talking about. Xiaohua released his divine sense, wanting to see how big this Imperial Heaven Tower was. However, when his divine sense reached the limit, he still didn't see any other colors even after tens of thousands of li. A faint surprise unconsciously appeared on his face. Taoist Master Xiao. Sky Devouring saw the golden color, and its bitter water stopped abruptly. Its pig face revealed nervousness. Its figure stopped in midair, and without turning its head, it said, "This is the Imperial Heaven Tower. The treasure you want should be inside. I won't go forward. You be careful. And Xiaohua didn't force sky devouring. He retracted his divine sense and used a secret technique to ask, if you don't want to go, then don't go. However, can you tell me where the entrance to the Imperial Heaven Tower is? This sky devouring's eyes looked to the bottom left corner for no reason. It raised its hoof and casually pointed to a place, replying, the Imperial Heaven Tower is here. Its entrance appears different every time. The last time I went in, it was at a place 3,000 li in front of me. As for this time, I don't know either. Then what did the Imperial Heaven Tower look like when you saw it? Xiaohua asked again. The sky-devouring beast answered without hesitation, every time Chao Tianke appears, it looks different inside. What I see is a white cave with many fruits and many beasts in it. As sky-devouring spoke, it couldn't help but swallow its saliva, as if it was talking about a beautiful dream it had just had. And since it's different every time, you don't have to say anymore. Xiaohua stopped sky-devouring from fabricating. He then stared at sky-devouring's eyes and transmitted his voice. I'll ask you one last time. Is this the real Imperial Heaven Tower? Is this the place where the rainbow light appeared? Sky-devouring's eyes flashed for no reason. Then it looked back at Xiaohua and nodded yes. This is definitely the place where the rainbow light appeared. It was also that day. I found the place where we could sleep underground. Good. Xiaohua nodded and said, I believe you. However, I have to say the ugly words first. If you lie to me, you definitely won't have a good ending. Black Jade Donkey will only beat you, but I will slice off your flesh piece by piece and fry it. I will cut off your legs and chop them into pieces to braise. Yes. Sky Devouring obviously didn't understand what Xiaohua meant by braised meat. However, after hearing Xiaohua's tone, it felt that it was awesome and hurriedly nodded. Xiaohua snorted coldly. Lightning flashed around his body. His figure turned into a thunderbolt and rushed into the golden desert, disappearing in a moment. Looking at Xiaohua's figure that was like a thunderbolt, Sky Devouring slightly shrunk its neck. It licked its lips with its blood-red tongue and rolled its eyes. Seemed to be very hesitant. Then it turned around and flew back. However, after flying for the time it took to eat a meal, it stopped again. It turned around and looked at the faintly visible golden color again. A strange and decisive expression appeared on its face as it turned around and flew in another direction. Xiaohua flew into the golden desert. He didn't identify any direction at all and flew straight ahead for more than an incense stick's worth of time. Then he stopped again. He had already released his divine sense earlier and didn't find anything strange. Moreover, he still couldn't sense the traces of Dragon Vein Xiaohua and Phoenix Body Xiaohua. He already knew that his two clones must have fallen into the Imperial Heaven Tower. Moreover, this Imperial Heaven Tower was definitely not something that could be discovered by ordinary means. Xiaohua looked around and landed on the ground. Hua! With a soft sound, the golden sand at the place where Xiaohua landed flowed to both sides. Xiaohua waved his hand and a handful of sand fell into his hand. The size of the sand looked very uniform. They were all the size of a thumb. The sand was yellow all over and had a faint luster. Under the sunlight, the rough surface reflected a yellow brilliance. Xiaohua pinched a piece of sand with his thumb and index finger. With a slight force, the sand was crushed into powder. The powder flew with the wind and raised a faint earthy smell. It looks like a very ordinary sand, Xiaohua thought to himself. He threw away the sand in his hand. Then, his body flashed with an earthy yellow brilliance. He used the earth escape technique and fell into the sand. Chapter 4203. In just half a meal's worth of time, Xiaohua's body flew out from another place. His face didn't show any abnormality. Xiaohua's figure didn't stop at all. He once again soared into the sky and headed in another direction. After searching for half a day, Xiaohua still couldn't find the entrance to the skyward tower even though the sun was setting and the moon was rising. At this time the moonlight was very misty, extremely faint like smoke. The entire golden desert had also restrained its bright luster, only revealing a dim yellow color in the night. However, the entire desert was still very hot. The sunlight absorbed during the day was now slowly spreading in the darkness along with the dim yellow. Even in the darkness one could see strands of hot air gushing out. Damn it, that bastard devouring heaven wouldn't deceive this old man, right? Xiaohua stood in the air in a daze, looking at the endless dim yellow, frowning as he secretly pondered. At this time, a fist-thick spike protruded from the dim yellow sand, silently extending into the sky and attacking Xiaohua from behind. Following the protrusion of this spike, a several hundred zhang large yellow sand scorpion appeared from the sand. This sand scorpion's body was completely made of sand, and there was no movement when it moved. Seeing this huge spike was only about 10 zhang away from Xiaohua, it suddenly pierced towards Xiaohua's back like lightning. Xiaohua suddenly turned around, frowned slightly and sneered, "Damn it!" Following that, Xiaohua waved his fist, and an unstoppable fist wind immediately sealed the area within 10 zhang. Boom! With a loud sound, the huge spike was smashed into powder by Xiaohua's fist wind. Moreover, Xiaohua's figure didn't move, and the fist wind paused. Woo! A gale suddenly rose, smashing towards the sand scorpion on the ground. Rumble! The several hundred zhang large sand scorpion was killed, and even the sand within 1,000 zhang was smashed into powder. The powder was instantly blown away by the night wind without a trace. Without waiting for the traces of the powder to completely disappear, sand scorpions of various sizes appeared within a few miles to the left. They waved their large pincers and raised their sharp thorns that flickered with a cold light as they charged towards Xiaohua. All of them had a fearless appearance. What kind of monster is this? When Xiaohua had killed the sand scorpion earlier, he had already realized that it was a little strange. That was because the sand scorpion was really a sand scorpion. It was completely made of sand. Now that he saw the sand scorpions all over the place, he couldn't help but be surprised because he didn't sense any movement of soul essences, nor did he sense any fluctuation of mana. He really didn't understand how these monsters were formed. Motherfucker! Nothing is too strange in this world. This mysterious great desolate continent has many secrets that I don't know about. Xiaohua sighed as he took out the wishful staff. With a wave of his hand, he killed all the sand scorpions that were attacking him. It was easy to kill the sand scorpions, but what made Xiaohua even more surprised was that although these sand scorpions were not his opponents at all, he had just killed the sand scorpions when more ferocious sand scorpions were born on the ground. These sand scorpions were not only larger in size, but their aura gradually increased from nothing, from weak to strong, becoming more and more powerful. Looking at such a huge and endless group of sand scorpions, Xiaohua naturally wouldn't fight endlessly with them here. He only pondered a little, and his figure flashed with lightning as he prepared to fly elsewhere. However, when he circulated his magic energy, he noticed that the space in the surroundings was suffused with an extremely faint fluctuation since a long time ago. This fluctuation was mixed with the night wind, so it was utterly impossible to notice. At this moment, when Xiaohua circulated his magic energy, the fluctuation instantly revealed its might. Not only did it freeze Xiaohua's magic energy, even his figure was obstructed. It made it very difficult for Xiaohua to move. Oh? Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a strange color. The wishful staff in his hand rotated in midair, and dozens of sand scorpions were killed. At the same time, in Xiaohua's mind, he saw strands of fluctuations as small as mosquitoes penetrating from dozens of sand grains and blending into the space. Motherfucker! This is a bit troublesome. Xiaohua knew in his heart that he had fallen into a strange circle. The more he killed the sand scorpions, the more the destructive sand produced waves that trapped him, and the sand scorpions that were reborn on the ground became more and more powerful. In this strange circle, sooner or later, he would be killed by the sand scorpions. Sure enough, the sand scorpions that were destroyed with a wave of his hand were reborn at this time, and they were already thousands of feet tall. The huge body crawled up from the ground, not only making a slight roar, but the fierce aura also made the night wind in the sky even more chaotic. Of course, Xiaohua's means were not limited to this. He fought for a while and observed the surrounding situation again. He saw that in addition to the fluctuations, there was only a murderous aura, and there was no entrance to the Chao Tian Imperial Court that he was looking for. So he waved his hands, and within 100 miles of the void, there were countless thunderbolts. This thunderbolt was like the angry hand of a god. and instantly destroyed the sand scorpions that had just formed. Without waiting for the sand to fall, Xiaohua's figure escaped into the distance with the brilliance of the thunderbolt. Xiaohua escaped for more than 1,000 li, then reappeared in midair. His divine sense still hadn't left his body to look elsewhere. Oh! A world-shaking roar came from below him. Then, a sand scorpion no less than 10,000 zhang long swayed as it arched its body from the ground. Its huge stinger was even bigger than a mountain range, and it attacked Xiaohua's back. Is there no end to this? Xiaohua was a little angry. His eyes swept over the black light that was stabbing at his back, and his mind condensed into a hammer. Boom! It hit the stinger, and then Xiaohua's mind fell on the tail and body of the giant sand scorpion. In the huge roar, the shell of the 10,000 feet long sand scorpion was like a collapsing mountain, collapsing piece by piece. When the entire sand scorpion's body completely collapsed, thousands of chaotic fluctuations swam in the space within 100 miles, like frightened little fish in a pool. Woo! At this time the sky suddenly darkened, and a layer of dark clouds suddenly appeared. Not only did it cover the starlight, but it also covered the originally clear moonlight. The night wind also suddenly stopped, and a ghost-like wailing and wolf-like howling sound strangely appeared above Xiaohua's head. Who? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly urged his magic power to protect his body, and his mind suddenly swept towards the sky. The strange thing was that there was no abnormality in the entire sky, and even the previous fluctuations had disappeared. Not good. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He knew that this was the calm before the storm. Almost without thinking, he once again urged the lightning escape technique to escape into the distance. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's figure had only just crossed a few miles of the night sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the space within 1,000 miles began to boil, and the fluctuations that had previously disappeared reappeared. Each of the fluctuations seemed to have gone crazy, dancing wildly in the entire night sky. Xiaohua was in the middle of it. Not only did his magic power want to rush out of his body like a volcanic eruption, but even the blood vessels in his body were restlessly moving everywhere. Ha! In the midst of the chaos, a sound that seemed to have come from a long time ago, and also seemed to have just woken up from a deep sleep, came from under Xiaohua's feet. This sound was like a thunderclap, startling Xiaohua's entire body and causing his magic power to become even more chaotic. Then, a vast ocean-like will emerged from the sound, sweeping through the space within 1,000 miles. All the fluctuations fell into this will. Roar. When all the fluctuations condensed into this will, a dull dragon's roar was born out of thin air. At the same time, the dragon's might that Xiaohua was familiar with also spread out within 1,000 miles of this dragon's roar. How could Xiaohua resist this dragon's might? His figure fell onto the ground uncontrollably, and the dragon's might seemed to tilt the entire earth, pressing him firmly onto the sand. Looking at the sky again, the dragon's might was born, and a faintly discernible figure of a huge dragon appeared in the pitch-black darkness. The entire dragon's body was composed of countless fluctuations. Roar! Once the dragon's body was born, a faintly discernible dragon's head faced the sky and roared, as if it wanted to fight against the heaven and earth. Amidst the dragon's roar, the dark clouds that blocked the night sky, exploded. Under the splendor of the moon and stars, an extremely mighty dragon figure appeared in front of all living things. This dragon figure was very beautiful, as if it was carved out of crystal. Where the splendor fell, there were specks of fireflies. Within those fireflies, there were flickering silver fluctuations cruising about. Every time they cruised for a moment, there would be faint dragon patterns overflowing from the collision of these fluctuations, flying under the splendor of the fireflies. Damn it, this! What the hell is going on? No matter how much Xiaohua urged his magic power, his body couldn't move. The 5 elements true qi in his chest and the soul strands of the mysterious dark clouds were also imprisoned by this dragon figure. Xiaohua was really scared witless. However, just as Xiaohua urged his magic power, the huge dragon head above the dragon figure retracted from the night sky, letting out a thunderous roar. The entire night sky trembled as it fell towards Xiaohua. Roar! Following the dragon head's low roar, a rock-like consciousness also fell, and that seemingly incomparable aura shrouded the entire land. Xiaohua was shocked. How could he dare to let the dragon head fall? In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Xiaohua's mind lit up. His consciousness entered the space, and he released the divine power centipede from the space. At this time, the divine power centipede was different from before. Not only was its body 10 times bigger than before, but there was also a layer of clearly visible scales on its pitch-black shell. These scales were engraved with strands of dragon patterns. There were also some very strange patterns between these dragon patterns. These patterns intertwined with the dragon patterns, giving off an indescribable luster. The divine power centipede originally didn't have horns, but at this time, there was a small protrusion on its head. This protrusion was surrounded by a circular halo, and every inch of the halo was emitting a strange dragon's might. What was special was that the divine power centipede had many tentacles on its abdomen. At this time, these tentacles were dancing, giving birth to the illusion of a dragon's claw. Chapter 4204. The moment the divine power centipede appeared, it immediately felt the peerless might of the dragon form. Almost at the same time, the divine power centipede curled up its body and curled up into a ball again. Damn it, you're so weak. I gave you so many benefits in vain. Seeing the divine power centipede cowering like a pile of mud, Xiaohua cursed in his heart. However, just as he cursed, a delicate voice came from the bottom of his heart. Master, please wait a moment, Master? Xiaohua stared at the divine power centipede dumbfounded. He didn't expect the divine power centipede to talk to him. After a short while, Xiaohua came to his senses. This was probably the effect of the Buddhist secret technique. Sure enough, Xiaohua activated the secret technique and transmitted his voice. Don't worry, take your time. The divine power centipede's curled-up body shook visibly. Then, the delicate voice sounded again with pleasant surprise. Master. Master, you're talking to me? Yes, you're right. Don't worry, if you can't resist this thing, I'll take you back. Don't take any risks. You don't blame me? The divine power centipede asked cautiously. Xiaohua blushed with shame. He hurriedly replied, of course I don't blame you. This dragon form is so powerful that even I can't defeat it. How can you succeed? Just now. I was just talking nonsense. Master, don't worry. The divine power centipede transmitted his voice. If it were some other powerful technique, I wouldn't dare to talk nonsense. However, this dragon form is the condensation of the dragon clan's will. Although its will is powerful and far surpasses mine, I can still resist it. As he spoke, the 2 tentacles on the top of the divine power centipede's head danced like a dragon's body. 2 streams of dragon breath were released. At the same time, the protruding part of the divine power centipede emitted a brilliance, like a dragon's horn, and rushed towards the dragon's head. Roar! The dragon's head was slightly startled and stopped in midair. The rock-like dragon breath immediately gathered and fell on the divine power centipede. Creak, creak, creak. The divine force centipede's back let out a series of cracking sounds. The dragon tattoos on its back flickered and burst into the night sky. Waves of dragon aura surged toward the dragon head like a rising tide. As the dragon tattoo exploded, the god power centipede's body glowed with 5 colors. It looked like a real dragon's body. It was very beautiful. Boom! The divine power centipede's draconic might and the dragon's draconic breath stood in confrontation for a few minutes before the draconic head's draconic aura became chaotic. After that, the draconic aura spread through the draconic body and collapsed wherever it went. Amidst the rumbling, all the dragon patterns and all the fluctuations were like small fish that were flying towards a place under the night sky in groups. Skyward Tower. Xiaohua landed on the back of the god power centipede. He raised his hand and pointed in that direction, shouting, "Go there, yes master, please sit tight." The god power centipede was as obedient as a child. With a cheerful cry, a demonic cloud appeared under its feet and carried Xiaohua to the place where the fluctuations fell. Under the moonlight, the golden sand in the distance emitted a faint 7-colored light. This light seemed to be in the cracks of the void, but it also seemed to be in the sand. It gave off an unreal feeling. The god power centipede reached there and waved its tentacles without hesitation. A dragon's draconic aura spread out. As soon as the draconic aura touched the light, The entire light emitted a dazzling brilliance. Xiaohua felt that this brilliance was getting bigger and brighter. It blocked the entire world in front of his eyes. The strange scenes of the Dragon Kingdom turned into light and shadows that completely covered his body. Ooh! It wasn't just Xiaohua's body that shrank, it was the sound of the wind that suddenly became louder. Xiaohua only felt that the surrounding hurricane was about to blow him away from the God Power Centipede's back. Shua! At this moment, another layer of draconic aura appeared on the God Power Centipede's back. This draconic aura enveloped Xiaohua's body in a brilliance. Xiaohua's body immediately became as stable as a rock. Boom! Xiaohua's body just stabilized. The God Power Centipede crashed into an invisible barrier. Following the sound of the collision, the God Power Centipede's body retreated. Of course, it only retreated for a few breaths. The God Power Centipede's body shook. Not only did the draconic aura that protected Xiaohua explode, even the tentacles in front of its head turned into draconic aura and pounced on the barrier. The God Power Centipede's 2 draconic auras were quite powerful. As soon as they touched the barrier, 2 rays of golden light flashed. Although the golden light couldn't compare to the soaring dragon scissors, it was much more agile. Under the golden light, a layer of ripples appeared on the barrier. Hua! It was like passing through a waterfall. Xiaohua's ears were somewhat ringing. Immediately after, a light overflowed and a layer of heaven and earth appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. When Xiaohua saw everything in front of him, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Because in front of him was an untainted land. There were towering mountains that reached into the clouds, incomparably huge ancient trees, and a mountain forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Everything was not much different from the untainted land outside of the imperial court. This is an illusion? Xiaohua stepped on the God Power Centipede's back and lowered his head to look around. He couldn't help but feel a little bewildered. Just as he was thinking in his heart, a burst of hoarse bird cries sounded. Not far away in the sky, hundreds of strange birds formed a flock and pounced over. These strange birds looked very strange. Their wings were hundreds of feet long when they spread out. The feathers on the wings were sparse and crimson-red muscles could be seen under the feathers. The strange birds' bodies weren't particularly big. They were only several tens of feet long. However, on this several tens of feet long body, the long sickle-like beak took up several tens of feet. The bird's head behind the beak was fiery red. A cluster of strange patterns the size of a palm flickered on the strange bird's forehead like a flame. When these strange birds saw the God Power Centipede and Xiaohua, they seemed to have found food. They cried out crazily and pounced over. Ah! Xiaohua's gaze swept over and he couldn't help but be shocked. He looked at the strange birds in a daze. However, his gaze wasn't looking at the strange birds. Instead, he looked past the strange birds and looked at the distant horizon. Previously, Xiaohua only lowered his head to look at the ground and didn't pay attention to the sky above him. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that the sky above him wasn't as turbid as he thought. It wasn't a pure color, and it wasn't the sky that he usually saw. Instead, it was a mirror. Everything on the ground was reflected in the mirror. The strange birds that pounced over were also moving crazily in the mirror. They were attacking him who was standing in midair. In fact, even the clouds in the distant horizon and the round sun also existed on the surface of the mirror. Xiaohua's surprise naturally disappeared in a flash. He withdrew his gaze and scanned with his divine consciousness. At this moment, he discovered that his divine consciousness had been imprisoned and couldn't leave his body at all. Seeing that the strange birds were getting closer and closer, and that there was even a fishy smell coming from their beaks, Xiaohua coldly ordered. When the God Power Centipede heard Xiaohua's order, the surrounding demonic clouds mixed with dragon chi suddenly surged out and instantly shrouded an area of several miles. When the strange birds saw the demonic clouds filling the air, they were originally shocked. They all cried out and prepared to scatter. However, the dragon chi in the demonic clouds was too strong, and it immediately aroused the fighting spirit of these strange birds. The patterns on their foreheads glowed red as they desperately pounced on the God Power Centipede. Looking at the God Power Centipede, the tentacles under its abdomen were waving, and countless black chi was produced from the demonic clouds. These black chi were like intersecting sword chi, and incomparably sharp as they fell on the strange birds. The strange birds opened their beaks and spewed out scarlet flames, wanting to burn the black chi and the demonic clouds. However, when the black chi fell, not only were the flames cut into pieces, but the strange birds' bodies were also minced into minced meat. Seeing the minced meat falling from the sky amidst the black chi, Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the mirror that was exactly the same. He then looked down and frowned, muttering to himself in a low voice, "Oh, these strange birds are actually real? Could it be that this isn't an illusion?" The strange birds had just been killed, and the god power centipede's demonic clouds had yet to be retracted. Rumble! The entire ground was shaking. From all over the mountain range, a large number of strange beasts swarmed over. Some of these beasts were huge, while others were strange. However, all of these beasts had a fiery red mark on their foreheads. Roar! A group of beasts surrounded the god power centipede and roared. Some of them even spat out flames from their mouths, wanting to attack the god power centipede. Roar! At this time the god power centipede could also roar. It was no longer the zhizhi sound from before. The god power centipede roared and was about to pounce down, but Xiaohua patted the back of its hand and said, "Go, you are a dragon eater, why lower yourself to their level?" "Yes, master." Hearing this, the god power centipede obediently retracted its demonic clouds and flew away. Roar! The group of beasts that had escaped death didn't have any intention of letting the god power centipede go. They continued to roar on the ground, chasing after the god power centipede. However, the god power centipede flew extremely fast, and in a short moment, it had already left these beasts behind. Xiaohua urged the god power centipede to fly aimlessly. However, after flying for a while at the end of the sky, Xiaohua actually saw a towering mountain peak. The mountain peak's outline couldn't be seen clearly, but under the sun, it was so majestic that it pierced through heaven and earth. Without needing Xiaohua's order, the god power centipede increased its speed and rushed towards the mountain peak. Wait! Seeing the mountain peak becoming clearer and clearer, Xiaohua raised his head and looked at himself in the mirror, then looked at the mountain peak in the distance. The god power centipede immediately stopped. Xiaohua pointed at the top of his head and said, "Let's fly up." "Yes, master." The god power centipede didn't hesitate to fly up into the sky and directly stabbed into the mirror. What was very strange was that Xiaohua clearly saw himself face to face in the mirror. Not only was his appearance and expression clear, he could even touch it with his hand. However, no matter how the god power centipede flew, he couldn't touch it. Chapter 4205. Stop! Seeing that the god power centipede was unable to approach the mirror, Xiaohua ordered. He then looked at the mountain peak in the distance and pointed behind him. "Let's fly there." Yes, the god power centipede turned around and flew in the direction it came from. Not long after, in front of Xiaohua's eyes in the horizon, there was also a towering mountain peak. It was exactly the same as what he saw before. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and ordered the god power centipede to stop. After waiting for a while, sure enough, behind Xiaohua, there was the sound of beasts roaring. Xiaohua turned around and saw that it was the group of beasts from before that was chasing after him like a flood. Xiaohua sneered. "Although this Xiao has no sense of direction, I won't get lost in this short 100 li. It seems like this towering mountain peak should be the center of Chaotian Tower. No matter who comes in, no matter where they fly, they will eventually reach the vicinity of this mountain peak. Let's go." Since Xiaohua understood, he ordered the god power centipede to fly forward. After flying for a few hours, the scenery below Xiaohua didn't change much. Other than the desolate mountain range, there were forests everywhere. Similarly, there were some strange birds and beasts that didn't have eyes and attacked. When they flew closer, Xiaohua saw that this towering mountain peak wasn't a mountain peak, but a huge pagoda. This huge pagoda was bigger than all the other mountains Xiaohua had seen before. Not only did the huge pagoda give people a feeling of awe-inspiring majesty, but it also emitted an aura that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind, covering an area of 1,000 li. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and was stunned. It wasn't only because of the huge golden sand under the pagoda. It wasn't only because the huge pagoda in the mirror was connected to the top of this huge pagoda. It was also because of the huge pagoda's appearance that shocked Xiaohua, because this enormous pagoda was divided into 9 levels. When the eaves of each level extended out, it was like a blooming lotus. The 9 levels of eaves of the pagoda were 9 levels of Buddhist lotuses. The entire enormous pagoda actually looked exactly the same as Xiaohua's exquisite derivation pagoda. While Xiaohua was surprised, he also had some understanding. Since Stone Giant was able to chant Namo Maitreya Buddha, then the exquisite Great Development Pagoda that recorded the exquisite leaf scripture appearing here was not particularly strange. Xiaohua sized up this colossal pagoda with interest, but he saw that there was something he had never seen before on top of the pagoda. Every level of the pagoda was engraved with images of heavenly maidens, heavenly dragons, heavenly flowers, and other Buddhist kingdoms. Between these images of Buddhist kingdoms, there were countless fine golden runes. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the golden runes, and the entire Buddhist kingdom was imprinted into his mind. The image of Buddha sitting cross-legged and chanting sutras also appeared in his mind. Even in this world, the ethereal chanting of sutras could be heard. When it reached Xiaohua's ears, it turned into the name of Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Subhuti should have come. Looking at the boundless glory of the towering pagoda, Xiaohua sighed slightly and said with a smile, "If that little monk who has already become a great master came here and chanted the Buddhist sutras, there would definitely be Buddhist lotuses surging from the ground and flowers descending from the sky, and he would be led into this pagoda." When Xiaohua thought of this, suddenly the ethereal Buddhist chants suddenly became louder. Like an earth-shattering thunderbolt, they surged over from all directions. Then Buddhist clouds appeared even more abruptly in the sky and pressed down on Xiaohua. One leaf, one Bodhi, one flower, one world. Xiaohua naturally understood this very well, and when the Buddhist clouds fell, he even more vividly displayed the meaning of this Buddhist scripture. Every wisp of cloud contained the power of dragons and elephants, and every Buddhist cloud also had the weight of tens of thousands of mountain ranges. Xiaohua formed a Buddhist seal with his hands and chanted, Namo Maitreya Buddha. Then the power of mountains, stars, and karma all followed the Buddhist seal and struck out. The Buddhist clouds surged, and layers of Buddhist shadows flashed. All kinds of heavenly dragons and yakshas also came to support. In an instant, the Buddhist clouds within 100 miles of Xiaohua were swept away, and even the Buddhist chants disappeared without a trace. It was a secluded world. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Just as the Buddhist clouds disappeared, the endless sound of thunder appeared out of thin air again. The distant exquisite derivation pagoda also let out a rumbling sound. Within the thunderous roar, endless Buddhist clouds drifted down even faster than the falling snow. Between each cloud there was a minor thousand realm. Damn it! Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He had been cultivating Buddhism. How could he not know the power of the Buddhist sect's devil-subduing technique? Seeing the exquisite derivation pagoda using the power of countless small worlds to suppress him, how could he dare to resist? Xiaohua used his foot to tap the divine power centipede, indicating that it should fly to the ground. Sure enough, as the divine power centipede fell, the suppressive force became weaker and weaker. When it really landed on the ground, all the Buddhist clouds and Buddhist chants disappeared without a trace. Although Xiaohua did not urge the divine power centipede to get close to the pagoda, he found that the pagoda was not far in front of him. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. He did not get down from the divine power centipede's back, and was in a hurry to enter the pagoda. He only looked at the half-closed pagoda door in the distance and thought to himself, if he had not entered the heavenly prison, he could only sigh in amazement and admire such a mysterious method. Now that he had cultivated to the Mahayana stage, his strength was comparable to a tribulation-passing stage cultivator. Even there was a tendency to surpass them. Moreover, he had a certain understanding of the domain and the power of space. It was easy for him to arrange such a formation. However, if there was no magic power fluctuation, no Buddhist light, and no worldly smoke, he admitted that he was far from being able to do it. If I'm not wrong, this pagoda should be set up by Zhang Luer's previous life. Even the whole Chao Tian Palace was set up by him. But why did he set up such a big formation? Was it to suppress something? Or to protect something? The remains of Zhang Luer's previous life? Or the Sarira he left behind? Thinking of this, Xiaohua was shocked and almost slapped his forehead with regret. Damn it, if this pagoda really enshrines the Saraira of Zhang Luer's previous life, why did I have to send him to the Jinshan temple? Wouldn't it be better to keep him in the space? Not only would he not have to go to the nirvana to seek scriptures, but he would also be able to obtain his Saraira here and achieve Buddhist enlightenment. Xiaohua was filled with regret. He hurriedly urged the god power centipede to enter the pagoda. However, at this moment behind Xiaohua, a huge cloud of dust rose. Tens of thousands of beasts rushed over like a flood, causing the entire earth to shake. Hearing the sound of countless beasts shaking the earth, Xiaohua's mind moved again. I'm thinking too much. If what Tunshan said is true, then this pagoda is the core of the Chaotian palace. Every 100 or 1,000 years, there will be beasts with divine power coming here to look for opportunities. If Zhang Luer's previous life wanted to enshrine the Saraira, how could he be so flamboyant? If that seven-colored light was the Saraira, I'm afraid it would have been swallowed by the beasts long ago. Moreover, since Taoist Longzi and Taoist Phoenix Body have fallen here, how can I easily obtain the Saraira? Forget it, let's go in first. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's figure landed on the ground. He raised his hand and put the divine power centipede into the space, then stepped towards the pagoda. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Namo Maitreya Buddha. As Xiaohua approached the pagoda, the sound of the wooden fish and the chanting of scriptures became louder and louder. This sound was like a thunderclap in the ears of the beasts, but in Xiaohua's ears it was like a chill in the hot summer. Xiaohua slightly closed his eyes and put his palms together. He also chanted Namo Maitreya Buddha. A strange thing happened. A faint Buddhist lotus bloomed under Xiaohua's feet. It was Xiaohua's 8th stage. Xiaohua understood in his heart. He closed his eyes and sincerely chanted the exquisite leaf sutra. As he chanted word by word, Buddhist lotuses gushed out of Xiaohua's mouth. These Buddhist lotuses fell right under Xiaohua's feet. Although Xiaohua did not open his eyes, these Buddhist lotuses formed a small path to the sky that led straight to the top of the pagoda. Xiaohua's exquisite leaf sutra was divided into 9 layers. At this time, he was still missing 2 pieces of gold leaf and could not complete the exquisite leaf sutra. Therefore, when Xiaohua finished chanting the complete 7th layer of the Buddhist sutra, the 8th and 9th layers still had incomplete scriptures. He also stopped chanting. When he opened his eyes, there was a half-closed pagoda door in front of him. However, this pagoda door was precisely on the 8th layer of the pagoda, and below him, a lotus path concealed in Buddhist clouds emitted a dazzling Buddhist light under the sunlight. At this time, an uncountable number of wild beasts had already rushed to the front of the pagoda and surrounded the area of several hundred miles. A group of wild beasts roared on the ground and raised their heads, wanting to attack Xiaohua. Those strange birds with wings also flapped their wings, wanting to fly high, but they were all suppressed by the Buddhist clouds. There were even some clever beasts that wanted to jump up the Buddhist lotuses that were close at hand. Unfortunately, when their bodies landed on the Buddhist lotuses, those Buddhist lotuses seemed to be invisible and could not support them at all. The beasts' bodies fell to the ground again. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Xiaohua looked at everything in front of him and the corners of his mouth slightly smiled. He stepped onto the pagoda and stepped through the half-closed pagoda door. Behind the pagoda door was a space covered in Buddhist light. Apart from the faint sound of a wooden fish, there was nothing else. Xiaohua stepped in and his Buddhist sense swept through without hesitation. A very strange scene occurred. Every time the Buddhist consciousness swept across an inch of space, various Buddhist phenomena would appear within that inch of space. There were white elephants playing in the water, peacocks singing, commoners worshipping Buddha, and tens of thousands of monks chanting. It was as if the space within the pagoda contained the infinite mysteries of the Buddhist sect, and it was also as if the Buddhist light had given birth to many small worlds. Chapter 4206. Xiaohua couldn't help but frown when he saw the phenomenon of the Buddhist kingdom, because along the way, the phenomenon of the Buddhist kingdom was too frequent. It was somewhat contrary to the Buddhist sect's Buddhist heart. This space was originally a part of the Buddhist pagoda. Leaving such a restriction in the Buddhist sense was indeed a bit artificial. Therefore, Xiaohua's footsteps were somewhat hesitant. He only hesitated for a few breaths. As the Buddhist sense swept through, there were actually some gaps. Between the gaps, there was actually a flash of scarlet. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. Lightning immediately appeared around his body, and his figure quickly retreated. Rumble. Amidst the thunder, Xiaohua's figure flashed a few hundred feet. However, behind Xiaohua didn't appear the door that he had just stepped into. Instead, there was a space of Buddhist light. This space of Buddhist light seemed to be boundless. Roar! Xiaohua's figure had just swept away. Just a few hundred feet in front of him, a lion's roar resounded. A bloody mouth that enveloped the entire space of Buddhist light appeared between heaven and earth. Gotcha! With a loud sound, it was as if the entire world had closed. That big mouth closed in front of Xiaohua's eyes. In particular, a powerful suction force emerged from that closed bloody mouth, intending to forcefully suck Xiaohua into it. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. With a wave of his sleeve, a whirlwind soared into the sky, blocking the suction force. Crack crack. A burst of crisp sounds rang out. Cracks appeared in the space of a few hundred meters to the left. The two gusts of wind were so strong that they tore the space apart. After the space was torn apart, a ferocious yellow lion's head appeared. The several hundred feet large head emitted an indescribable ferocious aura. A pair of slightly surprised beastly eyes stared at Xiaohua. Roar! What are you? An extremely rude and intrepid voice resounded in Xiaohua's mind. You can actually come to the 8th floor of the Tongtian Pagoda? How come I have never seen you before? Xiaohua coldly snorted and replied. This old man. Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could finish speaking, an extremely obscure movement arose once more from the space around Xiaohua, and Xiaohua didn't have the time to finish speaking before his figure retreated swiftly once more. Another crisp sound rang out. Another lion head similar to the one in front of Xiaohua appeared near the space where he was standing. Once again, it opened its murderous fangs and bit towards Xiaohua's figure. Since Xiaohua was already vigilant, how could he fall into the trap? As he retreated, he rubbed his hands together. Streaks of lightning were produced from his body and struck the lion's head and mouth. Even the space around him was filled with lightning. Ooh! At the place where the lightning landed, a yellow sandstorm suddenly appeared in the lion's mouth. This sandstorm was very powerful. It rushed into the lightning and dissipated it in a moment. Xiaohua's hasty thunderstorm was actually unable to injure the lion's head. Not only that, after a few breaths of time, ka-ka-ka, the sound of teeth gnawing suddenly rang out. 9 lion heads rushed out from within the Buddhist light, and each of them wanted to swallow Xiaohua into their stomachs. Xiaohua was also very powerful. Every time the lightning flashed, he would escape from the man-eating lion's mouth in a flash. Damn it, this is the 9-headed Lion King. After dodging 9 attacks in succession, Xiaohua suddenly came to an understanding, and he pondered in his heart. This fellow is the guardian of the 8th floor of the pagoda, and he wants to devour all the primeval cosmos beasts that enter the pagoda. Seeing the 9 lion heads that he had just dodged appear out of thin air, 9 pairs of fierce eyes staring at Xiaohua, Xiaohua sneered, "Humph, the 9-headed Lion King is only as with such means you dare to guard the 8th floor of the pagoda?" As soon as Xiaohua's voice fell, the eyes of the 9 lion heads revealed a look of ridicule. Then within a few hundred feet of Xiaohua, the wind and clouds bulged, and the Buddhist light in the left and right space instantly disappeared. The entire space was distorted, and a lion mouth that could almost fill the entire space appeared around Xiaohua's body. Then the lion mouth closed, trapping Xiaohua's body in the lion's mouth. It was not until this time that Xiaohua woke up. This was not the 9-headed Lion King, but the 10-headed Lion King that he had never heard of. The previous 9 lion mouths were just a trick to lure him out of his hole. They wanted to force him into the mouth of the 10th lion head, and the 10th lion head would be hidden in the Buddhist light space for the final kill. Seeing that the 10th lion head had already imprisoned the entire space, and he had unknowingly fallen into the mouth of the 10th lion, Xiaohua did not panic at all. He slightly raised his hand, holding the wishful steel staff in his hand, and shouted, "Grow, grow, grow." The wishful steel staff followed Xiaohua's mantra and grew with the wind. In a moment, it turned into an iron staff that was hundreds of feet long and several feet thick. Gotcha! Seeing the wishful steel staff crash into a slightly gloomy place in the space with Xiaohua's thoughts, he heard a crisp sound, followed by a heart-wrenching roar of a beast. A hill-like sharp tooth fell from mid-air, followed by a rain of blood falling like a rain of blood. Oh! In mid-air, with a burst of howls, the last head of the 10-headed Lion King appeared in mid-air. This head was much smaller than the previous 9 heads, but it was emitting an even more ferocious aura. However, this fierce aura was washed away by the pain of the teeth being knocked out by Xiaohua's wishful steel staff, and it seemed a little embarrassed. The other 9 lion heads floating in mid-air also showed a painful expression. Roar! The embarrassment of the Lion King only lasted for a few breaths. A kind of valiance was born from the lion's face again. But in the space near Xiaohua, a huge whirlwind suddenly appeared. This whirlwind condensed into a solid thunder silk, completely wrapping Xiaohua's body. The thunder silk and the whirlwind formed a spiral passage, and in this whirlwind passage, there was a suction force that pulled Xiaohua in. Xiaohua sneered. He now knew that he was in the mouth of the Lion King. If there was no accident, this passage should lead to the Lion King's abdomen. He really didn't understand. He could knock out the Lion King's teeth with the wishful steel staff. Was the Lion King not afraid that he would fall into its abdomen and smash its internal organs? Just as Xiaohua was thinking, rumble, the thunder and wind fell. The thunder rushed into Xiaohua's defense and disappeared, but the wind was extremely powerful. It blew away the brilliance of Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua pondered a little and decided to go with the flow. His body produced the sound of thunder. Rumble. The same thunder surged out of his body. Not only did it absorb the thunder, but it also blocked the wind. At this time, his figure also fell into the Lion King's abdomen. The end of the passage was also a space, but there was no Buddha's light here. The upper level of the space was where the wind and thunder were rampant, and the lower level of the space was a stinky and sour liquid. Xiaohua's figure had just fallen into the space, and the sound of wind and thunder was loud. Endless thunder and invisible wind blew down from the upper level of the space, crazily attacking Xiaohua. Ancient beast, nothing more than this. When Xiaohua was in the Copper Pillar country, he had already fallen into the stomach of a monster race. At this time, he fell into the stomach of the 10-headed Lion King, and he did not feel strange. Moreover, he also fell into the Lion King's scheme. He wanted to see if there were any traces of dragon vein Xiaohua and phoenix body Xiaohua in the Lion King's stomach. Since there were no auras of the 2 clones here, Xiaohua did not feel that he was not the Lion King's opponent. While speaking, Xiaohua waved his hands. Rumble. 10,000 thunderbolts stabbed into the air like antlers. The sound of thunder was even more devastating than the sound of wind and thunder of the Lion King. Xiaohua's thunder rolled back and instantly destroyed the Lion King's wind and thunder. Then it rushed to the upper level of the space and killed the wind and thunder from before. Oh! A huge and oppressive lion roar came from outside the space. Soon after, the entire space shook violently. The acid in the lower level of the space rushed into the air like a monstrous wave. Before the acid landed on Xiaohua's body, an ear-piercing sound came from the space. The thunder and wind that were not completely annihilated before were actually melted by the acid. Seeing that the acid was able to corrode the space and create cracks, Xiaohua finally understood the power of the strange beasts. However, he was not nervous at all. He raised his hand and took out the clear water bottle from his Niwen palace. Then he made a Buddhist seal, and the innate pure water turned into a thin layer of protection around his body. When the acid fell into the innate pure water, it did not even make a zzz sound and disappeared without a sound. Haha. Xiaohua laughed and said, "What other tricks do you have? You can take them out and try." "You, what are you?" The Lion King was clearly aware of the situation in his stomach. Seeing that Xiaohua's imperial thunder technique was able to destroy his wind and thunder power, and that his most powerful acid was unable to do anything to him. Moreover, that innate pure water also contained his elusive aura. He could not help but feel extremely regretful and surprised. "First, tell me what you are." Xiaohua was not in a hurry. He waved the wishful staff in his hand and asked softly as if he was demonstrating his power. "I, your father, have underestimated you." The 10-headed Lion King was clearly an untamed master. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't answer, his temper grew. He threw his fear to the side and coldly said, "How can someone who can defeat that little thing on the 7th floor be a little trash? I, your father, should not have been careless. Humph! Xiaohua sneered. He knew that if he did not give the Lion King some power and hurt him, he would not be honest. Therefore, Xiaohua simply did not ask any more questions. The magical power in his body surged, and a layer of bronze brilliance appeared on the surface of his body. At the same time, the heavenly law embodiment technique was displayed. Along with the wave of Xiaohua's hands, the icicle flame that he had not used for a long time turned into a sea of fire in a moment. It rushed out from the innate pure water and burned towards the wind and thunder in the space above. Chapter 4207. In the hands of Chiyu City's Luan family, Lingying Zhu flame was only a refining flame. Even under the so-called fire control technique, it was only a fire-controlling technique of Xiaoyu continent. However, in Xiaohua's hands it was different. Xiaohua had already obtained fire, metal, wood and earth, these 4 types of essences. With these 4 essences entering his body, Lingying Zhu flame also triggered a mutation. This mutated Lingying Zhu flame was already very different from the refining flame from before. Although it was not as powerful as the 4-colored spiritual fire, it had already surpassed the scope of fire-controlling technique of the Xiuzhen world. The instant Lingying Zhu flame was born, the space outside the innate true water became scarlet red. When the acid that could even melt thunder touched the Lingying Zhu flame, a sizzling sound of explosion was produced between the 2. Waves of space ripples were revealed amidst the explosion and spread in all directions. Not only that, an even larger area of the sea of fire rushed into the wind and thunder. Pa 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 pa. Just like a bubble bursting, whether it was the thunder or the wind, they were all blown up by the Lingying Zhu flame. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be about to collapse. Not only was there a violent vibration, countless explosions were produced continuously. An indescribable aura of destruction filled the entire space. You. The 10-headed Lion King was somewhat stuttering. It had just urged the wind and thunder to fall, but it was like cold water poured into a hot oil pan, causing even more explosions. Just as it was about to open its mouth to say a few words, Xiaohua's golden body had already taken shape. Xiaohua waved his 2 fists. Not only did he drive the innate true water, he also stirred up the Lingying Zhu flame. Following his huge fists, the Lingying Zhu flame rushed straight into the air. Hong! A muffled sound resounded. Wind and thunder splashed chaotically above Xiaohua's head. The entire space suddenly became quiet, and then it trembled even more violently. There was no need for Xiaohua to attack a second time. The 10-headed Lion King painfully begged for mercy. You? Quickly spare your father. His grandmother, still calling yourself father? Xiaohua finally understood why the heaven-devouring beast called itself father. Because these strange beasts simply did not know the meaning of father. Hong! Xiaohua coldly snorted. He punched the Lion King's head again and transmitted his voice. In front of this old man, you are only worthy of being called little. Yes, this little one knows his wrongs, please spare my life. The bodies of the 10 Lion Kings were curled up into a ball within the space. How could they dare to say a single word? As it begged for mercy, it opened its mouth wide and said, "This lowly one doesn't dare to stop me. Please come out and head to the 9th floor." What old man? Xiaohua felt particularly awkward when he heard this. He berated, "Call me Taoist Master Xiao." Yes, Spiritual Master Xiao. The 10 Lion Kings hurriedly answered. But just as they finished speaking, they were stunned. What? You are also Taoist Master Xiao? Why does it seem different from the previous 2 Taoist Xiaos? Xiaohua was overjoyed. He withdrew his avatar and asked, "You've seen 2 Xiaozhenren before? How are they?" "Yes, they are very powerful. After they reached here and defeated me, they stepped into the 9th floor." The 10-headed Lion King replied, "As for what happened to them, I don't know. Unless I can defeat you and enter the 9th level, otherwise I have no idea what the 9th level is like. Of course, if they were unable to defeat the 9th level, they would remain on the 9th level. As long as you leave this place and go to the 9th level, you will be able to see them." And seems like what Devouring Heaven said was right. Fellow Taoist Dragon Bloodline and fellow Taoist Phoenix Body have both arrived at Chao Tian Tower. Xiaohua thought to himself, however, "I'm afraid that they don't understand the exquisite leaf scripture, and fought their way here from the 1st floor of this pagoda. Since this Xiao found the right place, then that's good. That devouring heaven did not deceive this Xiao. Seeing that Xiao Hua did not speak, the 10-headed Lion King was somewhat nervous. He whispered, Taoist Master Xiao, are you not going to the 9th level to find them? No hurry. Xiao Hua said indifferently, this old man has a few questions to ask. If you answer them honestly, this old man will consider leaving. Otherwise, this old man will stay here. Every day when you are happy, you will set fire to it. Every day when you are unhappy, you will use your fist to smash it a few times. What? The 10-headed Lion King became anxious. Why are you always angry at me whether you are happy or not? Who asked you to swallow this old man? Xiao Hua said coldly. All right. If you have any questions, just ask. This little one will definitely answer. The 10-headed Lion King was helpless. He could only lower his head and admit defeat. Xiao Hua asked a few questions. They were all about Chao Tian Tower, Pagoda and Great Desolate Continent. What the 10-headed Lion King said was similar to what Devouring Heaven said. However, the 10-headed Lion King's strength was clearly stronger than Devouring Heaven. Therefore, he knew more than Devouring Heaven. For example, although the Great Desolate World was vast and boundless, the places where great desolate strange beasts could survive were only a few 100 million li away. If one went to other places, the environment would be even worse. Ordinary great desolate strange beasts would not be able to survive. Of course, the 10-headed Lion King did not know if there were even more powerful great desolate strange beasts. The 10-headed Lion King knew that within a few 100 million li, there were countless experts. The most powerful ones might be a few. One of them was the one that Xiao Hua and Devouring Heaven met earlier. The other few were tens of millions of li away. What kind of great desolate strange beasts were these few powerful experts? The 10-headed Lion King did not know. One moment they said it was a big eagle. The next moment they said it was a lion. The next moment they said it was an elephant leopard. In short, the 10-headed Lion King had never seen it before. Everything was just hearsay. As for Chao Tian Tower, the 10-headed Lion King was the same as Devouring Heaven. They did not know how it appeared. They only knew that there was some kind of opportunity here. They could obtain weapons that could increase their strength. And strength was the only way to survive in the great desolate world. Therefore, any great desolate strange beasts who heard this news would risk their lives to come to Chao Tian Tower to look for weapons. The 10-headed Lion King's strength was not bad. This time, when he saw the 7-colored light soaring into the sky, he immediately flew out of the cave. He killed many strange beasts along the way and arrived in front of the pagoda. The pagoda was divided into 9 floors. Each floor had a strange beast guarding the pagoda. Only by defeating the strange beast could one step into the next floor. Otherwise, one would have to stay on this floor and let the strange beast guarding the pagoda go to the next floor. The 10-headed Lion King defeated 7 strange beasts that came in first and reached the 8th floor. The 8th floor was an incomparably huge stone cliff beast. The 10-headed Lion King was not its opponent. When he was defeated, the stone cliff beast stepped into the 9th floor of the pagoda. Of course, the 10-headed Lion King did not know what the stone cliff beast encountered on the 9th floor, or whether the stone cliff beast was on the 9th floor. This was because the dragon vein Xiao Hua, the phoenix body Xiao Hua, and even the great desolate 5 little beasts had stepped on his failure and entered the 9th floor. The 10-headed Lion King could only be the strange beast guarding the 8th floor. Xiao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this from the 10-headed Lion King's stomach. He did not know much from the 10-headed Lion King's mouth. The 10-headed Lion King's journey to Chao Tian Tower was his starting point. The 10-headed Lion King's journey to Chao Tian Tower had no meaning to him. After hearing the 10-headed Lion King's words, Xiao Hua's heart moved. He asked again, "Do you know about Devouring Heaven?" Devouring Heaven? The 10-headed Lion King was stunned. It seemed to think for a moment before replying. This lowly one does not know who Devouring Heaven is. Xiao Hua frowned. He also thought for a moment. With a smile on his face, he described Devouring Heaven's appearance. Sure enough, the 10-headed Lion King laughed and said, "Now that you have said it, I know. It is that gluttonous thing. He is actually called Devouring Heaven? He can actually eat the sky." Xiao Hua nodded. Just as he was about to speak, the 10-headed Lion King laughed again and said, "This guy is rather strange. He used to eat meat. Later on, I don't know what happened, but he suddenly became a vegetarian. That's why the black jade Qilin and the others bullied him quite a bit. At this point, Xiaohua already knew that the black jade donkey, golden toad, five-colored stupid chicken, black and white stinky turtle, and little white stinky cat were actually the black jade Qilin, golden toad, five-colored peacock, black and white tortoise, and black sky white tiger. However, the great desolate five little beasts bullied Devouring Heaven. Devouring Heaven could not beat them, so it called them so unbearable. All right. This old man has finished asking. This old man is going out. Xiaohua finally said the words that the 10-headed Lion King was bitterly waiting for. The 10-headed Lion King hurriedly and happily transmitted his voice. Where are you? Don't move, this little one will spit you out. Xiaohua transmitted his voice and withdrew his innate true water and other divine abilities. His figure stood still in midair. A ripple appeared in the space where Xiaohua was at. The wind and thunder above his head and Swanua below his feet gradually disappeared. Following layers of halos that were like molting skin brushed off, that indifferent Buddhist aura that was like clear water once again revealed itself from behind these halos. And the 9 lion heads from before had now shrunk again. A 10-headed Lion King that was similar to Xiaohua's figure stood in front of Xiaohua submissively. And behind that Lion King, another seemingly ordinary flight of stairs was laid out in midair. Xiaohua glanced at the 10-headed Lion King, pointed at the flight of stairs and said, "This old man can just go up? Yes, you can reach the 9th floor of the pagoda by stepping on this flight of stairs." The 10-headed Lion King hurriedly replied, but his voice was filled with envy. Xiaohua nodded. His figure had already arrived in front of the flight of stairs. But at this moment, Xiaohua turned his head to look at the 10-headed Lion King, smiled and transmitted his voice. "This old man is leaving, but what about you? Could it be that you want to be the guardian beast of the pagoda for the rest of your life?" Although the 10-headed Lion King was an ancient beast and had an unruly nature, this did not mean that he did not know the concern in Xiaohua's voice. Of course, the so-called ancient beasts also had an innate admiration for the strong. At this moment, hearing Xiaohua's question, he hurriedly transmitted his voice respectfully. "You don't have to worry. When the weapons of Chaotian Tower are taken away this time, the entire Chaotian Tower will be reopened. This little one, who is waiting in the pagoda, can also withdraw from Chaotian Tower." Good. Xiaohua transmitted his voice and landed on the flight of stairs. The Buddhist aura on the flight of stairs rolled up, and Xiaohua's figure immediately disappeared. Chapter 4208. Roar. Behind Xiaohua, the 10 Lion Kings opened their mouths at the same time. As they roared, the Buddhist light in the entire space shook, like a candle in the wind. In just a moment, the figures of the 10 Lion Kings were hidden in the Buddhist light again. Presumably, they were waiting for another prehistoric beast to step into the 8th floor of the pagoda. Xiaohua was inside the Buddhist light, and he could vaguely feel the sullenness and anger of the 10 Lion Kings. After all, the 10 Lion Kings were subdued by him before they could fully display their magical powers. His heart was inevitably unsatisfied, but who told the 10 Lion Kings to be too calculative, wanting to swallow the newcomer into their stomachs as soon as they came up? As the Buddhist light on Xiaohua's body disappeared, a space that was exactly the same as the 8th floor of the pagoda appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. However, in this space, apart from a stone step, there were no prehistoric beasts. It's a bit strange. Xiaohua's figure appeared, and he immediately frowned. At the same time, his Buddhist sense also swept over like a stream. However, before Xiaohua's Buddhist sense could sweep out 100 feet, a very slight numbing feeling came from his feet. Xiaohua was very surprised and swept his Buddhist sense under his feet, but he saw that there was actually a very small mosquito buzzing above his feet. Seeing that it was a mosquito, Xiaohua's heart relaxed. In his vague memory, it seemed that he was bitten by many mosquitoes when he was a child. It was only a moment of relaxation, but Xiaohua's heart immediately tightened. If it was the Xiaoyu continent or the hidden immortal continent, he might be able to ignore mosquitoes, but what was this place? The mysterious prehistoric continent was comparable to the existence of the unknown upper realm. A mosquito absolutely could not be ignored. Moreover, there were no prehistoric beasts in this 9th floor of the pagoda. Maybe this mosquito was the prehistoric beast guarding the pagoda. Sure enough, on Xiaohua's well-tempered body, a soybean-sized lump instantly appeared on his feet. Then the lump gave birth to an unbearable itch, and it spread along Xiaohua's feet to his legs and other parts. Xiaohua almost naturally stretched out his hand, wanting to scratch the itch. Xiaohua's right hand only extended a few inches before he forcefully pulled it back. His magic power surged and a spell landed on his feet along with his right hand. It would have been fine if Xiaohua hadn't used his magic power, but under the urging of his magic power, that soybean-sized lump had actually sunk in. Then with that lump as the center, Xiaohua's foot began to fester. Moreover, that itchiness became even more intense. Oh my God! Xiaohua was startled. He hurriedly opened his mouth and spat out a stream of samadhi true fire. He wanted to burn off the surface of his body. At this moment, a weak but arrogant voice sounded, "Little thing, just surrender yourself. Not to mention you, even the Schizhaze beast would not be able to escape from my palm." Xiaohua sneered. Seeing that under the true samadhi fire, the collapsed surface of his body was starting to recover, he relaxed in his heart and transmitted his voice, "You're just a little mosquito, how dare you be so arrogant? What kind of divine ability do you have? It was just a sneak attack when this old man wasn't paying attention." Haha. That mosquito flapped its wings and disappeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. When it reappeared, it was already several hundred feet away. The mosquito also sneered, "What do you know? Don't look at me as just a mosquito. I've lived the longest on this desolate continent. Even the Black Jade Qilin and the others are my juniors." You actually know that you're a junior and a senior." Xiaohua replied, "Seems like compared to those ignorant desolate beasts, you're a bit." Just as he said this, the itchiness on Xiaohua's feet once again flared up. It even had the tendency to rush up to his knees. Xiaohua was once again startled. He hurriedly pondered in his mind, wanting to find a way to get rid of this strange itchiness. That mosquito laughed proudly, "Don't think of any way. You'd better surrender quickly and let me fly out of this pagoda. Maybe I'll let you live." Before the mosquito's voice fell, Xiaohua opened his eyes and spat out a stream of cold flame, burning it towards the mosquito. Boom! Seeing that the several feet space around the mosquito was shrouded in flames, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense and swept it towards the flames. However, the situation in front of him was beyond Xiaohua's expectations. Without waiting for his Buddhist sense to sweep over, the flame that was several feet in size suddenly converged towards a black spot. Without using any Buddhist sense, Xiaohua's naked eye could clearly see that the frigid flame was actually sucked into the mosquito's stomach. Damn it! Seeing the mosquito's magical ability, Xiaohua immediately thought of the strange insect he encountered before. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Then what made Xiaohua even more shocked was that when his Buddhist sense landed on the mosquito's body, a strange biting force was also born, tearing apart several pieces of Buddhist sense from his Buddhist sense. Even in Xiaohua's mud pill palace, he could actually hear the sound of his Buddhist sense being chewed and swallowed by the mosquito. This mosquito is really strange. Xiaohua hurriedly thought of a countermeasure. How did Taoist Longmai and Taoist Phoenix body break through here? Or perhaps when they came, this mosquito didn't appear yet? While he was thinking, he saw the festering area on his feet was increasingly expanding, and there were layers of tiny bubbles emerging from the festering area. These bubbles swallowed the light protecting his body, and even swallowed the fluctuations of magic power. It seemed that this wasn't something that could be controlled by Taoist magic. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Xiaohua chanted the name of Buddha, and his hands formed a Buddhist seal. After pondering for a moment, a clear heart incantation slowly came out of his mouth, and the Buddhist light fell on his feet along with the Buddhist seal. He felt a burst of coolness coming from his feet, and the festering area gradually began to heal. However, in just a few breaths, the bubbles became increasingly turbulent, and even swallowed the Buddhist light. Even if Xiaohua urged his mind power, the collapse still couldn't be stopped. Xiaohua's mind had already spun a few times, and thought of several unusual secret techniques, but obviously they couldn't deal with this strange mosquito attack. Seeing that the Buddhist light was ineffective, Xiaohua suddenly patted his head, raised his hand, and took out several medicinal pills from the space, crushed them with both hands and sprinkled them on his feet. Similar to the Buddhist light, when the medicinal pills fell on his feet, they only stopped the collapse for a moment, and then the speed of the collapse accelerated again. Wang Wang. At this moment, a rumbling sound came in front of Xiao Hua, and he saw that the mosquito that had just absorbed the cold flame and Buddhist scent suddenly swayed, as if Xiao Hua's eyes were playing tricks on him. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of mosquitoes appeared one after another, and in a moment, they turned into a black cloud of mosquitoes, pouncing on Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was shocked, and his figure hurriedly flew away, fleeing into the distance. He couldn't even deal with a poisonous mosquito bite. If he was stung by this group of mosquitoes, how would he deal with it? Rumble. At the same time that Xiao Hua's figure fled, the power of thunder also fell out of thin air. However, in the lightning, although many mosquitoes exploded into nothingness, at the same time, many more mosquitoes appeared, and even more mosquitoes chased after Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua felt like he had overreached himself. Damn it! How did fellow Taoist dragon bloodline and fellow Taoist phoenix body defeat these disgusting mosquitoes? Xiao Hua was flustered and exasperated. He was clear in his heart that since his two doppelgangers could defeat these mosquitoes, there was no reason for him to lose. However, the problem was that Xiao Hua knew a lot of secret techniques, and he couldn't remember what divine ability dragon bloodline Xiao Hua and phoenix body Xiao Hua used. Innate primordial water? Xiao Hua's mind lit up and he pondered, this mysterious continent lacks water element heaven-earth origin qi. Presumably these mosquitoes rarely see innate primordial water. Maybe they can kill it. Thinking, Xiao Hua released the innate primordial water again. Swoosh! The innate primordial water protected Xiao Hua's body, blocking the circle of mosquitoes 100 feet away. When Xiao Hua looked down at his feet again, his entire foot began to fester, and the bubbles were spreading up his calf. This is innate primordial water? I haven't seen water for a long time. At this time the mosquito's voice suddenly sounded, and somewhat faintly fell into Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace. However, Xiao Hua didn't pay too much attention to it, because his attention was attracted by the situation outside the innate primordial water. Outside the innate primordial water, a group of mosquitoes rushed over. The innate primordial water, which could almost corrode everything and even block the 10 lion kings, was now food for the mosquitoes. Seeing the mosquitoes swallow the thin layer of innate primordial water, countless mosquitoes appeared out of thin air, and Xiao Hua didn't dare to use the innate primordial water again. He collected the innate primordial water, and his figure escaped again. However, before he left, Xiao Hua released his mind and divine sense again, wanting to collect the mosquitoes into the space. Xiao Hua was disappointed again. Although the mosquitoes were very small, they had their own consciousness, and Xiao Hua's mind couldn't collect them into the space. Seeing that Xiao Hua's many methods were useless, the mosquito unconsciously became more arrogant, and its originally very soft voice now became louder. What other good things do you have? Take them out, I haven't eaten meat for a long time. Whoosh! Before the mosquito's voice fell, a golden light flashed in the air, and Xiao Hua actually took out the soaring dragon shears. Although it was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife, Xiao Hua still had to give it a try. The result was not out of Xiao Hua's expectations. Under the golden light, all the mosquitoes were split into two halves, but the strange thing was, the two halves of the mosquitoes rolled in the air, and actually absorbed the magic power of the soaring dragon shears, and turned into two halves again. Xiao Hua completely understood that the mosquitoes were the same as the strange insect. They were all things that devoured magic power and qi of heaven and earth. If he didn't use magic power to make them explode, he was afraid that there was no other way. Seeing that to deal with a mosquito, he had to use spiritual fire and other things, Xiao Hua was really unwilling in his heart. Dragon bloodline Xiao Hua and phoenix body Xiao Hua didn't have spiritual fire. Dragon bloodline Xiao Hua only had the heavenly dragon technique, and didn't have any magic tools. Phoenix body Xiao Hua only had the demonic arts of the demon clan, and also didn't have any magic tools. Chapter 4209. Ouch! Xiao Hua's mind lit up when he thought of this. Without hesitation he waved his hand and the water butterfly flew out from the space. As soon as the water butterfly flew out, a whirlwind appeared in the space. Water ripples appeared in the whirlwind and swept over the mosquitoes. What? What is this? The mosquitoes' loud voices instantly weakened. Hundreds of mosquitoes fell into the whirlwind and were swallowed by the water butterfly. Haha. Everything has its vanquisher. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over it and he couldn't help laughing. Ever since this water-patterned butterfly had settled in his space, it had never come out, nor had it helped him. He didn't expect that this unknown little thing was actually the nemesis of mosquitoes. The mosquitoes began to collapse. Some of them even formed small groups to attack the water butterfly. However, the water butterfly had experienced the separation of yin and yang in the space, and had lived in Xiao Hua's space for thousands of years. How could it still be the water butterfly of the past? While waving its wings to kill the mosquitoes, it also avoided the attacks of the mosquitoes and attracted all the mosquitoes from Xiao Hua's side to its side. Now that he had a way to deal with mosquitoes, Xiao Hua calmed down and looked at his feet. At this time, one of his feet had already started to fester. A heart-piercing itch forced him to make up his mind to cut it off. Xiao Hua's heart tightened. He would rather believe the words of the mosquito that was known as the longest surviving mosquito on the great desolate continent. Its poison was definitely not that simple. Even if he cut off his entire leg, he might not be able to expel the poison from his body. Damn it, Taoist Long. Xiao Hua could not help but grumble again. However, this time it was different from before. He seemed to have realized something and hurriedly waved his hand, causing a few drops of dragon cleansing liquid to fall on his feet. Sizzle! With an ear-piercing sound, the moment the dragon cleansing liquid fell on his festering body, tiny dragon-shaped lines immediately appeared. These dragon-shaped lines rushed into the air bubbles and instantly wiped them out. Moreover, no new air bubbles appeared where the air bubbles disappeared. This old man understands now. A bitter smile appeared on Xiao Hua's face. Fellow Taoist Longmai's body is condensed from dragon cleansing liquid. Of course, he's not afraid of mosquitoes. That fellow Taoist with the phoenix physique also had the bloodline of the demon race's supreme sage. So the mosquito didn't dare to provoke her. I'm afraid that my two clones swaggered up to the top of the pagoda from here, right? On the contrary, my main body was almost defeated by this mosquito. At this time, Xiao Hua had another kind of realization in his heart. He was already at the Grand Ascension stage and he knew a lot of secret techniques. In fact, he even had a lot of spirit treasures in his space. However, he didn't have enough experience. Ordinary Grand Ascension stage cultivators would have to go through life and death trials and experience all kinds of dangers in the cultivation world. They would also have their own understanding of all kinds of beasts and secret techniques. That way, they would be able to find secret techniques and spirit medicines that were suitable for them to help them emerge victorious in some life and death battles. But the 20,000 years that Xiao Hua cultivated were all spent in the heavenly prison. How could he see the outside world? Moreover, the primitive continent was completely different from the hidden immortal continent. Although Xiao Hua had the water-patterned butterfly that could easily destroy enemies and the dragon-cleansing liquid that could easily dispel the pattern poison, he didn't know about it and had to try for a long time to understand. It seems that the words of Confucian cultivators about reading 10,000 books and traveling 10,000 miles are not empty words. Xiao Hua sighed with emotion as he washed his feet with the precious dragon-cleansing liquid. In just a moment, his feet that he wanted to chop off had already recovered. Looking at the mosquito swarm that Xiao Hua was at a loss of what to do, now that the water-patterned butterfly had wiped them out, leaving only one mosquito that was forced to flee in a sorry state by the water-patterned butterfly. A weak and anxious voice came, quickly take this thing. I'll let you pass, okay? Why should this old man take this thing? Xiao Hua smiled. The 10-headed Lion King of the 8th floor still wants to come to the 9th floor. If I eat you, won't it be just what it wants? 10-headed Lion King? The mosquito was slightly stunned. Why did he also come to the imperial palace? Then the mosquito said disdainfully, with his strength, reaching the 8th floor is already the peak, yet he still wants to go to the 9th floor. I was wrong. I'll tell you a secret of the imperial palace. Can I trouble you to take this thing? Otherwise, even if he swallows me, you can only enter the top of the pagoda. And the primitive continent is short of an old man like me. And Xiao Hua remembered that the mosquito had also asked him to surrender, and nodded slightly. He took the water-patterned butterfly and said, "Tell me, if this old man is satisfied, this old man will let you go." That? Seeing Xiaohua being so straightforward, the mosquito was embarrassed and transmitted, "Actually, it's not a secret. I only know that at the beginning this place was a sea. I don't know when it started, but it actually became the imperial palace. This pagoda also seemed to be born in a day." "See?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "Could it be that what you said before was true? There used to be water in the primitive continent?" "Of course." Hearing Xiaohua's interest, the mosquito was overjoyed and said as if it was showing off, "In the past, this was the sea. The water was endless, and the sea beasts in the sea were innumerable. However, I don't know when it started, but everything started to change. The water was less and the mountains were more, and they were taller. In the past I was invincible, but now there are many more beasts that are stronger than me. I don't even have a place to go." Looking at the mosquito's tiny body and thinking about the endless sea that it said, Xiaohua slightly curled his lips and transmitted, "It's just the ordinary transformations of the sea and mulberry fields. It's not a secret. How about this? I want to know another secret." "Alright, say it." The mosquito replied helplessly, "If I don't know, I don't have to answer." "You definitely know." Xiaohua said very insidiously, "I want to ask, other than using more heaven and earth origin chi than you can bear to make you explode? Other than your natural enemy, what other methods can kill you?" Although he couldn't see the situation on the mosquito's face, he couldn't hear the mosquito's voice and didn't see the mosquito's answer, Xiaohua could already guess the embarrassment on the mosquito's face. "This secret, you definitely know." Xiaohua asked indifferently anyway, "I have methods to kill you. Telling this secret to this old man isn't a big deal, right?" The mosquito seemed to have thought it through and replied, "If you swear and don't say anything else, I might consider it." Xiaohua said resolutely, "I won't tell others, but I definitely won't swear. Moreover, you have to answer this question. There's nothing to consider." The mosquito looked at Xiaohua, not knowing if he could read the insidiousness on Xiaohua's face. After hesitating for a moment, he transmitted a few words with a faintly discernible voice. It was just a few words, but Xiaohua frowned and even shook his head slightly. Obviously, the other methods to kill the mosquito were too harsh. "Forget it." Then Xiaohua nodded. "Whether what you said is correct or not, this old man will let you go." "Thank you." The mosquito gave a rare thank you, flapped his wings and disappeared. Looking at the flickering Buddhist light in the space, Xiaohua was too lazy to use his Buddhist sense to see where the mosquito was hiding. His figure flashed and landed on the steps. The steps rolled up the Buddhist light, and Xiaohua's figure disappeared from the space of the 9th floor. When Xiaohua appeared again, he was at the top of the pagoda. However, this time it was somewhat different from what Xiaohua saw under the pagoda. The mirror that was originally horizontally above his head was now horizontally erected in front of Xiaohua. In the mirror, there was another Xiaohua, looking handsome and confident, like a jade tree facing the wind. "Damn it." Xiaohua touched his nose and looked at the mirror. There's only one such peerless figure in the world. If there were two, it would be too much. But in the mirror, Xiaohua was also saying the same thing and doing the same actions. Alas! Xiaohua sighed, and a kind of vicissitudes of life appeared in his heart. Because if it was before, facing such a strange mirror, Xiaohua might jump again and do some strange actions to see if the figure in the mirror could do the same. Xiaohua might even punch and kick the mirror, and compete with himself in the mirror. But now, looking at the figure in front of him that was exactly the same as himself, this kind of thought flashed through his mind, and he was too lazy to do it. That Xiaohua, who still had a child's heart, was getting farther and farther away from himself. I wonder if it's the vicissitudes of life? Or the devil's nature entering the body. But as long as it was a mirror, it was inevitably an illusion. The best way to break this illusion was to take out something unique in this world so that the illusion could not be transformed, or the thing transformed by the illusion would not have any real power. There were many such things in Xiaohua's space, and if Xiaohua casually took out something, the mirror might not be able to transform successfully. Go. Sure enough, as Xiaohua took out the dream mirage butterfly in the mirror, in the hand of the same handsome Xiaohua, only the body of the dream mirage butterfly was revealed. Then Xiaohua used his hand to point at the dream mirage butterfly, and after the hand of the Xiaohua in the mirror moved, his whole body began to jump, and even his mouth sang, "Little sister, you sit at the bow." Xiaohua just used the dream mirage butterfly to make a simple illusion, and the mirror followed suit. The real Xiaohua looked at the figure of Xiaohua in the mirror, and the corner of his mouth slightly smiled. He took a deep breath, and the bronze brilliance on the surface of his body brightened. Then, the heavenly laws embodiment technique came out, and a 10,000 zhang tall transcendence golden body appeared on the top of the pagoda. And this golden body in the illusion of the dream mirage butterfly did not appear in the mirror. Chapter 42:10. Now that the golden body was formed, Xiaohua clenched his fists and punched the mirror in front of his head. Gotcha! A crack appeared on the mirror, and then the crack turned into several thunderbolts that struck Xiaohua's golden body. Boom boom boom. Xiaohua was not afraid of the thunderbolts from the mirror at all. He waved his fists, but in a moment the mirror was full of cracks. Oh! Finally, Xiaohua waved his hand again, and the wishful steel staff appeared in his hand. It was as if the whole world was about to be stirred up. The shocking staff crossed the sky and fell into the center of the crack. Boom! The mirror could no longer withstand the heavy blow, and broke uncontrollably under the wishful steel staff. In the broken area, the dancing shadow turned into fragments, just like a distant memory of Xiaohua. The folk song in the countryside came to an abrupt end, like a knife cutting off water. Rumble! At the same time the mirror shattered, the entire world shook, and the pagoda beneath Xiaohua shook violently as well. At the same time the mirror disappeared. Another strange world appeared above Xiaohua's head. This world was very similar to the previous mirror, and there was also an inverted pagoda there. The spire of this pagoda and Xiaohua's pagoda were together, and the bottom of the pagoda was also standing on the ground. On the ground, there were also mountains, boulders, ancient trees, and yellow sand, but there were no Buddha clouds and the ancient monsters around the pagoda, and there was no figure of Xiaohua at the top of the pagoda. Xiaohua raised his head to look at the strange heaven and earth. His brows furrowed slightly at first, but it was only for a moment before joy appeared on his face. This was because he could vaguely sense the auras of Dragon Vein Xiaohua and Phoenix Body Xiaohua. Following the source of the aura, Xiaohua hurriedly swept out with his divine sense, trying to find the location of the two doppelgangers. However, when his divine sense swept through the boundary between the two pagodas, he found that there seemed to be a solid barrier between the two worlds, and Xiaohua's hammer-like divine sense could not pass through. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. His figure soared into the sky and flew towards the barrier between heaven and earth. Whoop! Like a gentle breeze, Xiaohua's body easily passed through the barrier without any hindrance. However, what made Xiaohua feel very strange was that when Xiaohua's figure landed in another layer of heaven and earth, a powerful repulsive force stopped him from falling. Moreover, when Xiaohua's powerful upward momentum reached this space, it also transformed into an upward momentum. Xiaohua's physical body didn't stay in this space for even a moment, and he returned to the previous space. Oh, so these are two inverted spaces. The scenery inside is similar, and the attraction force of everything inside is also directed downwards. When the prehistoric beasts fell into the heaven and earth, the suction force was still on this side, but it was on that side. The repulsive force from before was actually the original suction force between heaven and earth. Xiaohua's figure maintained balance in midair. He raised his head to look at the heaven and earth, and even looked at the same sun sprinkling sunlight on different lands. He seemed to be deep in thought. Since this Xiao's vision isn't affected, then the sunlight isn't affected either. If this Xiao can practice light escape, I'm afraid this Xiao won't be affected anymore. Unfortunately, Xiaohua still hadn't reached the stage where he could accommodate himself in the light, and he still couldn't break away from the suction force of this heaven and earth reversal. Therefore, he only stopped for a moment before moving again, crossing the barrier between the two worlds, and landing lightly in the other world. Then he activated his magic power and turned his body upside down, allowing his body to slowly descend. This kind of action was absolutely inconceivable in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of cultivators it was easy. When Xiaohua released his divine sense again, he found something strange. He felt that his divine sense was sweeping to the front, but it just so happened that his divine sense was sweeping to the back. He felt that his divine sense was sweeping to the left, but what he saw was the situation on the right. In short, Everything was completely opposite to what Xiaohua felt. This made Xiaohua feel extremely awkward. Could it be that flying is also the same? Xiaohua was a little depressed. When he tried it, it was indeed the case. Damn! Not only is the suction force different, but all the feelings are also the opposite of the original heaven and earth. This is really awkward. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly swept his divine sense awkwardly towards the place where he found Xiaohua of the dragon vein and Xiaohua of the phoenix body, and that figure also flew down the pagoda. When Xiaohua's figure landed on the third floor of the pagoda, he suddenly found that in the space not far from the pagoda, there were 5 balls of light of different colors flashing. These 5 colored balls of light formed another huge, incomplete halo that enveloped an area of about 1,000 miles. Within this halo, the aura of Xiaohua of the dragon vein and Xiaohua of the phoenix body would occasionally spread out. The moment he sensed the aura of the 2 doppelgangers, Xiaohua already knew the situation of the 2 doppelgangers. He sucked in a breath of cold air, looked at the 5 balls of light, and was a little surprised. Are these the Chaos 5 little ones? They actually have such strength that even fellow Taoist Long Mai was injured by them. If it wasn't for fellow Taoist Phoenix body protecting fellow Taoist Long Mai, I'm afraid fellow Taoist Long Mai would be in danger. However, he saw that the 5 balls of light were not static in the air, but slowly rotating in a certain trajectory, and even the trajectory of each ball of light was different. But the mystery was that no matter how the 5 balls of light rotated, they could form a huge halo. This huge halo firmly covered Xiaohua's 2 doppelgangers, either rotating from top to bottom or from left to right. Every time it rotated, there was a wisp of 5-colored brilliance flowing from one end of the halo to the other end, and at the same time a strange fluctuation was born from that brilliance, landing on Xiaohua's 2 doppelgangers. At this time, Xiaohua of the dragon vein had already revealed his dragon body, lying weakly on the ground. His body was suffused with a golden brilliance, trying his best to resist the fluctuation. In this golden brilliance, waves of dragon chi mixed with dragon patterns emerged, as if it was breathing up and down. As for Xiaohua of the phoenix body, he released the heavenly phoenix demon body, and the huge wings of Xiaohua of the dragon vein protected his body. Above Xiaohua of the phoenix body, the light of the moon and stars like the stars, also resisting the strange fluctuation. Spirit awakening 5 essences formation? Xiaohua's eyes narrowed, and he immediately saw through the 5 balls of light inside the halo. He was not in a hurry to break the formation, but his eyes flashed with a cold light as he thought to himself. No, it doesn't seem to be. This formation is somewhat similar to the Xiantian realm. Compared to the Spirit Awakening 5 Essences formation, who knows how many times more brilliant it is. Although the Great Desolate 5 Little Ones did not possess all 5 elements, their bodies are all Great Desolate beasts. Even if they use their Great Desolate bloodline, they are still more powerful than ordinary 5 elements spirit beasts. Being trapped in this array formation, even this Xiao would be helpless, much less this Xiao's 2 avatars. Especially my 2 doppelgangers, one of them is from the Dragon Clan, and the other is from the Demon Clan. They are precisely restrained by the Great Desolate 5 Little Ones, so being trapped here is unavoidable. However, since they dare to compete with me, then I want to see what kind of powerful means the Great Desolate 5 Little Ones have. Thinking of this, Xiaohua sneered, and anger rose from the bottom of his heart. His hands slightly rubbed, and he was about to activate his magic power. At this time, among the 5 colored balls of light, a relatively lively dark green ball of light just happened to turn in front of Xiaohua's eyes. This dark green ball of light let out a wong-wong rumbling sound, and then it shrank and expanded from the inside out. Following this rumbling sound, the ball of light rippled, and a great desolate beast that looked like a qilin but also not a qilin appeared from the light. Oh! Xiaohua originally did not intend to give this strange beast any chance, but seeing the appearance of this strange beast, a trace of familiarity emerged in his heart. This strange beast was very similar to a qilin, but this strange beast's head and face were like a horse, horns like a deer, neck like a camel, tail like a donkey, and it was somewhat different from a qilin. Xiaohua unconsciously stopped activating his magic power, and he was somewhat surprised in his heart. This great desolate beast should be a black jade qilin. However, Why does it not look very similar to the Qilin I encountered in the hidden immortal continent? Could it be? This great desolate beast is different from the demon race in the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm? But why does it look somewhat familiar to me? And you can't bear to attack me? The black jade Qilin's figure appeared, and a blazing sense also unbridled swept over Xiaohua. Then an even more arrogant voice sounded. What are you? How come I have never seen you before? Xiaohua pinched his chin, coldly looked at the black jade Qilin's figure, and transmitted his voice. I am not a thing, I am Taoist Xiao. What are you a thing? Taoist Xiao? What is Taoist Xiao? The black jade Qilin looked at Xiaohua with some doubt, and immediately said impatiently, I don't care what kind of great desolate beast you are. I came to this Chao Tian Tower first. If you know what's good for you, go look around yourself, maybe you can find some weapons and strange objects. Don't disturb me, the great desolate 5 elders, and I will spare your life. Seeing the black jade Qilin's face like a ruffian in the marketplace, Xiaohua's previous familiar feeling of loving the house and its crow instantly turned into disgust. Shut up! Xiaohua roared angrily. He actually forgot to send a sound transmission. He looked very angry. Then he came back to his senses and sent a sound transmission. You 5 shameless things. You actually ganged up on 2 of my Dao friends. Today, I'm here to cause trouble for you. Oh! The black jade Qilin stared blankly at first. Then the corner of his mouth revealed a sinister smile. He raised his head and laughed loudly for a moment, then transmitted his voice loudly. Haha! What do you mean by ganging up on one? The 5 of us are the great desolate 5 elders. Against 1 we will attack together, against 10, even against 100 we will attack together. If you are together with these 2 ugly things, then that's good, I can cut the weeds and eliminate the roots to prevent future troubles. Chapter 42:11. As he spoke, the dark green ball of light where the ink jade Qilin was located suddenly released a bolt of lightning. The lightning fell into the ring of light and penetrated the other 4 balls of light. Wang wang. The distance between the 5 balls of light suddenly pulled apart. At the same time, the ring of light stretched like a rainbow bridge and covered Xiaohua, as if it wanted to trap him inside. How could Xiaohua let the ink jade Qilin succeed? His figure flashed as he teleported towards the sky. However, Xiaohua was so furious that he had forgotten about the strangeness of this place. When his figure reappeared, he was not standing in the sky, but had instead landed on the ground in the distance. Even so, the ring of light brushed through the air and swept past the place where Xiaohua was standing before. It did not trap Xiaohua. Haha! Xiaohua was so angry that he laughed. Looking at the 5 balls of light attacking him, he transmitted his voice, as expected of the ink jade stupid donkey. You said it very well. Facing 100 of them together, this old man will let you and the other Chaos 5 little ones face 100 of them. You actually dare to call me ink jade stupid donkey. The ink jade Qilin seemed to be very afraid of this title. Hearing Xiaohua's transmission, it was really furious. The ball of light seemed to boil, and the ink jade Qilin's image was instantly absorbed into the ball of light. A huge Qilin figure appeared in the ball of light. This old man will not only call you a stupid donkey. Xiaohua transmitted his voice coldly. This old man will also take your stupid donkey life. As he spoke, Xiaohua raised his hand and patted the top of his head. Puff! Lightning surged out from the top of his head, covering thousands of miles around him. Then, hundreds of rainbows flew out from the lightning and landed around the array set up by the 5 little beasts of the primitive wasteland. When the rainbows disappeared, the 108th rank scattered nascent souls each sat cross-legged in the air and surrounded the Chaos 5 little ones. Lightning lingered around each scattered nascent soul, forming a thunder armor. This old man will let you know what it means to bully the few with numbers. Xiaohua transmitted his voice fiercely. Then Xiaohua raised his hand and a ray of sword light appeared on his arm. Clang! The sound of the sword was like a dragon. As Xiaohua's arm fell, the ray of sword light struck the ring of light formed by the 5 little beasts, causing sparks to fly. Xiaohua's voice was like a god's in the air. Kill! Looking at the 100 or so rank 8 scattered nascent souls, each of them was 8 feet tall, a bit taller than ordinary cultivators. Not only were they wearing thunder armor, But they were also holding different spirit tools according to their attributes. These spirit tools were all magic tools that had been separated into yin and yang in Xiaohua's space. Now that they had been refined by these scattered nascent souls, they all had the power of a heavenly spirit treasure. 100 nascent soul cultivators surrounded the 5 small groups of the primordial world. It was the heavenly star formation of Chengdu. After hearing Xiaohua's order, they said at the same time yes. His voice was like a thunderclap, and the hundreds of spirit artifacts were swung out at the same time, as if they were about to shatter the heavens and earth. In this inverted space, a hurricane of 10,000 feet was set off in an instant. The hurricane blew past the Buddhist pagoda, giving rise to the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling. Even the 10,000 Buddhas were wailing, and a myriad of strange splendors shrouded the space of 10,000 miles. Xiaohua didn't know how strong the 5 small groups of the primordial world were. But seeing the 5 strange beasts joining forces to surround dragon bloodline Xiaohua and phoenix body Xiaohua, and even needing to rely on a Xiantian formation to injure dragon bloodline Xiaohua, Xiaohua also didn't feel that the 5 small groups could have any great divine ability. Therefore, after Xiaohua commanded the 100 or so rank 8 scattered nascent souls, a sneer hung at the corner of his mouth. With his hands behind his back, he indifferently watched. His face revealed an expression of having a card up his sleeve. Xiaohua had always been merciful. He absolutely wouldn't force people, or even demonic beasts, into a dead end. However, he was indeed angry today. Looking at dragon bloodline Xiaohua's dragon body crawling on the ground, his heart slightly ached. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use his thunderous methods to kill these 5 ruffians who usually bullied the strange beasts of the primordial world. Seeing such a formation, the Ink Jade Qilin turned pale with fright. He almost stuttered as he transmitted his voice. You all actually have weapons? This isn't fair. You also know it's not fair? The corner of Xiaohua's mouth rose into a sneer. Why didn't you say it was fair when you bullied my 2 fellow Taoists and the Heaven Devourer and other strange beasts of the primordial world? The Ink Jade Qilin still wanted to defend himself, but that rain-like spirit treasure had already fallen. It seemed like every spirit treasure had the power to kill him. Just the aura of so many spirit treasures alone was enough to suffocate him. Do you think I, your father, am afraid of you? The Ink Jade Qilin was also a ruthless character. At this time, after hearing Xiaohua's words, he simply didn't beg for mercy. With a roar, his figure submerged into the ball of light. That ball of light emitted an even more resplendent brilliance. Although the other primordial world 4 small ones didn't show up, they all sensed that something was wrong. Each of them activated their own ball of light, and that halo flew out like a waterfall. Whether it was the fluctuation or the multicolored light, they all met the wave of spirit treasures that had already formed layers. Boom boom. Within 1,000 miles, the air waves that had previously annihilated heaven and earth, all the brilliance was annihilated in this air wave. All the fluctuations also disappeared in this air wave. How could the formation of the primordial world 5 small ones withstand the attack of dozens of spirit treasures? However, with one touch, the entire formation immediately collapsed. In the roar, 5 strange beasts of the primordial world that were close to 1,000 feet in size revealed themselves from the ball of light. Dark green flames flickered around the black Jade Qilin's body. These flames could no longer protect its body. Parts of the scales that were torn apart by the flames were torn off by the spirit weapon. Streams of beast blood that were filled with fiery threads flowed out from these broken scales. In particular, the pair of horns that were previously somewhat arrogant had now been broken in half. Inexplicable patterns flickered on them, making it look extremely miserable. After the Ink Jade Qilin was a toad that was entirely golden. At this moment, the toad's entire body trembled violently. The bump on its chin that was thousands of feet in size expanded and shrank as it trembled. Moreover, it emitted a layer of blood. The toad's body was covered in patterns that resembled copper coins. At this moment, most of these patterns were broken. Although there were no traces of blood seeping out, one could tell from the golden toad's blood-red eyes and broken tentacles that it was more severely injured than the Ink Jade Qilin. To the left of the golden toad was a 5-colored phoenix. At this moment, the phoenix was extremely miserable, even worse than the ugly chicken. Not to mention that most of its feathers had been scattered by the scattered nascent soul, Even the tail that it was so proud of and had an extremely powerful divine ability was now dim. Although the five-colored phoenix raised one of its claws slightly as if it was trying to balance its body, the blood dripping from its claws showed that it was severely injured. Beside the five-colored phoenix was a white tiger with a pair of wings on its back. At this moment, the white tiger's wings were already broken and drooped on the tiger's back. Its white fur that should have been suffused with a holy luster was not only glaring scarlet, but also mottled with scars. Hundreds of scars that were dozens of feet long flowed with a faint brilliance, as if they were trying their best to repair these scars. The four little ones of desolation had another huge tortoise shell. This tortoise shell was divided into two colors, one white and one black. The tortoise shell emitted a dim brilliance that formed a tiny vortex in midair. Within the vortex, a timid origin sense swept through the surroundings like a snake's tongue. Although Xiaohua could not see anything else, he understood that this should be the black and white black tortoise of the five little ones of desolation. Although the brilliance on the black and white black tortoise's tortoise shell was dim, it did not have any obvious scars. It was obvious that its injuries were the lightest. Xiaohua coldly snorted and did not say anything else. In midair, the second wave of spirit tools attacked like a wave. Apart from the black and white black tortoise's tortoise shell, the other four little ones of desolation revealed despair in their eyes. Quick! Quick, hide under me! At the crucial moment, the black and white black tortoise suddenly transmitted its voice. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the black jade qilin cautiously shouted, "No. If we hide under you, these weapons will all hit your body. Wouldn't you be beaten to death? Damn it!" The black and white black tortoise were furious and transmitted its voice. "Even if I don't block it for you, I won't be able to escape this time. Rather than that, why don't you guys hurry up and see if there's a chance to escape?" "Not going." The black sky white tiger roared and also refused. Looking at the spirit tools that filled the sky with murderous intent and another spirit tool that was accumulating power behind the spirit tools, the black and white black tortoise no longer hesitated and stretched its head out of the tortoise shell. Its four legs that were thicker than a mountain peak moved, and an earthy yellow cloud was born, carrying it into the sky to meet the dozens of spirit tools. Oh! Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Clearly, he did not expect the black and white black tortoise to have this move. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The black jade qilin and the others all shouted. Clouds appeared around their bodies and rushed into the sky, wanting to block the black and white black tortoise's head. Sigh! At this moment, Dragon Vein Xiaohua's voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's breath was somewhat weak, but his tone was still firm. "Forget it, fellow Taoist, just teach them a lesson. There's no need to kill them all." "Why?" Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the ground. At this moment, Phoenix Body Xiaohua had already withdrawn his body and returned to his normal size. Dragon Vein Xiaohua also withdrew his dragon body, but he did not get up from the ground. Although these five little things are a bit bullying, they are still snatching things. I joined hands with fellow Taoist Phoenix Body to snatch that item, and the five of them joined hands to snatch it back. Their actions can't be considered excessive. Dragon Vein Xiaohua explained. In addition, after they surrounded us, it's not like they didn't have the opportunity to be heavy-handed. However, they still had some kindness and threatened us many times but did not attack. Now that we have an eye for an eye, it should be doable. When Xiaohua heard this, he looked at Dragon Vein Xiaohua with a smile that was not a smile and asked, "Fellow Taoist, is this your original intention? Or is it a reason that you made up?" This? Dragon Vein Xiaohua hesitated for a moment before replying, "Actually, it's not entirely like that. I only saw the five of them supporting each other and very naturally thought of fellow Taoist Phoenix Body saving I earlier, so I couldn't bear it." Chapter 42:12. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed and almost clapped his hands. His five doppelgangers originally didn't have any human emotions, and Xiaohua didn't know how this human emotion was born. Now that he saw the dragon vein, Xiaohua, like the other doppelgangers, gradually gaining more human emotions, he was happier than anything else. His previous anger also gradually dissipated. He nodded and replied, "Since fellow Taoist says so, then we'll do as fellow Taoist says." However, these five youngsters bullied fellow Taoist. They can't be forgiven. We have to let them suffer a little. Yes, as long as we don't take their lives. The dragon vein Xiaohua slightly nodded and handed it over to Xiaohua to deal with. Xiaohua's change of mind, but the 5 youngsters didn't know. Seeing the skyrocketing light falling down, the 5 youngsters' eyes were filled with determination, and they respectively used their divine abilities to meet it. Just as the 5 youngsters were about to turn into ashes, all the light suddenly stopped in mid-air, and the air wave that suffocated the 5 youngsters hung above their heads like a huge rock. While the 5 youngsters were stunned, they heard Xiaohua's voice transmission. "You all, do you want to live?" The 5-colored phoenix was the first to answer. Her tone was filled with ecstasy. "Humph, you deserve to die the most." Xiaohua coldly snorted and berated. "You're the 5-colored phoenix, seeing that your opponent also has the phoenix bloodline. How can you be so ruthless?" The 5-colored phoenix was somewhat wronged and argued. "We just came to snatch the weapons, not to take their lives. They gave the things to us. Isn't that enough?" Xiaohua knew that these beasts might not have any kinship in their eyes, so after berating a few words, he looked at the others. The golden toad, black and white tortoise, and black sky-white tiger all admitted defeat and begged for mercy. On the contrary, the black jade qilin that had always been arrogant looked at Xiaohua and gritted its teeth. "Don't make fun of me. If you have a kind heart, you can let them go. This trip to the Imperial Palace was invited by me. If you want to kill them, just come find me." "Damn it." Xiaohua sneered. "You're not convinced." "Of course I'm not convinced. All of you have weapons in your hands. If you don't, I won't be afraid even if there are 10 of you, no 5 of you." When Xiaohua heard this, he simply did not say much either. He waved his hand and instructed the scattered nascent soul to put away the spirit artifact. He casually pointed at the 5 scattered nascent souls and said, "You guys go and teach this guy a lesson." "Yes." The 5 scattered nascent souls agreed. Thunderbolts erupted from their hands, and the thunderbolts transformed into sharp weapons that attacked the black jade qilin. The black jade qilin had already spoken ruthlessly. At this moment it was hard to retract the blade of shame. It swayed its broken horns and charged forward. Rumble. In just 5 minutes, the black jade qilin was ravaged black and blue by the 5/8 tribulation scattered nascent souls. Although its 4 hooves were still stepping on flames, it was almost unable to stand steadily in midair. Xiaohua faintly asked, "Are you convinced?" The black jade qilin gritted its teeth and said, "I'm not convinced. If you have the ability, come and fight me yourself." Haha. Xiaohua laughed heartily. He waved his hand to signal the 5 scattered nascent soul cultivators to withdraw and said, "If you want this old man to make a move, that's fine too. However, if you lose, you'll have to be my mount." The black jade qilin said disdainfully, "You have the nerve. I'm already injured like this, so what if you win?" "Don't worry," Xiaohua said with his hands behind his back. "I don't need to make a move at all, nor do I need to use magic. I can naturally subdue you." "I don't believe you," the black jade qilin said angrily. "You can't use weapons either." Of course. Xiaohua smiled like an old fox, and answered very decisively, "If I use weapons, I'll be your mount." "Okay." The black jade qilin answered almost without thinking. "Stupid donkey." The black sky-white tiger hurriedly shouted. "How can you agree to him like this? What about me?" The black jade qilin had a brainless face and said angrily, "I just agreed like this, what about it?" Xiaohua frowned. His gaze swept past the black jade qilin, and then looked at the chaos 4 little ones, revealing a thoughtful expression. "Come." The black jade qilin shook its head and said, "I'd like to see how you're going to do it." Woo. Without waiting for the black jade qilin to finish speaking, Xiaohua's divine sense hit the black jade qilin's head like a hammer. Boom! With a loud sound, the heavily injured black jade qilin was suddenly knocked down from the sky by Xiaohua and fainted on the ground. Damn it! The black sky-white tiger was furious. It flapped its wings a few times, but it was in so much pain that it couldn't move. Multicolored light appeared under its feet again, and it wanted to pounce on Xiaohua. "Don't you know the black jade qilin's painstaking efforts?" Xiaohua glanced at the fainted black jade qilin on the ground and transmitted his voice unhurriedly. "If you make a move, won't your lives be left here? Then wouldn't the black jade qilin's plan to use its freedom to exchange for your lives fail?" What? The chaos four little ones were naturally not truly brainless. Hearing Xiaohua's words, how could they not know the black jade Qilin's painstaking efforts? The five-colored phoenix said somewhat incredulously, when did this stupid donkey have such a scheming mind? Enough. Xiaohua waved his hand and replied somewhat impatiently, you five little things work together to trap my fellow Taoist and injure him. This old man originally wanted to take your lives. Since the black jade Qilin has the heart to save you, and this old man just happens to be lacking a mount, I'll reluctantly take him in and let you all live. Humph, if we're going to die, we'll die together. The black sky white tiger was unwilling and shouted stiffly. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said, this old man also didn't intend to let the black jade Qilin die. You all just heard that he lost to this old man. So he wants to be this old man's mount. You won't let him become a chaos beast that doesn't keep its word, right? The black sky white tiger turned its head to look at the black and white tortoises and didn't know how to answer. After all, this was the black jade Qilin's own choice. Can we wait for the black jade Qilin to wake up before leaving? The golden toad probed. Xiaohua nodded, of course you can. But you all have to pay a small price. Hearing this, the golden toad was overjoyed and hurriedly replied, what do you want? A copper coin on your body. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the golden toad and replied with a smile. The golden toad didn't understand what Xiaohua was saying, but it still nodded. Xiaohua waved his hand and the copper coin fragment that he previously obtained in the ruins flew out and landed on the golden toad's back. Then Xiaohua waved his hand and a copper coin-like vein flew out from the golden toad's back along with its flesh and blood, fusing with the copper coin. The golden toad let out a blood-curdling scream and its expression became a lot more dispirited. Xiaohua didn't pay attention to the golden toad. Several hand seals struck the copper coin, but the copper coin was suffused with a strange brilliance and disappeared. Xiaohua took the copper coin, then waved his hand and took out 4 rejuvenation pills and gave them to the golden toad, saying, okay, you've paid the price. You all can wait here for the black jade Qilin to wake up. This old man won't take advantage of you too much. These pills are some compensation. The golden toad didn't know what rejuvenation pills were, but when the rejuvenation pills landed in front of it, the golden toad, who was good at identifying treasures, immediately knew that these were good things. It opened its mouth and very nimbly put one of the pills into its mouth with its tongue. Then a wonderful scene appeared. The golden toad's body was suffused with a golden color, and all the copper coins on the surface of its body were spinning. Different fluctuations came from different copper coins, and at the spot that Xiaohua just took away, a new copper coin vein appeared again. The profound sky white tiger, the black tortoise, and the 5-colored phoenix were all ancient beasts like the golden toad. How could they not know what was happening to the golden toad? All of them looked at it with envy in their eyes. After half a cup of tea's time, the golden light around the golden toad's body slowly dissipated. The golden toad's gaze fell on Xiaohua with a rather complicated expression. However, after a moment, the golden toad opened its mouth and blew on the remaining 3 rejuvenation pills. The 3 pills fell in front of the other 3 strange beasts. The profound sky white tiger and the other 2 beasts were wild with joy. They all opened their mouths to consume the pills, and each of them showed the advancement of their divine abilities. Can you give me another one? The golden toad saw the strange fluctuations around the 3 beasts and begged Xiaohua again. I am willing to give you another piece of flesh. Why do you want another one? Xiaohua asked knowingly. For the ink jade Qilin. The golden toad did not dare to hide and answered honestly. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, no need. It is my mount, so I will naturally give it to him. And I will also give him other treasures. And I understand. The golden toad nodded and landed beside the ink jade Qilin, quietly waiting for him to wake up. Xiaohua looked at the scattered souls in the air and nodded with satisfaction. He kept these scattered souls in his dantian, and then landed on the other side of the ground where the phoenix body Xiaohua was still guarding the dragon vein Xiaohua. How are your injuries? Xiaohua looked at the 2 clones, and was extremely satisfied in his heart. He asked with concern. I am fine. The phoenix body Xiaohua said with a smile. These injuries are nothing. I will recover after resting for a few years. Good, what about you? Xiaohua looked at the dragon vein Xiaohua. I am afraid you are not that simple, right? The dragon vein Xiaohua smiled bitterly, looked at the injuries on his body, and then looked at the ground and answered, Ai's injuries are not light, but with the dragon cleansing liquid, I will be able to recover within 10 years. It is a pity that Ai's dragon qi fell into the ground for no reason, and can no longer be retrieved. Xiaohua's heart moved, and he said with a smile, if the dragon qi fell into the ground, it should be able to form the dragon vein in the future. This dragon vein will definitely be able to bring blessings to a place. It is also your merit. I hope so. The dragon vein Xiaohua did not understand karma, and only answered casually. He then looked at the ink jade qilin in the distance and lowered his voice and said, Fellow Taoist, do you know what I and Phoenix Body Taoist obtained this time? Chapter 42:13. Oh, what is it? Xiaohua asked curiously. Could it be some heavenly treasure? Fellow Taoist, guess. Dragon vein Xiaohua said mysteriously. Xiaohua thought for a moment and didn't get anything, so he shook his head and said, I can't guess. However, there are a lot of heavenly treasures in this great wasteland continent. Something worthy of fellow Taoist's hand should be some kind of spirit weapon, right? Dragon vein Xiaohua smiled and said, if it's a spirit weapon, I'm afraid it won't be worth the great wasteland 5 little ones fighting with I here. Those powerful characters wouldn't have left in advance. Xiaohua understood that the powerful characters mentioned by Dragon Vein Xiaohua were the powerful auras he sensed at that time. Those auras were much more powerful than the Great Wasteland 5 little ones. However, in this Great Wasteland continent there were many strange things. Xiaohua only knew that the Great Wasteland beasts liked powerful magic weapons. As for the other things they didn't care about, how could Xiaohua know? He could only shake his head again. Actually, Dragon Vein Xiaohua said something that almost made Xiaohua fall from the sky. I also don't know what it is. I also don't know. Phoenix Body Xiaohua said with a smile, but based on intuition. This thing must be of great use to fellow Taoist. Thank you, fellow Taoists. Xiaohua's heart warmed as he cupped his hands and said, You're welcome. Dragon Vein Xiaohua patted his dragon horn. The dragon pattern on the dragon horn bloomed, and a strand of strange purple gas floated out. When this purple gas fell into the air, it immediately reflected a purple light in the surroundings. Within the light, countless jade talismans flashed, and within these jade talismans, there seemed to be endless mysteries surging. Whether Xiaohua looked at the purple gas with his naked eyes or his divine sense swept through the purple gas, it was as if he was facing a mass of profound meaning. Countless inexplicable cryptic thoughts gushed out from his mind. What is this thing? Xiaohua was shocked. Why is this cryptic thing similar to Heavenly Tao? Xiaohua's comprehension? Who knows what this is? Dragon Vein Xiaohua said with a smile, I only feel that this thing is similar to the things that fellow Taoists occasionally pass to us. Other Great Wasteland beasts looked at it and turned around. Only the Great Wasteland 5 little ones didn't give up and insisted on pestering us to take it back. Xiaohua faintly nodded. His mind wrapped around the purple gas and was about to store it in his space. However, the strange thing was that the purple gas was like a world of its own in his mind. It was unbelievably heavy, and his mind couldn't absorb it at all. Xiaohua thoughtfully looked at Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Dragon Vein Xiaohua was also somewhat shocked. Xiaohua frowned and thought for a moment before releasing his invisible nascent soul. Xiaohua's formless nascent soul faced this strand of purple gas, and an indescribable joy appeared in its eyes. Its entire body even turned into the shape of a starry sky within the purple light. There was almost no need for Xiaohua to do anything. That strand of purple qi naturally fell into the center of the starry sky. It was precisely the dantian of the nascent soul. Just as the purple qi entered, Xiaohua's formless nascent soul uncontrollably expanded. His spirit body transformed into an endless starry sky, filling up the entire space in an instant. Boom! As if the world was splitting apart, whether it was the inverted space or the normal space, everything was shattered by this explosion. An irresistible force emerged from the shattered space and pushed out Xiaohua, Dragon Vein Xiaohua, Phoenix Body Xiaohua, the awakened Ink Jade Qilin, and the rest of the 5 beasts of the wilderness. Even to the extent that within a range of 10,000 li, there were 10 lion kings, mosquitoes, and other beasts of the wilderness squeezing out of the cracks in space and nervously flying to various parts of the wilderness. On the ground, many monsters also rushed out in groups and flew in all directions. Two fellow Taoists, go back and rest. Xiaohua looked at the formless nascent soul that had transformed into a starry sky that was growing bigger and bigger. Not only did it cover an area of 1,000 li, but it also had the intention of merging into the starry sky. His face was also somewhat nervous as he instructed. Okay. Dragon Vein Xiaohua was naturally even more nervous. He didn't know whether it was a misfortune or fortune for him to obtain this purple qi. He only nodded and agreed, then followed Phoenix Body Xiaohua into Xiaohua's body to cultivate. The two clones had just entered Xiaohua's body when another obscure comprehension from the starry sky fell into Xiaohua's mind. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. Just as he was about to sit cross-legged and comprehend, the distant ink jade Qilin flew over again. I sent them away. The ink jade Qilin was already somewhat obedient. He held a long crystal in his hand and said, "This was left behind in the imperial court." Xiaohua didn't have time to dawdle with him. He raised his hand and gave him a rejuvenation pill, then waved his big sleeve to cover him and said, "Don't resist. This old man has some urgent matters to deal with right now. Everything can be discussed later." And seeing that he came over to promise but Xiaohua was still so cold, the ink jade Qilin was rather disappointed. It was as if his warm face was stuck to someone's cold butt. He only nodded slightly and allowed Xiaohua to take him into the space. The ink jade Qilin looked at the unfamiliar scenery around him and didn't say anything. He swallowed the rejuvenation pill in one gulp, and dark green flame surged out from his body. Taking the ink jade Qilin as a mount was merely a thought in Xiaohua's mind. He himself wasn't too sure why he had such thoughts at that time. Of course, this was also an extremely appropriate reason to let go of the desolate land's 5 youngsters. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't take it too seriously at this time. If it weren't for the fact that the desolate land's 5 youngsters would be harmful to the Fortune Gate's disciples, Xiaohua would have waved his hand and let the ink jade Qilin go. He put away the ink jade Qilin and sat cross-legged. His eyes were focused on his nose, and his nose was focused on his heart. Those obscure comprehensions were like a meteor shower, crashing into Xiaohua's mind. As time passed, these comprehensions were like a tsunami, crazily crashing into Xiaohua's mind. It was as if Xiaohua had integrated himself into the desolate land. At this time, the heavenly Tao had opened up all its mysteries to him, and Xiaohua was as weak as an ant. In front of these mysteries, he was truly insignificant and helpless. Xiaohua's face was pale, and his heart was trembling with fear. How could he not know that he had encountered an extremely great danger? The origin of this purple qi was definitely not something he could come into contact with his current cultivation. What was more, he was a newborn calf that was fearless enough to use his nascent soul to absorb this purple qi. What was a nascent soul? It was a spiritual body between heaven and earth. It was a bridge between a cultivator and heaven and earth. If his physical body absorbed the purple qi, he could rely on the laws of heaven and earth to restrict the purple qi's mysteries. However, when the purple qi entered his nascent soul's spiritual body, especially on the desolate land, the mysteries contained within the purple qi couldn't be restrained by any laws. Of course it would surge out. Of course, if it was an ordinary Grand Ascension stage cultivator's nascent soul, it wouldn't be able to contain this kind of purple qi. When it came into contact with the purple qi, it would immediately explode. Xiaohua's nascent soul was rather special. Its core was the nebula. When the purple qi entered, it could be said to be integrated into the nascent soul's spiritual body, or it could be said to be integrated into the nebula. Therefore, Xiaohua's nascent soul was able to escape this calamity. However, even so, Xiaohua's nascent soul couldn't contain the laws of heaven and earth contained in the purple qi. His body expanded uncontrollably. As his nascent soul expanded, the mysteries in the purple qi naturally had to impact Xiaohua's body through the spiritual body. This kind of impact that Grand Ascension stage golden immortals and even gods dreamed of, and now that it was placed on Xiaohua's body, it became a torrent that was enough to strangle him. Fortunately, Xiaohua had previously coincidentally started to comprehend the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao Xiaohua had also stepped into the Grand Ascension stage. Xiaohua himself had benefited a lot from heavenly Tao Xiaohua's comprehension. This beginning impact was similar to the comprehension that heavenly Tao Xiaohua had passed on to him. Xiaohua was already on guard. Seeing the mysteries crazily surging towards him, his mind had already fallen into the space while he was comprehending. Now, Shenhua continent was full of vitality, and all kinds of things in the world were revealed. Xiaohua didn't dare to cause a change in Shenhua continent, and his figure directly fell into the heavenly Tao starry sky. Unlike before when Jade Archive Xiaohua stepped into the void with tide-like fluctuations, a seemingly vast and boundless will was born in his mind. Jade Archive Xiaohua frowned, then nodded. His figure flashed and his mind returned to his physical body. However, at this time, his mind was filled with bright starlight, and a majestic power of the heavenly Tao protected his mind tightly. Heavenly Tao Xiaohua, who had never left the space, actually stepped into the chaotic continent for the first time. As soon as heavenly Tao Xiaohua appeared, Xiaohua's physical body immediately disappeared from midair. When he reappeared, he was already high up in the sky. However, in the entire sky, the starry sky formed by the formless nascent soul had already stopped expanding and rising rapidly. Now it was slowly expanding and slowly merging into the starry sky. Inexplicable fluctuations between heaven and earth appeared chaotically, and chaotically fell into the spirit body. As the spirit body absorbed these fluctuations, the mysteries fell into Xiaohua's physical body. Xiaohua's body gradually turned into a star. As his nascent soul rose, the star also grew bigger and bigger. An indescribable aura was emitted from the star and spread towards the starry sky, towards the great desolate continent. At this time, time seemed to have no meaning. In front of the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, everything was nothingness. Xiaohua seemed to have stepped onto the path to the heavens. As long as he fell into the starry sky, he would be able to obtain the purple gas, and all of his cultivation would come to an end. However, at this time in the starry sky, a star that was 1,000,000 times brighter than Xiaohua's star appeared in an extremely strange manner. As soon as this star appeared, it immediately caused a change. All of the fluctuations came to an abrupt stop, and all of the mysteries stopped attacking. This was because the brilliance of the star condensed into a ball of light in the starry sky. This ball of light didn't have a specific shape. It looked like a cauldron, like a winding dragon city wall, like a majestic academy, and in the end like a scroll that covered the heavens and earth. Under the brilliance of the star, endless clouds appeared. These clouds were 9 colors and they supported the scroll. Strands of auspicious aura rushed out from the clouds and fell into the formless nascent soul's body. Chapter 42:14. This auspicious chi was so familiar, carrying the gentleness of human nature. The nascent soul spirit body that was about to lose consciousness instantly stopped expanding. At the same time, the star below the nascent soul spirit body also withdrew its auspicious light, revealing Xiaohua's physical body. The physical body opened its eyes. Its emotionless gaze swept over the star and scroll above its head. Then it spat out 2 words very cryptically, "What a pity." Then Xiaohua's physical body closed its eyes again, and the aura that looked down on all living things disappeared along with the closing of its eyes. In just a short moment, Xiaohua's physical body opened its eyes again, its silver-white eyes flashing with starlight. After the starlight, 2 balls of flames burned fiercely, and within the flames human emotions appeared again. Phew! Xiaohua's mind returned to its original position, and he first let out a long breath, then shouted lucky. When the word lucky came out, Xiaohua's heart moved. It seemed that many years ago, he already had this kind of experience. If he had any worries, he would have already reached the end of his cultivation. However, Xiaohua didn't have time to think about it. His gaze fell on the star, and his eyebrows wrinkled. He muttered to himself, This seems to be the literati star? Why would it appear here? The literati star stopped in the starry sky, covering the brilliance of all the stars. Xiaohua was puzzled, and he lowered his head to look below him. Thousands of auspicious signs were born in the sky, and it was very colorful. Strange, could it be that fellow Confucian cultivator had some kind of breakthrough? Xiaohua couldn't contact Confucian cultivator Xiaohua at this time, so he could only guess like this. Then Xiaohua closed his eyes for a moment, and his face revealed an indescribable loneliness. He sighed again. Heaven glimpse. This purple chi actually contains the truth of this world. And even heavenly Dao Xiaohua has to come out of the space to comprehend it. Just by this moment of comprehension. Oh, wrong, just by these 10 years of comprehension, I stepped into the unimaginable realm of heaven glimpse. Damn it, if I can comprehend the profound meaning of this purple chi, wouldn't I be able to reflect the heavens, or even merge the heavens? Heaven glimpse, is to comprehend the heavenly Tao. And heaven glimpse, this is to peer into the heavenly Tao. I, Xiaohua, have the qualifications to peer into the heavenly Tao as a cultivator. It's really hard to imagine. Then in the future, heaven reflection, heaven fusion. Just how mysterious would that be? However, when that time comes, will this Xiao still be able to remain so calm and sigh with emotion? Feeling his heart becoming harder and harder, Xiaohua sighed slightly. He raised his head to look at the invisible nascent soul and muttered to himself, it's only been a dozen years, but this Zhao's 8th tribulation nascent soul has taken a huge step forward. It's comparable to ordinary thousands of years of bitter cultivation. The Tao sect realm of this physical body had actually reached the peak of the late stage of the Mahayana realm. It was close to transcending the tribulation. If this literati star did not appear, this Xiao would have directly flown to the celestial world, right? Transcending the tribulation? How was this Zhao's tribulation? Although this Zhao's physical body is close to transcending tribulation, which is the so-called end of the late Mahayana realm, the beginning of the tribulation. In other words, it was the end of the tribulation transcendence stage, and the beginning of the Mahayana stage. Damn it, even my human race's Tao sex cultivation method has so many entanglements. Even this Xiao is dizzy, let alone this Zhao's scarlet nascent soul technique. Now it should be the 9th tribulation. This tribulation is also the last tribulation in the cultivation world. Although only 1 in 10,000 can successfully transcend the tribulation, if one successfully transcends it, then it will be a real scarlet nascent soul. The nascent soul body will grow flesh and set foot in the celestial world. The celestial world, the celestial world, what is it like? Xiaohua's heart was filled with mixed feelings. The invisible nascent soul under the literati star slowly withdrew its incomparably huge starry sky spirit body. After a dozen days, it returned to the size of 9 feet and fell into Xiaohua's lower dantian. Now the invisible nascent soul's body was covered in light purple stripes. These stripes were somewhat faint, but there was a purple glow inside, illuminating the entire lower dantian. Under this purple glow, the other 100 or so nascent souls in the lower dantian were surrounded by tens of thousands of whirlpools. All of the nascent souls sat cross-legged, surrounding the invisible nascent soul in the middle, absorbing the faint mysteries of this glow with all their strength. Although these nascent souls did not dare to rashly merge with the purple aura, this faint glow was an opportunity that absolutely could not be encountered in the cultivation world. These nascent souls cultivated with this as the foundation. If they were able to set foot in the celestial world in the future, they would not be comparable to ordinary celestials. Xiaohua withdrew the invisible nascent soul. After waiting for half a day, he saw that the literati star was still nailed in midair. In the entire starry sky, even the sun star was not as bright as it. Under the sky, endless auspicious signs came one after another, showing no signs of stopping. Xiaohua's heart suddenly had some realization. He urged his body to land on the auspicious signs. When the seemingly solid restriction touched Xiaohua, it immediately produced a layer of auspicious clouds, wrapping Xiaohua up. A kind of serene and festive feeling emerged from Xiaohua's heart. The corner of Xiaohua's mouth curled up, and his body landed on the auspicious signs. As Xiaohua's figure entered, countless strange phenomena appeared within the auspicious signs. Perhaps it was the human race's cultivators standing there proudly, or perhaps it was the human race's warriors standing alone in the wind with golden helmets and silver armors. The historical records that had never been recorded in the ink of the brush, and the memories that had never been left in the hearts of the people, were all revealed here. This is, when he was about to reach the end of the auspicious signs, the figures of the saints recorded in the ancient records appeared one by one. Xiaohua almost cried out in surprise. Confucius? Mencius? Sunzi? These saints of the human race all stood there with smiles on their faces, as if they were looking at their own nephews. The saints all held sacred brushes in their hands, and the brushes were covered in crystal-clear ink. The saint's literary song. Suddenly, a very unfamiliar word appeared in his mind, and the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua's voice faintly sounded. That's right. Fellow immortal, this is the legendary saint's literary song of our scholarly cultivators. At this moment, Xiaohua's body landed on the auspicious signs. The entire sky was covered by endless auspicious clouds and multicolored light. The auspicious clouds and multicolored light were filled with saints, and behind these saints were auspicious dragons and phoenixes, abundant grains, picturesque territories, and other strange phenomena. And all of these strange phenomena were clustered around the head of one person. The gazes of all living beings also fell on one person. This person was the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Congratulations, fellow immortal. After passing the saint's literary song, you can set foot on the literary song." That's right. The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua looked at the auspicious signs that filled the sky and said somewhat emotionally, "This little one has cultivated the scholarly cultivation for tens of thousands of years. Although I encountered many dangers and obstacles from the scholarly cultivator to the literary saint, I always had a plan in my heart. After reaching the literary saint level, this little one's heart was anxious, because this little one never understood how to set foot on the literary song. After this little one enlightened all living beings, this little one suddenly understood in his heart. The so-called literary song is not something that can be obtained through cultivation. There must be the merit of enlightenment. This merit of enlightenment must be approved by the saints, and only then can the literary song be obtained. This kind of saint's approval cannot be written down in ink, and even more so, it cannot be passed down orally. If it is not a coincidence that truly becomes the power of enlightenment, there will definitely be no opportunity to set foot on the literary song." At this point, the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua looked at the ground again and said somewhat emotionally, "I'm ashamed. Speaking of the merit of enlightenment, the most important is Buddha Bodhi, but I don't know why until now the Buddhist phenomenon has not appeared." No need to care about him. Xiaohua's heart slightly ached. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone has their own fate. Immortal friend, first take this half step and then we'll talk." "Yes." The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua bowed and said, "I'll have to trouble immortal friend for everything. No need to thank me." Xiaohua cheerfully nodded his head and took half a step forward. He raised his hand and patted his head. The five-colored true qi gushed out and covered the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua. When the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua entered Xiaohua's body, boom, the entire world rumbled. The auspicious signs in the sky shook and turned into words. The words condensed into lines of poetry. The lines of poetry condensed into articles. The articles condensed into scrolls. An ancient and mysterious voice came out from the scrolls. The literati star above the sage's head suddenly lit up, and an identical illusory body of the literati star fell down from the literati star and smashed into the scrolls. Countless data fell into the illusory body of the literati star, and the illusory body of the literati star gradually solidified. In just a moment, the literati star that was emitting a resplendent brilliance actually appeared above Xiaohua's head. Heaven, Earth, King, Family, Teacher. Different accents, different languages, each voice louder than thunder came out from the sages' mouths. Every time they shouted a word, the sages' holy brushes pointed at the void. Drops of star-like ink fell on the literate star. The literate star fell 1 foot above Xiaohua's head. After the 5 words were said, the literate star fell on top of Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua activated the 5 qis unification. The 5-colored true qi rushed out of his head and turned into a cloud that supported the literate star. At the same time the 5-colored true qi rushed out, the 9 continents cauldrons were also unwilling to be left behind. They flew out from the middle dantian and immediately surrounded the literate star. It was as if the stars were revolving around the moon. Whoosh! The literate star produced a 9-colored radiance and fell on top of the 9 cauldrons. Rumble! The 9 cauldrons violently vibrated and flew below the literate star. They turned into a huge 9 continents cauldron in the 9-colored clouds. Woo! The 9 continents cauldrons emitted a glaring halo and supported the literate star to fall on top of Xiaohua's head. After it fell into the middle dantian, The 5 elements true qi in the middle dantian rushed into the literate star, and condensed into a 5-colored seed body. The 5-colored seed body with the face of Xiaohua was precisely the image of an inner sage and an outer monarch. After the seed body gently raised its hand and patted the 9 continents cauldron below it, the cauldron emitted a crisp, clang sound and shook Xiaohua's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. In the midst of the shaking, the literate star disappeared without a trace. The 5-colored seed body also disappeared without a trace. Even the auspicious signs that filled the sky and the smiling sages also disappeared without a trace. Only the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua had his eyes tightly closed. The 5 elements true qi around his body slowly flowed like the literate star, as if he was in seclusion. Chapter 42:15. Xiaohua understood something in his heart. He knew that his 5 qi's unifications were already close to perfection. He raised his head to look. That literary star that had suppressed all the stars to the point of dimming flashed with a brilliant light, turned into a shooting star and rushed into the void, also disappearing. It was like a banquet that had come to an end. The sky was clear and the earth was empty. The terrifying auras above the desolate continent began to sweep towards them. "Let's go." Xiaohua chuckled. His figure had already turned into a gust of wind, leaving behind a dreamy silhouette in the night sky. After flying for several days, Xiaohua saw a towering mountain in front of him. He descended and waved his hand, taking out the ink jade qilin from his space. The black jade qilin landed on the mountain rock. The raging fire beneath his feet melted the rock into liquid. Then he raised his eyes and looked around. A cloud appeared beneath his feet and flew into the air. Then he transmitted his voice, "Zhenren, please." Xiaohua did not mount the ink jade qilin. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "No need. This Xiao knows that was just a temporary measure. You want this Xiao to let the other desolate beasts go. This Xiao has already left the imperial palace. You can go by yourself." Ah! The ink jade qilin was stunned for a moment. Then a trace of pleasant surprise appeared in its eyes. But it only lasted for a moment before it shook its head and said, "No. Since I've already promised, I must do it. Even if I'm your mount for a day, it's my promise." "All right." Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Then you can be this Xiao's mount for a day." With that said, Xiaohua landed on the ink jade qilin's back and sat cross-legged. "Dao Master, where should we go now?" the ink jade qilin asked. Xiaohua smiled wryly. How could he know where the Fortune Gate's disciples were? Moreover, Xiaohua was currently in seclusion. He couldn't disturb him for no reason. "Go find the heaven-devouring beast." Xiaohua casually sent a voice transmission. "Heaven-devouring beast? Oh, I understand." The ink jade qilin was dazed for a moment, then immediately understood. There was no need to determine the direction. A cloud appeared under its feet, and it flew towards a certain direction. After flying for a while, the ink jade qilin thought of something. It opened its mouth and a long crystal flew out. Xiaohua knew that it was obtained in the imperial palace. He waved his hand and caught the crystal. As soon as the crystal landed, a strange voice immediately rang out in Xiaohua's mind. 100 years, heaven-connecting peak, divine artifact arrives. Oh! Xiaohua was taken aback. His gaze landed on the crystal, but he saw that the crystal was sparkling and translucent. Inside the crystal there was a sparkling light, but that was it, there was nothing else. Xiaohua used his divine perception to scan it again. This crystal was still ordinary, and he couldn't see anything strange about it. Xiaohua asked the ink jade qilin via sound transmission, "Tongtian Peak. Where is it?" "I don't know." Black jade qilin answered without hesitation. "None of the mountains on untainted land have names." "That's strange. What does the gatha inside the crystal mean?" Xiaohua frowned and transmitted his voice. The black jade qilin shook its head and wagged its tail. "It's very simple. 100 years later, a divine artifact will appear on the heavenly connecting peak." "Nonsense." Xiaohua laughed and scolded. "I naturally know this sentence, but the key is that no one knows where Tongtian Peak is, so how can we find the divine artifact?" "I don't know about this." The black jade qilin replied. "There's still some time before the 100-year deadline. Maybe we can go out and look for it. Take this crystal stone." Xiaohua threw the crystal in front of the black jade Qilin's head and said with a smile, "Maybe this divine artifact is yours. Taoist, you can go by yourself." The black jade Qilin didn't catch it, but shook its head and said, "I also obtained this crystal before, and it also mentioned Tongtian Peak. Previously I was too frivolous, thinking that the entire untainted land was our world. But in the last 10 years I calmed down and carefully thought about it. Only then did I realize that I was too shallow. Those powerful beasts didn't bother to lower themselves to our level. We only bullied some weak beasts. Not to mention the entire untainted land, we were nothing even in this area of 1,000,000 miles. We were able to enter the imperial court a few times and obtain some weapons, but those were all things that other beasts looked down on. And this time, for that inexplicable thing, we almost all lost our lives. This so-called Heaven Link Peak is probably an extremely dangerous place. How can we possibly survive if we go there with our strength? When I obtained the crystal before, I even discussed with the Black Sky White Tiger how to find it. Now, I'm determined not to go." Hearing the Black Jade Qilin's words, Xiaohua really had a feeling of, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. But thinking about it, the Black Jade Qilin followed the other 4 little beasts of the untainted land all day long and acted domineeringly on the untainted land. Who would teach them? I unintentionally imprisoned him for 10 years, precisely giving him the opportunity to meditate and let him see himself clearly. This harvest is more important than obtaining some weapon. Good. Xiaohua slightly pondered, clapped his hands and said with a smile, "If you have this idea, your future is immeasurable." Alas, the Black Jade Qilin heard and couldn't help but sigh. It shook its head and said, "I really don't dare to think about the so-called future. To tell you the truth, I did bully that sky-devouring beast some time ago, but I only wanted to snatch a weapon from him and obtain the cultivation method from the weapon. However, my luck wasn't good and the others weren't good either. We obtained some weapons, but we never obtained the cultivation method from them like in the legends." At this point, the Black Jade Qilin said self-deprecatingly, "If you didn't mention sky-devouring beast, I would have long forgotten about him. On the untainted land, there's only the strong preying on the weak. There's no such thing as bullying." Xiaohua's heart moved as if he thought of something, but he held his chin with his hand and was somewhat hesitant. He didn't speak. It wasn't just a day since he arrived at Sky-Devouring Beast's lair, but unfortunately, Sky-Devouring Beast wasn't there. Xiaohua released his divine perception and scanned several tens of thousands of li, but he didn't find any trace of Sky-Devouring Beast. Xiaohua shook his head slightly, knowing that his fate with Sky-Devouring Beast should be over. He floated down from the Black Jade Qilin's back and patted its head. Although the Black Jade Qilin slightly tilted its body to dodge, Xiaohua's hand still fell. After patting it a few times, Xiaohua said, "Your so-called cultivation method, this old man has it, and it's absolutely suitable for you to cultivate." "Really?" The Black Jade Qilin was wild with joy and transmitted, "Can you give it to me, Taoist?" Xiaohua shook his head slightly. "This old man is a human. My human race has a saying, cultivation methods can't be imparted lightly. Moreover, this old man doesn't understand you, so how can I give such an important thing to you?" Then, the Black Jade Qilin was somewhat anxious. "Then, how about I follow you and be your mount? This old man is different from you. I won't stay in the untainted land for long." Xiaohua evaded. "And you belong to this land. I can leave with you." The Black Jade Qilin answered without hesitation. "You don't understand." Xiaohua still shook his head. "The place I want to go is beyond your imagination. There aren't any untainted land beasts there. And there isn't such a vast and boundless untainted land. Moreover, that place is full of humans like me, so many that you don't dare to believe it. They might not kill you, but they might use you to kill others. Especially, that place doesn't have such good cultivation conditions as the untainted land. Then why don't you impart the cultivation method to me?" The Black Jade Qilin didn't understand and asked. "This way I can cultivate here. Teaching you the method to kill the heaven-swallowing beast is the same as me killing the heaven-swallowing beast." Xiaohua could only explain like this. "So I can't easily pass this method to you. How can it be the same? Understand that I killed it. If I don't teach you, you naturally can't kill it. But because I taught you, the heaven-swallowing beast was killed by you. This is the karma I'm talking about. I don't understand. If you don't want to teach, then forget it. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, if I don't want to teach, I'm afraid I won't even tell you. I just want to let you know that in this untainted land, you may be free and unfettered, but you will never be able to stand at the peak of all living things. If you leave with me, perhaps it will be far more difficult than you think. But when you have the chance to return here, you will discover that the previous peak is merely a mud ball under your feet. However, this difficulty will make you lose your life, will make you regret, and will consign you to eternal damnation. I'll go. The ink jade Qilin's blood boiled after hearing Xiaohua's words, and it shouted without any hesitation. Xiaohua smiled faintly, and an unfathomable expression appeared on his face. He transmitted again, don't be anxious, slowly think about it. This old man probably won't be able to leave for several decades. During this period of time, follow this old man. It won't be too late for you to make a decision after this old man leaves. All right. The ink jade Qilin nodded vigorously and asked, now where are we going? That direction, to the stone giant's nest. Xiaohua seemed to be in high spirits as he raised his hand and pointed in a direction. That's right, abducting a ink jade Qilin back to the hidden immortal land as a mount, sitting on the back of a demonic beast race great sage. His grandmother, who would dare to challenge Taoist Xiao. Xiaohua's direction might be wrong, but under the ink jade Qilin's guidance, Xiaohua easily found the Fortune Gate's disciples. Xiaohua met the Fortune Gate's disciples and asked about the stone giant's location. He rode on the ink jade Qilin and returned to the hidden immortal land. In less than 10 days, Louis came over with Zhang Hong. Seeing that Xiaohua was safe and sound, the two of them were very happy and came to greet him. Xiaohua helped the two of them up and asked about the Fortune Gate situation before nodding slightly. In the 10 years that Xiaohua disappeared, the Fortune Gate's disciples also taught the desolate continent. The stone giants, water fish people, golden armored people, wood giants, and earth giants, as well as the wind beasts, armored beasts, void silver monkeys, and other low-level desolate beasts learned how to read and write under the teachings of the Fortune Gate's disciples. They also learned the basic cultivation method. They no longer needed to look for spirit stones to fill their stomachs. Instead, they could directly absorb the heaven and earth origin energy to survive. They also didn't need to gesticulate, but could communicate with words. Some of the desolate beasts could even write records. Chapter 42:16. In the beginning, the Fortune Gate's disciples were taught by laying them flat, but later they felt that this method was too slow, so under Wang Bianfei's suggestion, they decided to teach them by scattering seeds. This was to divide the Fortune Gate disciples into many groups and scatter them all over the desolate mainland like fire seeds. Then, they would educate the surrounding desolate land's variant races. When these variant races learned how to read and write, and how to cultivate, the Fortune Gate disciples would lead these variant races to other places to educate them. This method of teaching that a single spark could start a prairie fire spread across the entire desolate mainland like a star storm. It was precisely because of this that Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was able to accumulate enough merit points to teach the All Saints Point Out literature in 10 years. Hearing Louis and Zhang Hong's words, Xiaohua nodded and praised. The ancients have said, many people gather firewood to make the fire taller. If Master did this alone, I don't know how long it would take. It is really this old man's fortune to have disciples like you. Isn't this all thanks to Master's teachings? Louis laughed. If Master didn't establish the Fortune Gate, how could us disciples be where we are today? Master. Zhang Hong, who had been wanting to ask, finally found an opportunity to ask, where is disciple's master? Disciple master is fine. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's voice came from Xiaohua's body. Wait for master to cultivate for a few more years. Then I will be completely healed. Yes, disciple understands. Hearing Dragon Vein Xiaohua's voice, Zhang Hong was completely relieved. She looked at the black jade Qilin under Xiaohua and smiled. This is master's new mount, right? Not yet. Xiaohua laughed. This thing is too powerful. It can even injure your master. Master is still considering whether to keep it or not. Ah! Hearing that the black jade Qilin could injure Dragon Vein Xiaohua, Zhang Hong's beautiful face paled, and vigilance rose in her eyes. Xiaohua did not mention this matter. Instead, he waved his hand and took out the copper coin. This coin, along with the golden toad's blood, flesh, and stripes, Xiaohua had kept this coin in his space. But who would have thought that several years ago, when Xiaohua was comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, Phoenix Physique Xiaohua took this coin out of his space. Although Phoenix Physique Xiaohua was not good at refining magic tools, this coin was repaired by the laws of heaven and earth after it left the space. It merged with the golden toad stripes. Xiaohua passed the copper coin to Lui and said, "Disciple, this is a magic artifact that I obtained in the ruins, right? Its original power was extremely great, and it wasn't something you could control. Earlier, in order to kill the demon emperor, it had self-detonated, causing its grade to drop significantly. Now that I've refined it, I should be able to use it. Since you don't have a suitable artifact yet, I'll bestow this to you." When Lui heard that this item could kill the demon emperor, his eyes immediately lit up with joy. He reached out to receive it and bowed. "Disciple, thanks, Master. May I know the name of this item?" "This?" Xiaohua pondered for a moment before he said, "This thing can cause a myriad of treasures to fall, so let's call it the copper coin of treasure fall." Disciple understands. Lui held the copper coin in his hand, but his tone was filled with joy. Xiaohua withdrew another jade slip and placed it on his forehead for a short moment before he passed it to Lui and said, "This is the method to refine and control the copper coin of treasure fall. Comprehend it yourself." "Yes." Lui respectfully received the jade slip and carefully hid it. "Master, disciple still doesn't have a suitable artifact." Seeing that her husband had obtained an ancient artifact, Jiang Hong couldn't stop smiling. However, she still acted coquettishly and said, "The demonic spear that you bestowed to senior brother Yuna is really too powerful. Disciple is very envious." Xiaohua glared at Jiang Hong and said, "How can I have a dragon artifact here? Even your master doesn't have one. Wait for a chance in the future." "All right. You must remember it in the future." Jiang Hong giggled and said, "You must pay attention to it for disciple." "Oh, that's right, Master." Lui naturally thought that Jiang Hong was being petty. At this moment, he interrupted her and took out a few spatial rings from his bosom and handed them to Xiaohua. "These are the things that disciple obtained from this continent in the past 10 years. Xiaohua took the spatial ring and saw that there were many things inside. Some were ordinary giant trees, some were rare spirit grasses, some were strange materials, and so on and so forth. Xiaohua casually glanced at the spatial rings and said, "Not bad. The things here can't be found in the hidden immortal continent. No one knows what they will be used for in the future. All of you can do whatever you want to him." "Hehe, disciple will do just that." Lui covered his mouth and laughed. As Lui and Jiang Hong chatted with Xiaohua, they brought Xiaohua towards the lava where the stone giant was. The ink jade Qilin beneath Xiaohua asked via sound transmission, "Taoist, these two, are they also humans? Why did you give them that weapon?" "This is my disciple," Xiaohua explained. "That is a magic artifact used by my human race. I taught it to him so that he can protect himself." Can I be your disciple?" the ink jade Qilin asked somewhat pleadingly. Xiaohua smiled and said, "I don't want to accept any more disciples now. However, even if you are my mount, I will still teach you cultivation methods and bestow you a magic artifact. You don't have to worry about this." "That's good. That's good." The ink jade Qilin heaved a sigh of relief, and the envy in its voice faded a little. After flying for a few more days, Xiaohua's divine sense swept through many places. Just as Lui said, although there were no Fortune Gate disciples in these places, he saw some low-level strange beasts interacting like humans. There were also some strange beasts absorbing origin energy to cultivate. It was completely different from 10 years ago. It was clear that the arrival of the Fortune Gate had indeed changed the desolate continent. Seeing that Lu Yi's words were true, Xiaohua was even happier and praised him. Just as Xiaohua rewarded Lu Yi and Jiang Hong with some cultivation methods and secret techniques, his brows raised. The green-robed Xiaohua's voice sounded in his ears, "Fellow Taoist, why are you only back now? I's transmission array has already been completed." "Good." Xiaohua's heart dropped. He looked around and said to Lu Yi and Jiang Hong with a smile, "You two bring the ink jade Qilin to the stone giant's lair first. Master still has some matters to attend to, so I will be back soon." "Yes, Master." Lu Yi and Jiang Hong bowed to send Xiaohua off. Xiaohua gave some instructions to the ink jade Qilin before disappearing in a flash. Fellow Taoist. After Xiaohua's figure left, Louis and Zhang Hong looked at each other. Louis smiled and said to the black jade Qilin, "Are you willing to let this poor Taoist teach you how to speak words?" Xiaohua teleported to a mountain peak, which was precisely the place where he had crashed into the mysterious desolate continent. On the side of the mountain ridge, there was still a small hole there. However, before Xiaohua could stabilize himself, caw-caw, a few bird cries came from the inside of the cave. A goshawk-like bird of prey flew out from the cave. This bird of prey looked at Xiaohua with extreme vigilance. It was not in a hurry to spread its wings and fly high. Instead, it surrounded the cave and sat cross-legged, as if it was preventing Xiaohua from snatching its territory. If it were not for the terrifying aura on Xiaohua's body, this bird of prey would have already attacked him from the sky. "You beast!" Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He glared at the bird and scolded, "This hole was created by this old man. You still dare to leave? Namo Mithreya Buddha." As soon as Xiaohua's voice fell, Buddha Bodhi's figure quietly appeared beside Xiaohua. He put his palms together and said, "This poor monk greets you." Xiaohua turned his head to look at Buddha Bodhi. There was no change compared to 10 years ago, but Xiaohua was clear in his heart that the number one teaching merit on the desolate continent should be Buddha Bodhi's. Moreover, Buddha Bodhi must have obtained a lot of merit with the help of Namo Mithreya Buddha's Buddha light. Since the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua could obtain the all-living beings point song, Buddha Bodhi must have obtained even more. It was just that the cultivation of Buddhism was different from that of Confucian cultivators, so the Buddhist vision did not appear on the desolate continent for the time being. However, thinking that the more merit Buddha Bodhi obtained, the closer Namo Mithreya Buddha's Buddha fruit would be to Buddha Bodhi, and the less the pitiful Jiang Lure would obtain, Xiaohua's heart ached for no reason. "Greetings, Great Master." Xiaohua put away his distracting thoughts and bowed in return. Seeing two enemies suddenly appear in front of him, that bird of prey no longer dared to hesitate. With a low cry, it spread its wings and flew away. However, after flying 100 feet away, it still turned its head to look at Xiaohua and Bodhi. As long as a bird has its own nest, it must do its best to protect it, lest it be taken away by others. How can ordinary people not have such thoughts? Buddha Bodhi did not know whether he understood Xiaohua's thoughts, or felt the pain in Xiaohua's heart. Looking at the bird of prey in the distance, he said in a faint tone, "This Namo Mithreya Buddha fruit is the Buddha fruit that Lure cultivated for who knows how many lifetimes. If this poor monk snatched it away for no reason, how could he be willing? Therefore, Sandalwood, you don't have to worry too much. This poor monk has already thought it through. When this Buddha fruit returns to the hidden immortal continent, I will definitely return it to Lure. Then I will go to the blood sea on the inside of the space and transform into a devil." Buddha Bodhi's words had actually been said long ago. Mentioning it again at this time, Xiaohua also had mixed feelings. He nodded and said, "No need to mention this matter again. Let's talk about it after we return to the hidden immortal continent." Yes, this poor monk knows that green-robed Sandalwood has already built the teleportation formation. However, Soul Cultivator Sandalwood has not been able to obtain the mark marked by the Great Snow Mountain's divine sense. Buddha Bodhi replied, "And according to green-robed Sandalwood, this matter may be very difficult. Passing through the barrier between the two worlds is naturally extremely difficult." Xiaohua nodded. This matter has already been discussed with fellow Taoists in the ruins earlier. Previously, I thought that the divine sense mark here was the Great Snow Mountain. I didn't expect it to be this mysterious Great Desolation continent. Although I still don't know why, but... At this point, Xiaohua took a deep breath, looked up at the starry sky, and said, "As long as there is a trace of hope, we must use all of our strength to do it. Otherwise, when the opportunity comes and we're not ready, it'll be too late for regrets." Chapter 42:17. Yes, this place is not bad, but it is not your home. Buddha Bodhi sighed softly. The people and things you are familiar with are all on a distant continent. Home. Buddha Bodhi's words immediately touched Xiaohua's heart. He raised his head to look around the wilderness and sighed. What is home? His homeland? Family? Or is it a childhood memory? What fellow Taoist said is right. While they were talking, the green-robed Xiaohua also arrived with a solemn expression. There might be fellow Taoist spiritual sense mark here. It might be related to fellow Taoist's home. However, there are no humans on this continent. Even if it is fellow Taoist's home, it is a matter of billions of years later. The current desolate continent has nothing to do with you. Yes, the same people, the same place, but the time is different. This place and the people are different. Xiaohua sighed. Perhaps this is the place where I am closest to my dream. But with the law of time, I am the furthest away from my dream. Knowing where your dream is, doesn't that mean you have a direction to pursue your dream? Soul cultivator Xiaohua also stepped out of the void and said, even if we work hard, there will be a day when we can break through the chains of the law of time and capture our dreams. Xiaohua smiled and saluted. Many thanks, fellow Taoists. With so many fellow Taoists on the road of life, this road is no longer lonely. You're welcome, you're welcome. The green-robed Xiaohua waved his hand. Everything can wait until we return to the Great Snow Mountain. All right. Xiaohua nodded, then asked Buddha Bodhi, where is fellow Taoist Tempered Bones? The Fortune Gate's disciples encountered some problems while educating. They seemed to have encountered a very powerful desolate beast. Yuanya and the other disciples couldn't handle it. So Tempered Bones Sandalwood rushed over to help. The transmission array has been built. With the Great Snow Mountain's spiritual sense mark, we can use it at any time. Can the Fortune Gate's disciples return to Shanhua continent now? Xiaohua pondered for a moment and asked in a low voice. The Fortune Gate's disciples could naturally return to the Shanhua continent at any time. But Xiaohua was worried that the desolate continent's teachings would be abandoned halfway. However, Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, oh right, this Taoist asked the Fortune Gate's disciples to look for a suitable place for the human race to thrive. Is there any news? Before Buddha Bodhi could speak, the green-robed Xiaohua asked, fellow Taoist is looking for a suitable place for the incense cult's disciples? That's right. Xiaohua explains. The disciples of the Fragrant Order came from the ruins. Their techniques are different from those of the hidden immortal continent. They might not be suitable to follow us to the hidden immortal continent. It's not that it's not necessarily. It's definitely not suitable. The green-robed Xiaohua resolutely and decisively said, when we arrive at the hidden immortal continent, how can the incense cult's orthodoxy be preserved? If they weren't killed by the Confucian cultivators, then they would die because they couldn't adapt to the environment of the hidden immortal continent. The desolate continent, the Shao? Cloud desolate heaven and earth Shao? The world heavenly world? The best part is that there are no sects fighting with the incense cult here. Unfortunately, the desolate continent is very different from the ruins. Buddha Bodhi shook his head and said, there are desolate beasts everywhere. How can there be a place for the human race? If the incense cult's 30,000 disciples were placed here, they would become the desolate beast's food in a few days. We can help them build a defensive formation. Soul cultivator Xiaohua interjected. Help for now but not forever. Xiaohua ancestor Xiaohua disagreed. How can a defensive formation help the incense cult defend against the endless desolate beasts? Not necessarily. Soul cultivator Xiaohua retorted. If the defensive formation is strong enough, and the incense cult's disciples can cultivate into a few high-level cultivators before the formation collapses, they may be able to establish a foundation on the desolate continent. Not likely. Buddha Bodhi said, this monk has been enlightening the desolate continent for more than a decade, so I have some understanding of the desolate continent. If the Fortune Gate's disciples are not strong enough and do not have the advantage of numbers, it will be very difficult for them to take even half a step on the desolate continent. Xiaohua's original intention was to ask Buddha Bodhi, and now that he heard Buddha Bodhi's words, he somewhat understood. However, he still asked, so in these years, the Fortune Gate's disciples have not found a suitable place for the human race to reproduce? Yes. Buddha Bodhi nodded, then said, as for the Fortune Gate's disciples, they have spread the fire seeds of enlightenment everywhere the human race can reach. With these fire seeds, the prelude to enlightenment has already begun. Since the prelude has already begun, the person who started the prelude is naturally no longer needed. Xiaohua had already asked Xiaohua about the situation of the Fortune Gate's disciples, and from Xiaohua's words, He understood the significance of the Fortune Gate's disciples spreading the fire seeds. Hearing Buddha Bodhi's words, he immediately ordered, "In that case, Grandmaster, please pass down the Fortune Gate's order for all Fortune Gate's disciples to return. Prepare to return to the Shenhua mainland." Yes, this monk understands. Buddha Bodhi did not dare to delay. After listening to Xiaohua's order, he stepped on a Buddha cloud and left. Xiaohua then turned to the green-robed Xiaohua and said, "Let's go, fellow Taoist. Let us see how good the transmission array you built is." "Haha, fellow Taoist, please." The green-robed Xiaohua was as proud as when he was in the ruins. He led Xiaohua to the foot of the mountain, but when he saw the capital star formation at the foot of the mountain, Xiaohua chuckled. He pointed at the formation and asked, "If our grand formation can't protect the lives of the incense-spreading cult's disciples, how can this grand formation protect the transmission array?" "The grand formation is secondary, the main thing is that fellow Taoist is here." The green-robed Xiaohua was very sophisticated, and he flattered Xiaohua, leaving Xiaohua speechless. When they entered the grand formation, they saw a transmission array standing in midair. It was much smaller than the grand formation they built in the ruins. Moreover, there were 9 grooves on the grand formation, which seemed to be used to place spirit stones in ordinary transmission arrays. Seeing this kind of transmission array, Xiaohua was really surprised. He frowned and said, "Fellow Taoist, what we said before. I thought it was a joke. To be transmitted from the Great Desolate Continent to the Great Snow Mountain, we have to pass through realms. This realm is even more solid than the Moon God realm and Taibai Star realm. That could be the barrier between the higher realm and the lower realm. Fellow Taoist, can this kind of transmission array work?" The green-robed Xiaohua replied with confidence. "The ancients said that the meat in the bun is not in the folds. Fellow Taoist, don't think that I's transmission array is small. It is more powerful than the previous ones." Soon after, the green-robed Xiaohua explained the advantages of this transmission array, and finally pointed to the 9 grooves and said, "When the transmission array is activated, it can reduce the interference of the barrier between the 2 realms and establish communication with the Great Snow Mountain's divine sense mark. When the location of the transmission array is confirmed, fellow Taoist and fellow Taoist soul cultivator can use the south opposite north technique to stabilize the transmission array." Moreover, soul cultivator Xiaohua continued the green-robed Xiaohua's words, and explained, "The barrier between the 2 realms sounds very difficult to break through, and ordinary cultivators can only pass through it when they are ascending. If it is from the higher realm to the lower realm, it should be called a reverse passage. It is even more difficult than passing through. However, fellow Taoist seems to have forgotten, if we can feel the Great Snow Mountain's divine sense mark, what does that mean? It means that the reverse passage between the 2 realms has been opened, and we only need to control the transmission array well, and can accurately find the location marked by the divine sense mark." "Good." Xiaohua clapped and said, "I understand what you 2 fellow Taoists are saying. Thank you for your hard work, fellow Taoists. Now, everything is ready except for the east wind. This east wind is really hard to blow." Green-robed Xiaohua spoiled the mood. "Who knows when the reverse passage will open? We will wait here and cultivate." Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua didn't care, and said with a smile, "It's better if we can wait, but if we can't, then we might as well cultivate until the end." Xiaohua's heart was moved, and he nodded slightly. "Fellow Taoist soul cultivator is right. We all have our own cultivation techniques. If it really can't be done, then we will settle down here." Xiaohua had just finished speaking when Buddha Bodhi entered the array and said with his palms pressed together, "Sandalwood, the order has been passed down. The Fortune Gate disciples will return in a few days. We will wait here." Xiaohua looked around and said with a smile, "As long as we leave a divine sense mark, we can use the south opposite north technique to rush back at any time, so why wait here? Why don't we take advantage of this time to travel around the desolate continent?" "That's right, it should be like this." Green-robed Xiaohua was overjoyed. "I haven't gone out since I arrived here. Of course we can leave a divine sense mark, but a divine sense mark is also a kind of hidden danger. I have many soul cultivator secret techniques that can be used with divine sense marks." Soul cultivator Xiaohua suggested, "Why don't we let I leave a temporary mark that can be used? When we return, the mark will disappear." Naturally, Xiaohua agreed. After Xiaohua cast his spell, The group arrived at the bottom of the lava where the stone giant resided. Seeing that Xiao Hua had returned, the little stone giant who had been saved by Xiao Hua became somewhat timid. However, he still bravely stepped forward, bowed and saluted. "This little one thanks Taoist for saving my life, and also thanks Taoist for everything you've done for my tribe." Looking at the stone giant that was much bigger than him, Xiao Hua thought of the past, and then looked at the present. He felt that everything the Fortune Gate disciples had done in the past 10 years was more valuable than anything they had done before. He smiled and nodded. "Little guy, although you and I don't belong to the same tribe or even not the same race, I feel that everything in the world has a soul and must have love. Today, I helped your stone giant tribe with the help of the human race, and I also hope that your stone giant tribe can help other races in the future. Moreover, if there are any humans in the future, I also hope that you can treat them well. This little one will remember Tao Master's words, and will certainly take action." The little stone giant's words made Xiao Hua happy. Chapter 42:18. A while later, the stone giant patriarch also came over to greet Xiao Hua. He chatted with Xiao Hua for a while before leaving respectfully. However, from the beginning to the end, the stone giant patriarch did not look at the Buddha shrine they had been worshipping. Xiao Hua stood in the lava and scanned the area with his divine sense. He saw many stone giants in the distance. Some were cultivating, some were busy, and some were looking for newly condensed essence stones. The lava no longer looked like it was on the verge of death. Xiao Hua's mood became better. However, when his divine sense fell on the Buddha shrine, his heart skipped a beat. This was because even though the Buddha statue was sitting cross-legged in the niche and was complete, the crack from the top down was still very clear. There were even 2 streams of crimson lava flowing out from between the eyes of the Buddha statue, like 2 streams of blood tears. "Let's go outside and wait for a while." Xiao Hua's tone was cold as he said this. He then flew out of the lava without looking back. Confucian Xiao Hua and his other avatars were confused. Buddha Bodhi's Buddhist sense swept over the Buddha shrine. He put his palms together and chanted Buddha's name as he followed Xiao Hua to the surface. At this time, there were already some disciples who were relatively close to the mountain. When the disciples saw Xiao Hua and the others standing on the mountain peak, they were very happy in their hearts. They didn't dare to come over and greet them, so they bowed from afar and then went to their own place to sit down cross-legged. Xiao Hua stood on the mountain peak, but he did not release his divine sense. He only looked at the red sunset in the distance and did not speak for a long time, allowing the orange sunset to illuminate his face. Seeing that the curtain of night was approaching, Xiao Hua spoke. "When I'm cultivating or running around, I don't feel anything. But when I'm idle and calm, looking at the setting sun, there's always a kind of hesitation in my heart. It's as if something has left, or as if I'm one step closer to the end. Sometimes I don't want night to fall and sometimes I don't want dawn to come." Xiao Hua's words were profound. The green-robed Xiao Hua and the others stared at each other, not knowing how to answer. Buddha Bodhi opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but when the words reached his mouth, they turned into, "Namo Maitreya Buddha. How are the casualties of my Fortune Gates disciples in the past 10 years? Xiao Hua asked another question out of the blue. Buddha Subhuti was slightly taken aback before he shook his head and said, "This penniless monk does not know. Sandalwood, you can ask Fujiwen. However, this penniless monk believes that there should be not too much." Soul cultivator Xiao Hua felt a little awkward and hurried to help Huang Xiaolong out. After all, the Fortune Gates disciples went out in a battle group. It's already good enough that they didn't bully other beasts. Just as they were talking, a divine sense swept over from afar. When it landed on Xiao Hua's body, it immediately withdrew. A voice called out in pleasant surprise, "Master, you've returned?" The one who came along with the voice was Wang Yifei. "And Master is back," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "What have you gained in these 10 years? Of course there is." Wang Bianfei smiled as he took out some universe bangles from his bosom and said, "There are treasures everywhere in the prehistoric continent. I want to take everything I see." Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that even his own disciple was clear about his little problem of being greedy. As soon as they met, he wanted to hand over the things he collected to him. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Master is asking about your cultivation. Don't worry, Master. Wang Bianfei was still smiling mischievously like the little boy he used to be. He answered, Others may not know about this disciple's talent, but how could Master not know? Even if this disciple doesn't sleep, I can still cultivate. Xiaohua glared at Wang Bianfei and scolded, A person must be humble. Don't you know that there is an ancient saying, pride makes people regress? Disciple is only speaking the truth. Wang Bianfei rolled his eyes and said with grievance, But if Master also gives this disciple a spiritual treasure, this disciple's cultivation will definitely be more powerful. Xiaohua knew that Wang Bianfei was envious of Yuan's bone spear, so he waved his hand and said, Everyone has their own opportunities. Your two senior brothers will naturally meet each other when their fate arrives. When your fate arrives, you will also get it. Other than senior brother Yuanya, which other senior brother has such good fortune? What kind of spiritual treasure did he get from Master? Wang Bianfei stomped his feet in exasperation. Xiaohua laughed, It's Louis. It's just a copper coin of treasure fall, it's nothing. Why don't you ask him for it? Wang Bianfei had always had a similar temper with Lu Yi. Hearing that Lu Yi got a treasure other than envy, he didn't have any other thoughts. He still begged, Master, you are too biased. This disciple still doesn't have a suitable spiritual treasure. There are so many good things in your Kunlun immortal realm, can't you give this disciple one? As he spoke, Wang Bianfei handed the heaven and earth bracelet in his hand to Xiaohua and said, This disciple will exchange these things, okay? Xiaohua waved his hand, Keep these things for yourself. Don't you know what a spiritual treasure is? How can it be so easy to get it? At this point, Xiaohua smiled and said, How about this, if you find a dual cultivation partner, I can consider giving you a spiritual treasure. Master, are you sure? Wang Bianfei jumped up again. There is no human race on this primeval desolate continent. Where do you want me to find one? Are there few female cultivators on Shenhua continent? Xiaohua asked curiously, Don't you like any of them? I don't feel anything, I just don't like them. Wang Bianfei shrugged, as if he was very familiar with them. Xiaohua understood at a glance. Lu Yi and Jiang Hong probably played matchmaker for Wang Bianfei, and Wang Bianfei definitely didn't like any of them. Don't tell me you want to ascend to the immortal world and find another fairy? Xiaohua casually scolded. Oh right, Master, if you didn't mention the immortal world, this disciple forgot one thing. Wang Bianfei suddenly woke up and hurriedly lowered his head to search the heaven and earth bracelet in his hand for a moment, and took out a 3-inch-long phoenix hairpin. As soon as this phoenix hairpin was taken out, it immediately emitted an aura that Xiaohua had never seen before. However, this aura gave Xiaohua a vague sense of familiarity. Xiaohua looked at it again and saw that the phoenix hairpin was sparkling and translucent. It was neither gold nor wood, and was made of a material that Xiaohua had never seen before. Moreover, the phoenix hairpin was covered with spots that resembled stars. Each of the spots emitted an indescribable fluctuation. Oh! Xiaohua was slightly stunned and asked curiously, What is this? Where did you get it from? This was picked up by this disciple from a huge tree in a valley 3 years ago. This disciple doesn't know what it is, but this disciple... Wang Bianfei's face was slightly red, and he whispered, after this disciple got it, he occasionally met an extremely beautiful female cultivator in his dreams. She seemed to be trapped somewhere and wanted to say something to this disciple. But this disciple couldn't understand a single word. Oh! Xiaohua was greatly surprised. He raised his hand and the phoenix hairpin fell into his hand, and he said, You wouldn't be like Fu Jiwen, meeting an immortal palace female official imprisoned in this phoenix hairpin, right? However, when Xiaohua's divine sense swept over it, the phoenix hairpin seemed to be invisible, and his divine sense couldn't detect it at all. Xiaohua thought for a moment and raised his hand. A thick lightning thread stretched out from his finger, and the lightning thread wrapped around an extremely thin crystal wire. However, when the lightning thread fell into the phoenix hairpin only trembled slightly, and didn't even release any brilliance. Strange. Subsequently, Xiaohua tried soul cultivation, Confucian cultivation, and other methods, but the phoenix hairpin still didn't move. Forget it. Xiaohua helplessly returned the phoenix hairpin to Wang Bianfei, and said, "You'd better keep this thing for yourself. Wait. When this master ascends to the immortal world, immortal world, wait." Speaking until here, Xiaohua cried out involuntarily, "Yes, this is an item from the immortal world. The markings on this phoenix hairpin are the immortal world's runes. These markings are very similar to some of the immortal world's cultivation methods that master obtained. Damn it, could it be? This phoenix hairpin really is a fairy from the immortal world? It can't be, right?" Wang Bianfei also looked at the phoenix hairpin in Xiaohua's hand in disbelief. This disciple casually picked it up. Yes. After Xiaohua recovered from his shock, he stuffed the phoenix hairpin into Wang Bianfei's hand. Fujiwen's female official wife was also picked up inside the mountain rocks. "Your luck has come. You actually picked up a fairy from the immortal world. You'd better keep this phoenix hairpin for yourself. Wait until the day you ascend to the immortal world. Maybe you'll be able to open the restriction, and you'll finally be able to marry her." Wang Bianfei looked at the phoenix hairpin in his hand. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry awkwardly. Xiaohua might not know, but he was very clear in his heart. Several of his martial brothers often joked about Fujiwen's matter, saying that his buy-in was picked up. He didn't expect that he would also be involved in this kind of matter. "Enough." Xiaohua rolled his eyes at him, pointed in a direction and said, "Don't laugh, silly. Louis is back, you go and pick him up." "Yes, master." Wang Bianfei hurriedly put the phoenix hairpin into his bosom. Just as he was about to fly, he stopped and said in a low voice, "Master, you can't tell this to the other martial brothers." "I know." Xiaohua nodded. "Master will keep it a secret for you." "Thank you, master." Wang Bianfei happily left, but just as he flew 100 feet, the green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile, "And if you don't tell your martial brothers, you can tell your martial sister or martial sister." When these words fell into Wang Bianfei's ears, Wang Bianfei almost fell from the sky. Go. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Don't listen to your martial uncle's nonsense. He's just joking with you." After Wang Bianfei flew away, Xiaohua thought of something. He gave the green-robed Xiaohua the secret sound transmission technique that Devouring Heaven gave him, and said with a smile, "The cultivation world is vast and boundless. There are also many cultivators in it. However, there's a language barrier between them. It's quite troublesome. This secret technique should be very useful, fellow Taoists. Take a look and see how you can modify it so that ordinary cultivators can use it. At the very least, you can let Wang Bianfei cultivate. That female immortal should be using the language of the immortal world we can't understand. If Wang Bianfei understands, maybe he can discover something. It's useful for us to leave the great wasteland continent." Chapter 42:19. Oh, is there such a magical technique in this world? Quickly, let me take a look. The green-robed Xiaohua was overjoyed. He hurriedly received the jade eyes and sat down cross-legged to study them. Buddha Subhoodie asked from the side, "Tanyu, what about Dragon Vein Tanyu and Phoenix Physique Tanyu? How are they? Why haven't they come out?" Xiaohua answered indifferently, "They were injured in the imperial palace and are still in seclusion. Maybe they will come out in a few years." "Namo Mithra," Buddha Subhoodie chanted, then sat down cross-legged without saying anything else. Half an hour later, the black jade Qilin's silhouette appeared on the distant horizon. The dark green flames around him looked very strange in the dark night. The black jade Qilin's soul force swept over the surroundings, and when he saw so many humans he was shocked. He was even more respectful when he saw Xiaohua. Xiaohua was stunned when he heard the black jade Qilin's words. "Master, if you don't accept this lowly one as your disciple, this lowly one is willing to be the demonic beast guarding Master's cultivation dwelling." Xiaohua looked at Lu Yi behind the black jade Qilin and asked, "Do you know what guarding a cultivation dwelling is?" The black jade Qilin didn't seem to understand Xiaohua's words. It pondered for a moment before stammering, "I don't know." Obviously, the black jade Qilin's first sentence was taught by Lu Yi. The black jade Qilin could recite it very well, and its flattering tone was similar to a black bear's. Xiaohua only wanted to kidnap a demonic beast to be his mount, and Lu Yi wanted to trick the black jade Qilin into guarding the fortune gate. Like teacher, like disciple, ah. Xiaohua chuckled, waving his hand. "We'll talk about this later. You wait at the side." "Yes." The black jade Qilin pondered for a moment, then stood not far from Xiaohua. Several hours later, the moon gradually set. revealing the first glimmer of dawn in the distance. Xiaohua's divine sense swept out and saw a group of Fortune Gate's disciples flying back, but there was no sign of Yuanya. Xiaohua's brows furrowed as he ordered, Louis Zhonghong, Wang Bianfei, go greet Yuanya. They seem to have run into trouble. Yes, disciple understands. Louis didn't dare to be negligent. He took Zhang Hong and Wang Bianfei and prepared to fly away. However, Xiaohua's heart stirred. He looked at the Ink Jade Qilin and sent a sound transmission. If you have nothing to do, you can also go with them. You are extremely familiar with the desolate continent. All right. The Ink Jade Qilin was standing in midair, feeling bored. Hearing Xiaohua's words, it hurriedly flew to Lu Yi's side and followed the three of them to step on the clouds and leave. In the following days, Fu Jiwen and the other Fortune Gate disciples returned to the Fortune Gate. The group of Fortune Gate disciples organized themselves and handed over the spoils they had plundered on the desolate mainland to Fu Jiwen and the others. Fu Jiwen then distributed the medicinal pellets, secret techniques, and other treasures that Xiaohua had given him according to each disciple's harvest. After a few more days of work, Xiaohua finally took out the Kunlun mirror and sent all the Fortune Gate disciples into his space. I'm afraid there's trouble again. Seeing that the bone-honing Xiaohua had not returned for a long time, and Louis and the others had not returned, Xiaohua already had a plan in mind. He asked Fu Jiwen, have all the Fortune Gate disciples returned? Other than the fallen disciples and the disciples who followed junior brother Yuanya, the rest have returned to Shanhua mainland. Fu Jiwen knew that Xiaohua was soft-hearted, so he obediently avoided mentioning the number of fallen disciples and answered. N. Xiaohua nodded and asked again, do you know where Yunya and the others went? Disciple knows. Fu Jiwen replied, our respective locations were arranged by Martial Uncle Bodhi and Martial Uncle Once-You. We all know each other's location. Then you lead the way. Xiaohua stood up and urged, Master just happens to want to gain experience on the desolate mainland. Why don't you take a look at what kind of powerful opponents your martial uncle Bone-Honing encountered? Fu Jiwen was Xiaohua's eyes and ears on the hidden immortal mainland. Now that he heard Xiaohua's words, he naturally understood Xiaohua's meaning. He pointed in the direction Louis and the others went and respectfully said, Master, let's go there. Fellow Taoists. Xiaohua looked at the green-robed Xiaohua and the others who also stood up and said with a smile, how about following I to explore the desolate mainland? Good. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua and Buddha Bodhi responded. One went to the mysterious dark clouds, while the other went to the Naiwan Palace. On the other hand, the green-robed Xiaohua did not rush to enter the space. Instead, he went to Xiaohua's lower dantian. However, just as his figure entered his dantian, a purple light shone and a wave of profound energy rushed into his body. The green-robed Xiaohua was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly escaped from his lower dantian and cried out in alarm, Fellow Taoist, what did you do to our invisible nascent soul? Fellow Taoist, don't worry. Xiaohua replied with a smile. The invisible nascent soul had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a wisp of purple qi. This purple qi was not recorded in the Tao Gate's ancient records. It should be an item from the upper realm. The invisible nascent soul just came into contact with this item and has already stepped into the late stage of the Mahayana realm. It can enter the tribulation at any time. Oh, it should be said that it is not too far away from the ninth tribulation. You are still not familiar with this purple qi, so you naturally can't control the invisible nascent soul. The green-robed Xiaohua pondered for a moment and asked in a low voice, Fellow Taoist, do you think our luck is too good? This kind of divine item is rare even in the upper realm, but we actually obtained it so easily. Don't tell me you don't know that this item is related to the heavenly Tao. Even if our luck is good, it is also a blessing in disguise. Xiaohua said with a smile, if not for the heavenly prison's tribulation, how could you and I come here? For us cultivators from the lower realm, everything on this desolate mainland, including the stones under our feet, is precious. That's true. The green-robed Xiaohua said. Xiaohua's mind entered the space. I will first modify this sound transmission technique and see if I can comprehend the profound meaning released by the invisible nascent soul. Then I will try to control the invisible nascent soul. After arranging several clones, Xiaohua's mind came out of the space. He looked at Fu Jiwen who was flying in front of him and said, Just fly like this. Yes, Fujiwen replied. It should be in this direction. All right. Xiaohua waved his big sleeve and covered Fujiwen with the heaven and earth sleeve technique. Then his figure swayed, leaving behind a string of afterimages. Xiaohua teleported into the distance. Unfortunately, after a few times, Xiaohua had no choice but to let Fujiwen out and let him point out the direction again. That Fujiwen indeed had this ability. No matter how complicated Xiaohua's teleportation was, he could still find the direction without any sign of getting lost. In fact, Xiaohua couldn't be blamed. The entire desolate mainland was filled with incomparably huge mountain ranges. On top of the mountain ranges were craggy rocks and occasionally huge trees. There wasn't much greenery. Most of them were needle-shaped leaves that were greenish-yellow in color. Any cultivator who flew thousands of li and took a closer look would find that the scenery was not much different from before. Other than the blazing sun in the sky that allowed them to identify the direction, other aspects were really hard to identify. Master. After flying for several days, Fujiwen said in a low voice, this desolate mainland is a little strange. Disciple feels that wherever it is called a lower realm, the 5 elements of heaven and earth are abundant and balanced, and the yin and yang energies are clearly separated. Why is the water element energy here so scarce? How did this desolate mainland form? Xiaohua had naturally thought about it. He smiled and said, Master also thought about this that day. But this place is different from the hidden immortal mainland. It is a higher realm, and there are many mysteries that we don't know. Anyway, we won't stay here for long, and the Fortune Gate won't establish a sect again. Why should we care so much? Yes, disciple understands. Fujiwen was already used to Xiaohua's laziness. While nodding his head, he thought of something and hesitated slightly before saying, Master, disciple doesn't know if junior brother Lu has reported to Master. Oh, what is it? When Master met him earlier, he told Master a lot of things. I don't know which one you're talking about. Xiaohua urged his body and didn't pay much attention to it and casually replied. Fujiwen sighed and said, AI, it seems like Louis didn't mention it to Master. After this guy got married, he started to have many thoughts. Isn't that normal? Xiaohua secretly laughed and replied with sorrow in his heart. There is a saying in the ancient times, after getting married, one forgets his mother. Although Zhang Hong's character is very good, she is after all a dragon and also a woman. Her heart is definitely small. Louis must have discussed some things with you and the other senior brothers and also reported to Master. Now the first person he wants to find is Zhang Hong. Some things involve the interests of the family. Zhang Hong will think a lot, and he may not report to Master. Don't worry, when you marry Bayan, I'm afraid it will be the same. Speaking of this, Xiaohua's heart naturally thought of Fairy Hongxia, who was far away in the Xiaoyu continent. Wasn't it because of Fairy Hongxia's small heart that things got to this point? After not seeing each other for hundreds of years, what was the difference between her and Xue Xue? Some things can be left unsaid, but some things can't be reported. Fujiwen had never seen Xiaohua's dual cultivation partner. Seeing that Xiaohua's words were full of experience, he knew that Master felt something and smiled slightly. Moreover, women are different from women. Bai An is a female official of the Immortal Palace, so she should be very clear about this. Xiaohua knew that the woman Fujiwen was talking about should be Xine. He didn't explain and asked, and what does Louis want to report? Is it the dispute between the Yu family and the Lu family? That kind of small matter happens every day in the Shenhua continent. What kind of trouble could the elders of those two families cause with them keeping watch in their families? Fujiwen's face turned serious as he replied, this kind of small matter is not worth mentioning. Oh, then what is it? Xiaohua frowned slightly. Previously, Louis mentioned to Disciple that when he just came out from the Shenhua continent, he had a feeling that he was being spied on. Fujiwen replied, it's just that this feeling of being spied on was really vague, and even disappeared in a flash. Louis wasn't sure, so he didn't dare to report it to Master. Chapter 42:20. Fujiwen peeked at Xiaohua's reaction and continued, however, Disciple feels that we should be careful since we are far away from home. Although Master's magic power is boundless, even a wise man can make mistakes. If Disciple finds anything, it's better to tell Master as soon as possible. Therefore, disciple asked him to report to master, but he felt that if he could find it, master would definitely find it too. Moreover, there are many strong people in the great desolate continent. It's normal for some strong people to spy on us. What? When Xiaohua heard this, his figure suddenly stopped. The feeling of teleportation was like a stormy wave crashing into Fujiwen's Naiwan palace. Fujiwen suddenly felt dizzy. Of course, with Fujiwen's cultivation, this dizziness only lasted for a moment. When the secret technique circulated, Fujiwen immediately returned to normal. When did this happen? Later. Did Lu Yi find anything else? Xiaohua naturally knew about Lu Yi's talent. This kind of strange talent was innate, not acquired through cultivation. What Lu Yi could detect, he really might not be able to detect. Moreover, after he arrived in the great desolate continent, he did not find any consciousness secretly spying on them. If there was a great enemy nearby, Lu Yi found such a strange situation and did not report it. It was really a crime worthy of death. Fujiwen saw Xiaohua's face change greatly and hurriedly comforted, Master, don't worry. This is something that happened when we just started to educate the strange beasts. It has been more than 10 years now, isn't there nothing wrong? Presumably, Lu Yi did not find anything unusual and did not report it to Master. Xiaohua nodded and did not speak much. His face was a little gloomy. Fujiwen said again, when disciple and Lu Yi went in different directions, I asked him again. He was a little hesitant. He should not have that kind of feeling again, right? Otherwise, he would definitely report it. I hope so. Xiaohua had some indescribable feelings in his heart. It was like a child that he had painstakingly raised, who had always listened to him, suddenly grew up one day and had his own ideas. He did not particularly listen to his words and began to have his own secrets. The 10 spirit clones began to gradually become independent. Now these children like disciples began to have their own forces. However, Xiaohua immediately smiled again. Even though the Fujiwen in front of him didn't look any different from the Fujiwen he met in the past, he was still thousands of years old after all. Wasn't Lu Yi the same? How could he possibly ask her to be the same as before? Can't you let her have her own thoughts? He was changing and so were his disciples. As long as they were loyal to the fortune gate and were filial to him, what else could he ask for? Humph! Xiaohua snorted coldly from his nose and scolded. Lu Yi's wife is from the Dragon Clan. I won't say anything, but your wife is a female official of the Immortal Palace. When you marry her in the future, paying respects to her in the morning and evening is indispensable. Otherwise, I won't give any betrothal gifts. It can't be, Master. Fujiwen's face was full of bitterness. Momo was controlled by the princess in the imperial court. Can't she be free at home? Heaven, earth, monarch, family, teacher. Xiaohua curled his lips and said word by word, teacher has taken up quite a few. If you want to marry me, you have to be obedient. All right. Fujiwen naturally didn't understand the true meaning of Xiaohua's words, but seeing that Xiaohua's mood had improved, he could only agree with a bitter face. After a few more days passed, Xiaohua's divine consciousness swept across the mountain peaks in the distance. He narrowed his eyes and said, Disciple, go back to Shenhua continent. Master will help your uncle, Master. Yes, Master. Fujiwen had long been used to being carried around, so he casually agreed. Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror, and in a flash of light, Fujiwen was sucked into the space. 10,000 li away, there was a plain rarely seen in the desolate continent. The land stretched as far as the eye could see, and at this moment it was covered in thick vines. These vines were bronze in color, and there were faint cloud patterns on them, as if they were natural patterns. They emitted faint fluctuations, and when these fluctuations fell into the air, they actually flickered with sparks. The vines were scattered with broken stones and wood, and it looked very messy. Among the broken stones there were many bones and flesh. Some of these bones were very big while others were very small. Occasionally there were a dozen or so human skeletons hidden among these bones. These human skeletons were without a doubt Fortune Gate's disciples. In the sky above the vines and bones, within a radius of several hundred li, there were loud battle cries. Thousands of lizard-like beasts surrounded and attacked several hundred Fortune Gate's disciples. At this time the Fortune Gate's disciples were in a battle formation. each of them holding a magic artifact and spirit artifact. They circulated their magic power and fought against the lizard-like beasts. Outside the group of Fortune Gate's disciples, there were several dozen lizard-like beasts surrounding a cultivator, and they were also madly attacking. These cultivators were none other than Lu Yi, Jiang Hong, Yuan Ye, and Wang Bianfei. At this time, Jiang Hong had already revealed her true form. Dragon patterns flickered all over her body, and her huge dragon claws could tear a mountain apart. However, when such a powerful attack landed on the lizard-like beast, sparks flew everywhere. The lizard-like beast fell 100 zhang in the air, but it immediately flew back up as if nothing had happened and blocked Jiang Hong's attack. This was also the strange part. The several dozen lizard-like beasts only surrounded Jiang Hongna and did not take the initiative to attack, as if they were afraid of her. The other Fortune Gate's disciples were not so lucky. Yuan Ye was surrounded by the most lizard-like beasts, and his physique was the largest. Yuan Ye had already activated his avatar, and a bronze luster surrounded his body. He held the devil hammer with both hands, and every time he swung it, the void cracked. When the lizard-like beasts saw the devil hammer coming at them, they dodged to the side, not wanting to meet the devil hammer head-on. However, when the devil hammer missed, the surrounding lizard-like beasts either spat out wind and fire as they pounced on Yuan Ye, or swung their tails at him. It looked like they were evenly matched. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were no match for Yuan Ye, as they could not win by brute force. Although Lu Yi had just obtained the copper coin of Treasure Fall, it could not be used in this battle. Like Wang Bianfei, he had no choice but to use his previous treasures. Although those treasures were sharp, when they landed on the lizard-like skin of these lizard-like beasts, they could only produce sparks, unable to cause any real damage. However, Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were relieved that they had the Black Jade Qilin by their side. This Qilin was well versed in the Desolate Continent's way of fighting. While fighting against the lizard-like beasts, it did not forget to help Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei, greatly reducing the pressure on them. The battle between the group of Fortune Gate disciples and the lizards had already caused a change in the heaven and earth's origin energy. Gusts of wind rose within 1,000-li radius, and countless pillars of origin energy fell into the battle. Countless pillars of origin energy condensed and exploded in midair, illuminating the surroundings with dazzling light. However, all of this paled in comparison to the battle taking place several thousand li away. On the ground several thousand li away, Tempering Bone Xiaohua had revealed his 10,000 zhang tall avatar. Although it was only 10,000 zhang tall, standing on the ground, his momentum pierced through heaven and earth, more impressive than the desolate continent's giant mountain peaks. Around Tempering Bone Xiaohua, there were several lizard-like beasts that were several thousand zhang in size, standing on demonic clouds as they attacked ferociously. These lizard-like beasts' bodies were covered in lightning and fire patterns. Between their attacks, not only were there surging lightning and blazing flames, but there were also endless thunderclaps. Especially these lizard-like beasts, and when they opened their mouths, their roars sounded like dragon roars. The space within several thousand li was under the control of these lizard-like beasts. Countless lightning bolts and blazing flames tore the void apart. Chaotic energy fluctuations rushed out from the void, rushing towards Tempering Bone Xiaohua like a tempest. Tempering Bone Xiaohua did not use any magic tools, he merely clenched his fists. As his fists danced in the air, the space within 100 zhang exploded, and everything within the space turned into nothingness. Perhaps the energy fluctuations could pass through the void, but when they landed on Tempering Bone Xiaohua's body, they could only extinguish a small amount of light. However, there were too many energy fluctuations. At this time, Tempering Bone Xiaohua's body was already mottled with light. Many parts of his body were torn apart by the lizard-like beasts, revealing his green body. Seeing that Tempering Bone Xiaohua's fist had missed, a huge lizard-like beast pounced over and bit his arm. Tempering Bone Xiaohua's wrist hooked and hit the lizard's chin in a split second. The lizard's body was flipped over, and the lizard's tail swept across Tempering Bone Xiaohua's waist with a paw. Tempering Bone Xiaohua's body was unstable, and he staggered slightly. Beside him was a hill that was several hundred zhang tall. This hill in the eyes of ordinary people was just a pellet in Tempering Bone Xiaohua's eyes. With a sweep of his left foot, he broke the hill with a boom, and the entire hill flew up. Tempering Bones Xiaohua's left foot did not stop, and it bounced smoothly like flowing water. Woo! With a piercing wind, the hill flew and hit the lizard that attacked Tempering Bones Xiaohua just now. In the end, that lizard was no match for Tempering Bones Xiaohua. The hill hit the lizard's abdomen with a boom. Although the several hundred zhang tall hill turned into powder under the lightning of the lizard's abdomen, Tempering Bones Xiaohua's strength still pierced deeply into the lizard's abdomen. The dark golden abdomen split open with a bloody scar that was several hundred zhang long, and the lizard let out a mournful wail like a dragon's roar. Seeing that several huge lizards were about to attack at the same time, a cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. A huge suffocating aura came from afar. Then light and shadow distorted, and Xiaohua's figure appeared in the sky along with a stream of light. Master, be careful. Xiaohua's figure had yet to completely reveal itself when Zhang Hong immediately sent a sound transmission to the group of lizards. Unfortunately, before she could finish speaking, several lizards opened their mouths and roared, actually shaking Zhang Hong's sound transmission and scattering it. At this moment, the vines on the ground suddenly moved. Shua! The vines were 100 times fiercer than the lizards. They flew up from the ground and headed toward the space where Xiaohua was. Chapter 42:21. Not only that, as the rattan vines shook, the ground shook as well. In places where Xiaohua's gaze could not reach, more rattan vines emerged from the ground. The originally flat plains were now covered in deep ravines, and the rattan vines in these ravines soared to the sky, leaving behind several hundred zhang deep pits. The rattan vines covered an area of 10,000 li, each of them resembling a ferocious horned dragon, emitting a strange energy fluctuation that completely sealed off the space. Not only was the heaven and earth origin energy unable to enter, even sunlight was unable to pass through. These tens of thousands of rattan vines exuded killing intent, and at the end of this killing intent was Xiaohua. Xiaohua sneered. As soon as he saw Lu Yi and the others being besieged by the lizards, he had already understood. Yuanya might not be so scheming, but people like Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei would immediately think of countermeasures when they saw the slightest disturbance. With so many lizards besieging them, as long as they saw that the situation was not good, they would definitely escape first and send a message to him. Since they could not send a message, then they must have been trapped before they could send a message. Since that was the case, other than the lizards, the only thing that could trap them was the rattan vines on the ground. Since Xiaohua dared to show himself, he had already paid attention to the rattan vines and had come up with a countermeasure. While Xiaohua was sneering, he had already released his divine sense. Wang Bianfei and the others could already hear Xiaohua's voice in their ears. Don't resist. Master will send you back to Shenhua mainland first. Therefore, before the rattan vines could reach them, the group of Fortune Gate disciples surrounded by lizards had already disappeared. However, to Xiaohua's surprise, there were actually some lizards that were able to attack his mind when his mind passed by. Just as the Fortune Gate disciples disappeared, the rattan vines had already reached them. Some lizards were unable to dodge in time and were caught by the rattan vines. The lizards' bodies glowed brightly as they resisted the rattan vines' attacks, but the rattan vines twisted in a strange way, firmly entangling the lizards. As the rattan vines streaked across the sky, a powerful force was generated. Although the lizards' bodies were unharmed on the surface, the insides of their bodies were unable to withstand the rattan vines' force. Their bodies were forcefully twisted, and large chunks of flesh and blood flowed out from the lizards' bodies. Amidst a series of dragon roars, the lizards were ground to death by the rattan vines. The black jade Qilin didn't care about the lizard's siege, but when it saw how powerful the rattan was, the lizards that were besieging it scattered. Flames immediately surged around its body, and it opened its mouth, spitting a scarlet flame at the rattan that was pouncing at it. At the same time, its two front legs danced, and several sharp rays of light flashed, slashing at the rattan that was sharper than flying swords. Whoa! When the flames landed on the rattan vines, the cloud patterns on the rattan vines flickered, and strands of lightning appeared, extinguishing the flames in an instant. Moreover, the lightning did not slow down, and continued to attack the black jade Qilin's attack. Clang clang clang. When the lightning struck the black jade Qilin's attack, it actually emitted a metallic clanging sound. The black jade cheilant's attack only lasted for a few breaths before it was extinguished. However, as the lightning was extinguished, the rattan vine's force had already sealed the space around the black jade cheilant. Seeing that it was no match for the rattan vines, the black jade cheilant's body surged again, forming a ring that expanded outward. A void passage was quickly formed within this ring of light. Boom! Just as joy appeared in the black jade cheilant's eyes and it was about to jump into the void passage, a rattan suddenly stretched out from the void. When the rattan pierced into the void passage, the entire rattan coiled around the passage. Under the huge force, the void passage shook violently with a rumble and suddenly collapsed. The collapse of the passage caused the black jade cheilant to be blown away, and the ring of light was also scattered. At this moment, another rattan strangely appeared and hit the black jade cheilant's back. Layers of lightning and flames appeared on the black jade cheilant's back to block the rattan, but the rattan coiled around the black jade cheilant and was about to trap the black jade cheilant. The black jade cheilant turned pale with fright. It naturally knew that if it fell into this trap, it would not be any better than the lizards. Almost without hesitation, the black jade cheilant transmitted its voice, "Spiritual Master, save me." Xiaohua originally wanted to take the black jade cheilant, Lu Yi, and the others into Shenhua continent. But when he saw the black jade cheilant using its divine ability to resist, he could not take it in. Therefore, his consciousness stopped near the black jade cheilant. After seeing the black jade cheilant speak and transmit its voice to not resist, his consciousness swept towards the black jade cheilant and took it into Shenhua continent as well. Just as Xiaohua took the black jade cheilant, the rattan came across the sky. This rattan was really strange. Not only did it sweep across the sky and kill another lizard around the black jade cheilant, but it also flashed with lightning-like brilliance and cut off Xiaohua's consciousness. Xiaohua was shocked and rubbed his hands. Boom! Tens of thousands of thunderbolts were like raging tides. They appeared in the void within 1,000 miles and roared as they drowned the rattan. However, where the lightning surged, the rattan within 1,000 miles was hit until it trembled violently. The cloud patterns on it quickly dimmed as if it was in pain from being hit. The rattan shrank and hid in the void. Of course, it only hid in the void and was not destroyed. Even after the lightning within 1,000 miles was annihilated, the rattan once again rushed out. Roar! Not far from Xiaohua, the situation of the bone-honing Xiaohua was not good. He was originally fighting with the giant lizard on the ground. The rattan had already wrapped around his bare feet. The bone-honing Xiaohua dodged the rattan while fighting with the giant lizard. What surprised him was that the giant lizard was not afraid of the rattan. The rattan also avoided the lizard. Therefore, when Xiaohua just took the black jade cheilant, the rattan had already wrapped around Xiaohua from all directions. This rattan was very difficult to fight. Not only was the surface tough, even harder to break than the lizard, the rattan's strength was also swift and violent. When it waved, it sealed the entire space. What gave the bone-honing Xiaohua the most headache was that the rattan was extremely soft and flexible, like a python. Although the bone-honing Xiaohua tried his best to dodge, the rattan still wrapped around his waist, hands, and arms. Big head and no brain. Seeing that the bone-honing Xiaohua was entangled by the rattan, Xiaohua smiled bitterly and scolded, "Can't you take back your avatar? With such a big body, other than showing off, what else can it do? Isn't it just being entangled by others?" Although Xiaohua was angry at the bone-honing Xiaohua's slowness, when he saw that the bone-honing Xiaohua could not break the rattan with a wave of his arm, he naturally could not ignore it. He raised his hand and a golden light flashed. The soaring dragon scissors appeared out of thin air, turning into a golden dragon and chopping at the rattan, entangling the bone-honing Xiaohua. The soaring dragon scissors was extremely fast and nimble. It dodged the rattan that filled the sky and landed on the rattan around Xiaohua's body. The sound of metal rang in an instant, and several feet deep cracks immediately appeared on the dozens of rattan. Of course, it was only these few feet of cracks. The soaring dragon scissors could not completely cut the rattan. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that this rattan was a foreign object from the desolate continent and was not easy to cut. However, he still did not expect that this rattan was so tough that even his sharpest magic treasure, the soaring dragon shears, could not cut it. However, with the help of the soaring dragon scissors, The bone-honing Xiaohua waved his hands rapidly. As if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he broke the rattan, entangling him. The avatar hurriedly shrank. Just as the bone-honing Xiaohua's figure moved, the lizard's huge tail fell from the rattan shadow. The bone-honing Xiaohua was caught off guard and hit the left side of his ribs. Boom! With a loud sound, the bone-honing Xiaohua's left side produced thunder and fire, extinguishing the golden light protecting Xiaohua's body. The huge force even threw him into the trap of the rattan. At this time, Xiaohua was also surrounded by dozens of rattan. For the time being, he could not find an effective way to stop the rattan. He could only urge the soaring dragon scissors to dance in the air and block the attacking rattan. Then, he relied on the Imperial Thunder technique to cut the rattan. Seeing that the bone-honing Xiaohua was once again thrown into the rattan, Xiaohua was shocked and cursed, "Damn it!" His mind hurriedly urged, wanting to put the bone-honing Xiaohua into the space. Unfortunately, the rattan was really fierce. It sealed the entire space. When Xiaohua's mind was released, it was immediately blocked by the rattan. Not only could it not touch the bone-honing Xiaohua, it was also swallowed by the cloud patterns of the rattan. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He raised his hand and waved. The Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. Under the urging of his magic power, the Kunlun mirror produced a 5-colored beam of light. The beam of light fell into the air and gave birth to a fist-sized vortex. The vortex rapidly expanded and tore the void apart. The beam of light fell into the void and disappeared. Looking at the space around the bone-honing Xiaohua, there were wave-like ripples. A void passage was about to appear. Boom! Within the vortex, several rattan appeared and frantically stabbed into the void passage. However, the 5-colored brilliance of the Kunlun mirror blocked the rattan. The void passage steadily took shape in the void. Swoosh! Just as a similar vortex appeared above the bone-honing Xiaohua's head, the sound of flowing water suddenly came from the top of Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua was slightly stunned and hastily raised his head. He saw a pitch-black crack appear in the void. The sound from the crack was like the sound of flowing spring water. At the same time, a vast and terrifying aura that made Xiaohua's body tremble suddenly appeared along with the sound of flowing spring water. Xiaohua almost didn't hesitate and slapped his head. Woo! 5-colored true energy mixed with the power of starlight gushed out. A huge executioner's hand condensed from 50 true energies grabbed at the aura. But in the void crack, a dozen rattan flashed with golden light and emitted a terrifying aura. It was like a huge hand grabbing down. It collided with Xiaohua's executioner's hand. Boom! Chi waves surged into the sky. Xiaohua's executioner's hand was grabbed by the huge rattan hand and turned into 5-colored true energy that drifted in the air within 1,000 li. This huge wave of qi not only swayed the light protecting Xiaohua's body, but also sent the dozens of rattan flying. Chapter 42-22. Suffering the backlash of the rattan's power, the true qi in Xiaohua's dantian churned violently. The flying sword that was about to condense and attack also stopped in the middle of the true qi. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. Lightning flashed around his body as he prepared to retreat. At this time, the dozen or so rattan once again imprisoned the space within 100 li. The lightning that Xiaohua had just activated was instantly annihilated. Even the domain power activated by magic power was defeated. The rattan was even more unexpected to Xiaohua. It ignored the space and fell towards the Kunlun mirror. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Seeing the Kunlun mirror's 5-colored light beam being crushed by the golden rattan and the void passage that rescued bone-honing Xiaohua was also annihilated in the void, Xiaohua suddenly woke up and cursed angrily. It turns out that all this trap was just to seize this Zhao's Kunlun mirror. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't let the rattan succeed. His divine sense hurriedly urged the Kunlun mirror to retrieve it. However, the space was already imprisoned by the rattan. This imprisonment was so tight that it was comparable to a seal. Xiaohua's domain power couldn't be used. How could his divine sense contact the Kunlun mirror? Seeing the Kunlun mirror's brilliance disappear, it slightly flipped and was about to fall into the rattan's hands. At this critical moment, Xiaohua coldly snorted. His hands suddenly formed seals and the clear water bottle appeared in his hands. Swish! With the sound of flowing water, the clear water was like a sword. A water light like a shadow streaked across the sky and chopped at the dozen or so golden rattan. Whoosh! A subtle sound was almost inaudible in the air exploding. However, following this almost negligible sound, the dozen or so golden rattan were actually cut off. Lightning and fire poured out from the cut rattan. Swish, 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 swish. The dozen or so golden rattan seemed to be in pain and rapidly trembled. This trembling shook the world. At the same time, the rattan within 10,000 li also began to tremble. The sealed space showed signs of collapsing. Withdraw. Seeing a flaw in the rattan, Xiaohua was overjoyed. With a sweep of his mind, the Kunlun mirror in the air immediately disappeared. At the same time, the soaring dragon shears rushed out and once again chopped the rattan around Xiaohua's legs. Oh! The bone-honing Xiaohua roared angrily and broke the vines around his legs. Then he spat out a four-colored light beam from his mouth and sent another lizard flying. His body shrank again. Seeing that his guess was right, Xiaohua sneered. His hands formed a seal again, and the Buddhist seal was mixed with the sword controlling technique. Swish, swish. Hundreds of small swords rushed out from the clear water bottle. These small swords flew out silently and pierced into the pitch-black crack above Xiaohua's head. Boom, boom, boom. Strange noises were produced in the void, as if the void was exploding and collapsing. The space near the pitch-black crack began to ripple rapidly, and a strange phenomenon of wind and thunder appeared. Immediately after, the dozen golden vines retreated into the void crack. The pitch-black crack also disappeared. As the earth trembled, the vines within 5,000 kilometers also slowly retreated into the ground. The lizards seemed to be puzzled when the vines retreated. The lizards besieging the bone-honing Xiaohua pounced on him again. Even the hundreds of lizards that were hiding at the side when the vines were flying also attacked Xiaohua. Xiaohua defeated the vines with the help of the innate true water. How could he dare to stay here for long? At the same time, he used the soaring dragon shears to force back several lizards and put away the bone-honing Xiaohua. His body surged with lightning and he had already forced his way out of the lizard's encirclement. When he got out of the lizard's encirclement, Xiaohua immediately teleported and disappeared without caring about the direction. However, although Xiaohua's figure was fast in the sky, a huge eye faintly appeared. It faintly swept across the place where Xiaohua disappeared, and then strangely disappeared again. Xiaohua flew for several hours. From time to time there were powerful wills and auras on the entire continent, blocking Xiaohua's flight path. Xiaohua didn't dare to get too close to these auras. He avoided them and turned around. When a mysterious ice plateau appeared in the distance, Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw that there weren't any powerful characters nearby. Only then did he slowly fly down. After landing, Xiaohua first took out the ink jade qilin and asked, "This old man wants to ask you, what is that vine? Why is it so powerful?" The ink jade qilin smiled bitterly and said, "Master, this vine is a kind of ancient variant called the profound heaven thunder vine. It was born from the essence of thunder and usually swallows lightning. According to this little one's knowledge, this profound heaven thunder vine has never taken the initiative to attack unless other ancient variant beasts provoke it. To tell you the truth, today is the first time this little one has seen the profound heaven thunder vine show its power." "Then what about the lizards?" Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a frown, "A lizard is a lizard." The ink jade qilin replied, "They can't be considered powerful, but because they often appear in groups, we generally don't like to provoke them. Back then, this little one and the golden toad even worked together to kill 4 lizards." Xiaohua nodded. "Do you think this profound heaven thunder vine is driven by other ancient variant beasts?" "Impossible." The ink jade qilin immediately shook its head. This little one has never heard of any ancient variant beast that can drive the profound heaven thunder vine. How many variants like the profound heaven thunder vine can there be on the continent? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance, asking thoughtfully, "This?" The ink jade qilin hesitated and replied, "Master, this little one usually lives in an area of several million li. No matter how far it is, I've only heard about it from other ancient variant beasts. I've never been there. I'm afraid no one knows how big the continent is." Who knows how many powerful variants there are on the continent? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, in that case, are you willing to follow this old man to the depths of the continent to take a look? The ink jade Qilin's eyes lit up and said happily, if Master has such thoughts, this little one will definitely follow Master. This little one has always wanted to go to other places to take a look, but unfortunately, this little one's strength is really not enough, so I don't dare to go far from here. You go to the Kunlun paradise and wait for a while. After this old man has arranged everything, we'll go and take a look together. Xiaohua said and took out the Kunlun mirror. The eyeball looked around and saw that there was nothing unusual, so he put the ink jade Qilin into it. After putting away the ink jade Qilin, Xiaohua immediately took Lui out. Lui saw Xiaohua's face was not good and hurriedly bowed. Disciple greets Master. Xiaohua stared at Lui and did not speak, making Lui's hair stand. Master, Lui really did not understand and asked tentatively, is there something you want to ask this disciple? Xiaohua nodded. Master wants to ask you, is there anything you are hiding from me? Hiding? Lui was stunned. Obviously, he didn't know what Xiaohua was talking about. He thought for a while and said with a smile, this disciple really has nothing to hide from Master. If Master wants to know something, can you give me some hints? Seeing that Lui's expression did not seem to be fake, Xiaohua asked, think about it again. Did you see anything strange after arriving here? See. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Lui thought of the ambush just now. How could someone as smart as Lui not know that he had made a big mistake? He sucked in a breath of cold air and fell to his knees in front of Xiaohua with a plop, and said, Master, this disciple was wrong. Ai. Xiaohua did not help Lui up and sighed. Do you know where you were wrong? This disciple took things for granted. Lui's face was filled with guilt as he answered. When this disciple left the space that day, this disciple had a vague feeling that something was spying on my Fortune Gate's disciples. However, this feeling was fleeting, and when this disciple checked again it was gone, so this disciple did not pay much attention to it. After that, although there were some scattered feelings, this disciple was not sure. Later, this disciple discussed with Jiang Hong, and Jiang Hong felt that Master's magic power is incomparable. Whatever this disciple knows, Master must also know. Moreover, at that time Master was busy assigning tasks to disciples, so this disciple Confucian cultivators have a saying, what you know is what you know, what you don't know is what you know. Xiaohua said earnestly, there are many things that cannot be taken for granted. You can't rely on your own subjective assumptions, and believe whatever you think is the truth. Didn't Master tell you clearly when I accepted you into the Fortune Gate? Everyone has their own cultivation path, and everyone has their own unique talent. This is something that others do not have. You may be able to sense this kind of warning, but Master may not be able to. If you had said it earlier, perhaps, those Fortune Gate's disciples who died in the lizard's mouth would not have to stay in their hometown. Lui's eyes were brimming with tears as he kowtowed. This disciple understands. This is all this disciple's fault. Ai, it may not be all your fault. Xiaohua helped Lui up. Master was too careless, not understanding the situation on the desolate mainland, and rashly sending Fortune Gate's disciples to the desolate mainland to teach. Master. Lui hurriedly said. Master is not wrong. This disciple likes to help the desolate mainland's variant beasts, and this disciple knows that all Fortune Gate's disciples also like to do this. Although we have encountered many difficulties along the way, and lost some disciples, these disciples did not have any complaints. They felt that everything they had sacrificed was worth it. That's right. Xiaohua raised his head, looking at the floating clouds in the sky. Your thoughts are very correct. Giving spiritual herbs to others, leaving a lingering fragrance in your hands. As long as you can help others, your heart will be at peace. This time, the virtue of teaching on the desolate mainland is not only for your Confucian martial uncle, but also for my Fortune Gate's disciples. This will definitely play a very important role in your future cultivation. The heavens are kind, and will not let virtuous people like you suffer losses. Chapter 42-23. Disciple understands Master's painstaking efforts, so we gladly agreed. Lui bit his lower lip and nodded. And let's not talk about this. Xiaohua asked. Let's talk about your warning signs. Yes, master understands. Louis answered. Other than when disciple first arrived at Shanhua mainland, I sensed something, but I have never encountered it again. At this point, Louis hurriedly added, Oh, about 10 days ago, I came with the Black Jade Qilin to look for Yuanye and Master Quenching Bones. I seem to have this feeling again, but this feeling is too faint, I dare not be sure. In other words, Xiaohua pinched his chin, frowning as he said, This prying consciousness is not targeting you. It's targeting other people, which is why you are not sure. And it's definitely not targeting disciple, otherwise disciple would have sensed it. But it's definitely targeting Fortune Gate disciples, otherwise disciple would not have sensed it. Louis nodded affirmatively. Disciple even feels that it's targeting Martial Uncle Yuanye, because Martial Uncle Yuanye was always close to disciple. Martial Uncle Yuanye? Xiaohua asked curiously, if it's targeting him, when your Martial Uncle Tempered Bones went to rescue Martial Uncle Yuanye, wouldn't that prying consciousness have many opportunities? But the first time disciples sensed it, Martial Uncle Tempered Bones was not by disciples' side. Louis shook his head and said, Perhaps that consciousness's target is Master. In the beginning, Master was by disciples' side, and disciples sensed that consciousness spying on Master. And this time, the consciousness spied on us in order to set up a trap for Master to fall into. But why is that consciousness spying on Master? What's its goal? That consciousness's goal is the Kunlun mirror. Xiaohua answered. Master revealed the Kunlun mirror on the desolate mainland, so that consciousness might be interested in the Kunlun mirror, right? Hearing this, Luyi's face paled. He did not know about the secret of space and thought that Shanhua mainland was inside the Kunlun paradise. He hurriedly said, Then Master must be careful. Our Fortune Gate disciples are all inside the Kunlun mirror. Master naturally knows this, you can rest assured. Xiaohua chuckled. I'm afraid it's because that consciousness is spying on Master, wanting to obtain the Kunlun mirror, and you as a Fortune Gate disciple. At this point, Xiaohua suddenly froze. It was very simple. Louis wasn't in the Kunlun mirror at all. Even if that consciousness wanted to seize the Kunlun mirror, it had nothing to do with Louis. Louis shouldn't have sensed that consciousness's prying. Could it be that consciousness wants to exterminate all Fortune Gate disciples? Xiaohua was baffled. But if that's the case, this Xiao should be terrified. Could it be that this Xiao's karma law formula didn't take the threat of this consciousness seriously? That's not right either. That Rattan is obviously a trap. To be able to control the Rattan, what kind of almighty being is that? How could this Xiao possibly be a match for him? Xiaohua scratched his head when he saw that the situation was getting more and more confusing. He looked at Louis, who was also confused, and said with a smile, Forget it, we don't know anyone except the Black Jade Qilin in this great desolate continent. It's useless to think about it any further. Why don't we deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo? Yes, Master is right. Louis nodded, then suggested, Why don't this disciple follow Master? Forget it. Xiaohua laughed. Master didn't notice it before. But now that Master knows, do you think Master won't notice it? You'd better return to Shanhua continent. Disciple will follow Master's arrangement. Louis didn't dare to say anything else and let Xiaohua put him into his space. His granny, something strange. Xiaohua grumbled as he looked around. He wanted to use his karma law formula to investigate, but thinking that there was a powerful enemy beside him, how could Xiaohua dare to use his karma law formula casually? Fellow Taoist. At this time, green robe Xiaohua's voice sounded. Your disciple is looking for you. My disciple? Who? Xiaohua answered casually, then came to a realization and said, Fellow Taoist green robe, come out and talk. Uh-oh? What's the matter? Green robe Xiaohua flew out from Xiaohua's dantian and asked curiously, Did fellow Taoist just return to Shanhua continent? Xiaohua asked with a faint smile. Green robe Xiaohua was surprised and answered, Yes. I just went back to check on the Fortune Gate's disciples. How did you enter the space? Xiaohua asked. How did I enter? Green robe Xiaohua was puzzled. Just like that. Green robe Xiaohua's figure flickered and disappeared, but reappeared a moment later. When can fellow Taoists enter and exit the space freely? Xiaohua asked. Green-robe Xiaohua scratched his head and thought for a moment, then answered with uncertainty, it seems before the heavenly demon's ambush? Or after? I can't remember clearly. I don't know when I can enter and exit the space freely. And Xiaohua nodded. Green-robe Xiaohua had stayed in the space for the longest time, so it was normal that he could enter and exit the space the earliest. Since Green-robe Xiaohua was like that, then Phoenix Body Xiaohua, Bone Tempering Xiaohua, and other clones would be able to enter and exit the space freely sooner or later. How far can you enter the space? Xiaohua thought of something and asked. The earliest is from my Dantian. Green-robe Xiaohua didn't hesitate and immediately answered. Right now, I can enter within 100 zhang from fellow Taoist. Hehe, good. Xiaohua smiled and said, it seems that after a long time, fellow Taoists will be able to enter the space at any time from thousands of li away. It should be possible. Green-robe Xiaohua nodded and answered. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this because he had always been in the space since he had intelligence. In his impression, the space was his home, so wasn't it normal for him to be able to enter and exit the space? Which disciple is looking for I? Xiaohua didn't point it out and asked with a smile. Wang Bianfei? Green-robe Xiaohua rolled his eyes and replied. This little guy has been looking a bit strange these days. He's been acting mysteriously. Xiaohua understood and asked, did you teach him that secret sound transmission technique? And Green-robe Xiaohua nodded. That thing is quite difficult to comprehend. I had some gains and wanted to find someone to try it out. Wang Bianfei is quite suitable, so I told him a bit. Why do you think he's suitable? Xiaohua asked curiously. Green-robe Xiaohua blinked his eyes and said with a smile, when I entered the space, Wang Bianfei was right in front of I, so I naturally felt that he was suitable. Ai, it's fate. Xiaohua was helpless and could only use these two words to sum it up. Xiaohua pulled Wang Bianfei out of the space and asked, Wang Bianfei, did you get any information from the Phoenix hairpin? Master. Wang Bianfei replied somewhat anxiously, that female cultivator isn't inside the Phoenix hairpin. She's trapped somewhere in the Great Desolate Continent. The Phoenix hairpin contains information about that place. Give me the Phoenix hairpin. Xiaohua said with a stretch of his hand. Yes, master. Wang Bianfei obediently gave the Phoenix hairpin to Xiaohua. Xiaohua probed for a moment, but still couldn't get anything from it. So he returned the Phoenix hairpin to Wang Bianfei and asked, where is that place? Do you know how to get there? Tongtian Peak. Wang Bianfei replied. That place is millions of li northeast of Tongtian Peak. There's an extremely powerful forbidden technique. Tongtian Peak? Xiaohua was shocked. If Wang Bianfei said the path to that place, Xiaohua would suspect that there was something wrong with the Phoenix hairpin. After all, that female cultivator couldn't have known where the Phoenix hairpin would end up. She couldn't have said the specific path in advance. If other places were mentioned, Xiaohua might not believe it, but when it came to the names of places in the Great Desolate Continent, this Tongtian Peak was the first to bear the brunt. After all, he had a crystal stone, and it also had Tongtian Peak written on it. It seems that Tongtian Peak is very famous. Xiaohua sighed. Moreover, it's also fated with us. We have no choice but to go to Tongtian Peak. Wang Bianfei was somewhat puzzled. He didn't know what Xiaohua meant, but he still bit his lips, bowed and said, Disciple doesn't dare to have extravagant hopes of forming a relationship with the so-called female immortal. However, since Disciple obtained this Phoenix hairpin and also received a sound transmission from that female, Disciple can't ignore it. I ask for Master's help. Xiaohua laughed and said, Wang Bianfei, don't worry. Fujiwen's karma is shouldered by Master alone. So your karma is also shouldered by Master. Actually, while accomplishing your karma, Master also obtained quite a bit. Master also has some expectations. Don't know what kind of surprise this Tongtian Peak can bring to Master. Yes, Master. Wang Bianfei responded and stood at the side. Xiaohua raised his hand and patted the Kunlun mirror, taking out the ink jade qilin from the space, and said with a smile, let's go. You follow me to the depths of the Great Desolate Continent, and also see where Tongtian Peak is. What? Master wants to go to Tongtian Peak? The ink jade qilin's expression changed greatly. Tongtian Peak is going, but it might not be within 100 years. Xiaohua said with a smile. Moreover, I also don't dare to have extravagant hopes of that so-called divine artifact. You can rest assured. That's good. The ink jade Qilin nodded. This little one grew up in the great desolate continent and has never heard of Tongtian Peak's name. It must be a dangerous place. It's best if we don't go and join in the fun. Master, Wang Bianfei said from the side, Disciple's phoenix hairpin seems to be able to guide the way, but Disciple doesn't know how to activate it. Don't think about it. Xiaohua waved his hand. If that thing doesn't have the divine ability of the immortal world, it's extremely difficult to activate. You and the phoenix hairpin are fated, otherwise, you won't even be able to see the primordial spirit projection inside. Yes. Hearing this, Wang Bianfei carefully hid the phoenix hairpin close to his body. Xiaohua said again. Moreover, the phoenix hairpin has been wandering in the great desolate continent for who knows how many years. We don't need to be too anxious. First, we should focus on gaining experience in seeing the great desolate continent. If nothing unexpected happens, we will definitely be able to find Tongtian Peak on the way. I will listen to Master's arrangement. Wang Bianfei naturally didn't have any objections. Immediately, Xiaohua put the green-robed Xiaohua and Wang Bianfei into the space, and himself sat on the back of the ink jade Qilin, heading towards the depths of the great desolate continent. Chapter 42-24. The untainted land seemed to be boundless. It was far larger than what Xiaohua could see from the time turbulence. In the past few decades, Xiaohua had traveled to many places with the black jade Qilin. He had seen many secret places in the untainted land and searched for many exotic flowers and herbs. Not to mention that Xiaohua couldn't identify these exotic flowers and herbs, he didn't even dare to casually touch the secret places in the untainted land. Because when encountering such a place, there would be an extremely dangerous aura coming from the secret land. Without waiting for Xiaohua to react, the ink jade Qilin first retreated. Born in the wilderness, the ink jade Qilin had an innate instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. The ink jade Qilin knew where it could go and where it couldn't. Encountering this kind of situation, Xiaohua generally didn't insist. He first let the ink jade Qilin stay in place, and he himself probed deeper. However, the results were mostly the same. The ink jade Qilin couldn't go deep into these secret lands, and Xiaohua also couldn't go deep. Often, under the pressure of that dangerous aura, Xiaohua had to give up. Although Xiaohua was clear that this kind of dangerous aura was the danger of the secret land itself, and there might not be any powerful opponents inside, his current strength was only around the 9th level of essence energy. Before the wilderness secret land, he couldn't even be considered an ant. Of course, merely probing wasn't useless. Xiaohua sharpened his mind and broadened his horizons. This was something that the Dawn Rain continent didn't have in the 3 continents. However, the decades of experience made Xiaohua more and more puzzled. Because he encountered many dangers, but most of them were from the secret land itself. They were naturally formed by heaven and earth, and he hadn't seen too many beasts in the wilderness. Even if there were beasts, they weren't much stronger than Xiaohua's strength. Strange existences like the mysterious sky thundervine were few and far between. This was too different from what Xiaohua thought, and it was also too different from what the ink jade Qilin knew. Even the ink jade Qilin was somewhat regretful. It should have come out earlier to take a look. Maybe it already had some opportunity. While Xiaohua was puzzled, he also kept paying attention to the water element energy of heaven and earth. It wasn't out of his expectations. Wherever Xiaohua went, the water element energy of heaven and earth was scarce. Except for a few mysterious ice, there were almost no water droplets, let alone rivers and lakes. Of course, these places were not suitable for the human race to live in. Perhaps this great desolate continent is a fragment? The green-robed Xiaohua's thoughts were the most active. He was the first to speak to Xiaohua. At this time, Xiaohua had just left a secret area. The back of his Taoist robe still had a hole in it. He had been injured by a dangerous situation in the secret area. Xiaohua took a medicinal pill and urged his magic power to repair his body. When some lightning surged on his back, he said, "I'm afraid that's the case. Otherwise, why was there only water element among the 5 elements in the world? Also, there are very few prehistoric beasts on this continent." The green-robed Xiaohua said, "There are many low-level primordial mutant beasts, and they can be found everywhere. However, there are too few mutant beasts with extraordinary strength. The fact that there aren't too many powerful beasts means that the primeval continent isn't complete." Xiaohua frowned and said, "This also explains the time turbulence that we saw before we entered the primeval continent. It's not necessarily true that there aren't any powerful exotic beasts. Perhaps they're hiding behind these dangerous secret plains? It's just that we haven't seen them yet." The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua had already come out of seclusion a few years ago. At this time he said, "Besides, the primeval continent is really too big. We haven't been to many places in the past few decades. If we only use what we saw in these places to generalize about the entire primeval continent, then we're blinded by a single leaf." Scholarly fellow immortal has a lot of idioms. Dragon bloodline Xiaohua said with a smile, "No wonder the human race can prosper in the 3 continents, but my dragon race can't. It's because my dragon race has never attached importance to education." TSK fellow Taoists, take a look. The power of education is crazier than any other power. We've been traveling the primeval continent for several decades, and have also witnessed the education of the primeval continent for several decades. Since these low-level primeval mutant beasts have already been enlightened, I presume that it won't be long before experts that even we have to look up to appear, right? Fellow Taoist dragon bloodline, there's no need to envy the human race. The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua said with a smile, "The dragon race is born to be strong. This is something that the human race can't compare to. This kind of education is useful for low-level primeval mutant beasts, but it's useless for high-level ones. You might as well ask fellow Taoist Phoenix Body whether or not he needs education." That's right. Phoenix Body Xiaohua also said, "Every race has its own reason for reproduction. If they're all the same, this primeval continent is unavoidably too boring." "Then what about I?" Bone-honing Xiaohua's bell-like voice sounded from within his body. "I extremely like the aura of this primeval continent, but why can't I's strength improve?" Xiaohua naturally knew that bone-honing Xiaohua was besieged by those lizards, and then defeated by the profound sky thunder vine. He had always been brooding in his heart. He answered with a smile, "Although those primeval mutant beasts have innate divine abilities, their potential is limited, and their achievements are even more limited. Fellow Taoists' current divine abilities are limited, but they're all from your own cultivation. Each step is very solid, and your future achievements are limitless. This is something that other primeval mutant beasts can't even envy." Haha, very good, very good. Bone-honing Xiaohua didn't think much, and after hearing Xiaohua's consolation, he was very happy. However, when Phoenix Body Xiaohua heard this, the corners of his mouth secretly revealed an indescribable smile. Although this kind of consolation couldn't be considered as self-deception, it wasn't a universal truth. Phoenix Body Xiaohua didn't think that an ordinary hen could cultivate to his level. Several decades, after all, it's still a short time. It's difficult for us to see the entire primeval continent clearly. Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the distant dawn. The previously blurry starry sky was increasingly expanding, as if there was a blurry mirror covering that place. He reminded in a low voice, however, "There's not much time left for us to wait. Although this Xiao doesn't know what that warning sign is, but this warning sign is far stronger than before." At this point, Xiaohua asked again, "Fellow Taoist Soul Cultivator, is there?" Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua said somewhat unhappily, "Fellow Taoist, you've already asked this over 10,000 times, right? If there's any unusual movement, presumably you'll know, so why do you have to ask?" Alas, Xiaohua sighed. This Xiao is also somewhat helpless. If it weren't for this indescribable warning sign, we could freely cultivate in this primeval continent. It wouldn't matter if we returned to the hidden immortal continent or not. "Master." At this moment, the ink jade Qilin beneath Xiaohua sent a voice transmission. "There seems to be some unusual movement tens of thousands of miles ahead. This little one can't see clearly, but that aura is piercingly cold. This little one doesn't dare to move forward." Oh! Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Previously, when they encountered dangerous places in the primeval continent, the ink jade Qilin would also warn him, but it wasn't so serious. Generally, it would only speak when it was right in front of him. It had never warned him in advance from tens of thousands of miles away like this. However, when Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw everything in the distance, his brows raised again, and he said curiously, what's going on? Could it be that there are primeval beasts fighting here? Then, Xiaohua put the ink jade qilin into the space, and his figure turned into the wind and flew towards the distance. This was a place that was tens of thousands of miles in size, and this place was completely different from the primeval continent that Xiaohua had seen. Not only was the ground in this place 1,000 feet deep, but there were also numerous large and small cracks that cut the ground into countless small pieces at the depths of the pit. These cracks were similarly extremely deep, and one couldn't see the bottom at a glance, and they were filled with a kind of vicious aura. When Xiaohua flew to this place, a fierce wind was blowing, and the entire heaven and earth was covered by earthen yellow sand. When the fierce wind blew past the cracks on the ground, it emitted a shrill howl that wasn't inferior to the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. Moreover, this shrill howl had already formed a kind of sound attack, and various kinds of fluctuations drifted in the air. Xiaohua fell into it, and only by urging the brilliance around his body could he barely resist it. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, and when the fierce wind passed through the cracks on the ground, it formed a kind of very subtle wind blade. This wind blade cut Xiaohua's divine sense to the extreme, and it scared Xiaohua to hastily withdraw his divine sense. His figure didn't dare to stay here for too long, and he flew towards another direction. Xiaohua's figure had just landed, when the hurricane expanded again, forcing Xiaohua to fly another 1,000 miles, and stand on a mountain peak. Only then was he able to avoid it. Xiaohua stood on top of a mountain rock, and lowered his head to look at the huge mountain rock. The rock that was commonly seen in the primeval continent was covered with deep lines, as if they were engraved. It must have been caused by the hurricane for many years. Looking at the chaotic flying sand and rocks in the distance again, it was like a huge restriction that sealed off this place for tens of thousands of miles. Xiaohua's heart unconsciously moved, and he thought to himself, this Xiao has been to so many places, but I have never seen such a strange phenomenon in the primeval continent. This strange phenomenon is completely different from the dangerous place from before. Rather than saying it was natural, it's better to say it was man-made. Could it be that this is the immortal world's forbidden technique that Wang Bianfei mentioned? Of course, the hurricane at this moment was too powerful, so Xiaohua didn't dare to let Wang Bianfei out of the space. Thus, he sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, slowly released his divine sense, and carefully sensed the havoc of the hurricane. Sure enough, in just a few breaths, the corner of Xiaohua's mouth revealed a smile. The hurricane here had already weakened, and the wind blades inside were no longer enough to cut through Xiaohua's divine sense. Moreover, within the wind blades, Xiaohua had already sensed a faint magic power fluctuation. Of course, this magic power fluctuation was different from what Xiaohua usually saw, and it was also different from the ruin's restrictions. It wasn't something that Xiaohua could comprehend and break with his current cultivation. However, this fluctuation gave Xiaohua a very faint and familiar feeling. Xiaohua was already sure that this was the Daosek's forbidden technique without a doubt. Thus Xiaohua's spirit shook, and he hurriedly released his domain, enveloping the surrounding 10 miles. When the wind blades fell into this domain, their speed immediately slowed down, and the fluctuations within the wind blades also emitted a faint brilliance, beginning to resist Xiaohua's domain. This was not outside of Xiaohua's expectations. Under the wind blades, Xiaohua's domain quickly began to collapse, but Xiaohua was not alarmed, and instead was happy. While urging his magic power to maintain his domain, he carefully sensed the fluctuations of the forbidden technique. Chapter 42-25. Although Xiaohua couldn't figure out whether this forbidden technique was the immortal world's forbidden technique, or the so-called primitive world's forbidden technique, it was rare for him to see it. It was also a subtle opportunity for him to comprehend the forbidden technique, and come into contact with the immortal world's cultivation methods. This comprehension lasted for over a few months. Xiaohua's figure was originally seated cross-legged on the mountain, but once the forbidden technique and violent gales restrained slightly, he simply urged his figure to descend to the edge of the gales, and he allowed the forbidden technique to tear apart his domain piece by piece. In the end, when the gales weakened to a certain extent, Xiaohua simply withdrew his domain and allowed the forbidden technique to descend directly onto his body, and he was more like a falling flower in the wind, slowly drifting down with the storm. Good. When Xiaohua's feet landed on the collapsed ground, the hurricane in the entire forbidden technique completely disappeared. Even the whistling between the cracks in the ground was faintly inaudible. Xiaohua opened his eyes and praised. Confucian cultivators have a saying, "Pay attention to everything and learn." It's really like this. This Xiao didn't think that the forbidden technique of the immortal world could actually allow this Xiao to comprehend so much. As he spoke, Xiaohua's divine sense swept around, roughly looking around, then pulled Wang Bianfei out of the space. "Greetings, Master." Wang Bianfei first respectfully saluted, then swept the surroundings with his divine sense. He immediately understood Xiaohua's meaning and said with some surprise, "Master, is this where the fairy is imprisoned?" However, after a moment, he was bewildered and asked curiously, "What about the forbidden technique of the immortal world?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "This place is already somewhat different from the sound transmission in the Phoenix hairpin. The forbidden technique of the immortal world may have already been destroyed. Previously, when I came here, the forbidden technique was still very powerful, even I didn't dare to approach it. But now the forbidden technique has actually weakened and disappeared. I'm afraid the fairy has already escaped?" When Wang Bianfei heard this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. He looked around and said, That's the best. Aha, this is just my guess. The real situation may not necessarily be the case." Xiaohua said, "Maybe the fairy is still waiting for you somewhere. Disciple, take out the Phoenix hairpin and take a look if there is any reaction. Wouldn't it save you and me a lot of trouble?" "Yes, Master." Wang Yifei hurriedly took out the Phoenix hairpin. Sure enough, without waiting for Wang Bianfei to activate any magic power, the Phoenix hairpin immediately emitted a fluctuation that was extremely similar to the one in the hurricane from before. Then the entire Phoenix hairpin emitted a four-colored light. Within the light, the Phoenix hairpin gracefully took shape and flew towards the center of the sunken earth. "Let's go." Xiaohua rolled up his big sleeves and followed behind Feng Chai with Wang Bianfei. The Phoenix hairpin flew for half an hour, and directly rushed into a huge crack, flying towards the ground. However, after flying for half the time of a meal, the Phoenix hairpin pierced through the mountain rocks and directly hit the ground. Oh! Xiaohua's eyes lit up when he saw the Phoenix hairpin pierce through the mountain rocks that even the hurricane couldn't destroy. He knew that this Phoenix hairpin was definitely not an ordinary item. After he used the earth escape technique and followed the Phoenix hairpin underground for another 2 hours, his eyes lit up even more. A bottomless abyss appeared in front of him. Hiss hiss. The Phoenix hairpin entered the abyss, circled in the air for a moment, and then flew towards a large rock. While flying, the Phoenix hairpin also produced a strange sound, as if it was crying in disappointment. Boom! The Phoenix hairpin fell into the large rock, and the large rock immediately emitted a resplendent light. Hundreds of patterns flew out from the light, and those patterns flew into the air and turned into a vague figure. This figure was obviously a woman, but her appearance was unclear. A pleasant voice transmitted over, "Fellow Taoist is considerate. Xuanzi thanks you. I'll leave this here as a memento. When the time comes, Mingzhan will sweep the bed." With just a few words, the figure turned into a firefly and fell into the Phoenix hairpin that stopped in the air. Looking at the large rock just now, it had now turned into a jade box. The jade box was half closed, and Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't penetrate it. Xiaohua rolled up his Taoist robe and sent Wang Bianfei to the front of the jade box. He said with a smile, "Quickly go. This is what Fairy Xuanzi left for you." Wang Bianfei responded and waved his hand, wanting to pick up the jade box. However, with his magic power, the jade box was as heavy as 10,000 caddies. It was not something Wang Bianfei could pick up. "Master." Wang Bianfei was somewhat discouraged. Just as he was about to ask Xiaohua to help, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He saw Wang Bianfei fly in front of the mountain rock, first holding the Phoenix hairpin in his hand, then placing both hands on the jade box. The Phoenix hairpin emitted a multicolored light, and the jade box and the Phoenix hairpin resonated with each other. Wang Bianfei's hand lightened, and he effortlessly picked up the jade box. Disciple, quickly see if there's anything good inside. Xiaohua flew over with a smile and reminded. Yes, master. Wang Bianfei held the jade box with one hand and opened it with the other. Inside the jade box there was an antique-looking scroll, and next to the scroll there was a colored pen. The color of the colored pen was gorgeous, and the end of the pen was inlaid with a thumb-sized jade. Damn it! I really want to use it as a souvenir. Seeing that there was no cultivation technique or immortal artifact inside the jade box, Xiaohua could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, looking at Wang Bianfei's sparkling eyes, he seemed to be extremely satisfied. Just as Xiaohua was about to say something, he suddenly heard a loud boom in his ears, and the entire earth shook. Whistling sounds came from the abyss, and waves of chaotic fluctuations mixed with wind blades began to rush towards Xiaohua and Wang Bei. Not good. Xiaohua was shocked and shouted, the restrictive spell here is about to activate again. Disciple, you should return to Shanhua continent. Without waiting for Wang Bianfei to agree, Xiaohua raised his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. He pretended to wave it in midair, and his mind had already swept Wang Bianfei and sent him into space. Go! Xiaohua roared and urged his magic power. His entire body twisted, and in a few breaths he teleported out of the abyss. Unfortunately, Xiaohua had only teleported a few thousand feet when the restrictive spell of the entire collapsed land began to activate. Xiaohua's teleportation was already ineffective. Xiaohua had no choice but to use the earth escape and wind escape techniques to escape towards the ground. More than an hour later, a hurricane gushed out from the cracks like a fountain. Xiaohua also soared into the sky, straight into the sky. However, Xiaohua had only rushed out a few thousand feet when there was another loud bang and the earth shook again. It was exactly the same as the previous tremor. At the same time, a huge impact force pushed over from a direction. Xiaohua's body was unable to dodge in time, and he was swept several thousand feet away in an instant. Xiaohua originally wanted to escape from the restrictive spell of the collapsed land. Seeing that help was sent over, how could he not know how to use it? Under the urging of his magic power, lightning surged around his body, and he quickly rushed out along with the impact force. Seeing that the space behind him was once again enveloped by the restrictive spell of the immortal world, and his domain was torn apart by the wind blades, Xiaohua let out a long breath. Then, he narrowed his eyes and looked towards the source of the impact force. Wang Bianfei previously said that the immortal was imprisoned in the northeast direction of Tongtian Peak, and the impact force this time was coming from the southwest direction. If Wang Bianfei's location was correct, then that place should be where Tongtian Peak was located. Could it be? Xiaohua pondered. The divine weapon of Tongtian Peak has appeared? Thinking of Tongtian Peak, Xiaohua naturally thought of the crystal from Chaotian Ke. There was a sentence inside. In 100 years at the peak of Tongtian Peak, the divine weapon will appear. Xiaohua had a lot of magic weapons in his space, and he himself did not lack magic weapons. Therefore, Xiaohua did not take this sentence seriously. He even threw the crystal to the ink jade Qilin and let it go to Tongtian Peak. And during these days of searching for Tongtian Peak, Xiaohua had some doubts. The first question that came to mind was who had left this crystal behind. Actually, if it was related to Chaotian Ke, Xiaohua could easily think that it must be the crystal left behind by the person or beast who built Chaotian Ke. Xiaohua's heart was as clear as a mirror about the scale of Chaotian Ke, and what kind of power it had. That restrictive spell seemed to be more powerful than the one that trapped the immortal world's immortal in front of him. With Xiaohua's strength, even if he cultivated for 10,000 years, he would not be able to set it up. What was the purpose of such a person or beast leaving behind a divine weapon in Tongtian Peak? Xiaohua could not help but think about it. Moreover, Xiaohua had also asked Swallowing Heaven and Ink Jade Qilin. Weapons would appear in Chaotian Ke every once in a while, and along with the weapons this kind of crystal would appear. Inside the crystal there was also this sentence, but the timing was somewhat different. In other words, the arrangement in Chaotian Pavilion was for the divine weapon of Tongtian Peak. It was to let the prehistoric beasts who could enter Chaotian Ke go to Tongtian Peak to snatch the divine weapon. Those who could enter Chaotian Ke were naturally the elites of prehistoric continent, and all of them had outstanding strength. That person or beast gathered these prehistoric beasts at Tongtian Peak, just to snatch the divine weapon? Divine weapon, ah. Xiaohua admitted that if he had a divine weapon, he would absolutely not take it out to let others snatch it. Unless he had other thoughts. However, the Black Jade Qilin made it clear that no other prehistoric beasts had ever appeared near Chaotian Tower. None of the prehistoric beasts that had entered Chaotian Tower had ever seen a human or prehistoric beast controlling Chaotian Tower. Of course, Ink Jade Qilin's strength was especially high. If there was a prehistoric beast controlling Chaotian K, Ink Jade Qilin might not be able to detect it. Of course, besides these doubts, Xiaohua previously thought that there were many prehistoric beasts on Chaotian K that were far more powerful than him. These prehistoric beasts would go to Tongtian Peak to snatch the divine weapon, and with his strength, it would be very difficult to succeed. Therefore, Xiaohua did not care about the so-called divine weapon. After dozens of years of experience, Xiaohua suddenly discovered that this eldritch continent was not a complete eldritch continent. Not only was the heaven and earth Yuanqi incomplete, even the eldritch beasts were not complete. He did not even see a single eldritch master, and he did not even feel their auras. Facing such a situation, Xiaohua felt that he might have a chance. Chapter 42-26. Thinking of this, Xiaohua released the Ink Jade Qilin and smiled as he pointed towards the southwest direction. This place is millions of miles away from Tongtian Peak. If you want to go, you still have a chance. The Ink Jade Qilin looked at the terrifying restrictive spell in front of him and was shocked. He shook his head and transmitted his voice. Master, don't joke with me. Didn't I already say that I can't go? This isn't Tongtian Peak. Xiaohua looked at the Ink Jade Qilin meaningfully and replied, this is where you sensed the terrifying aura earlier. Tongtian Peak is 1,000,000 miles away. I just want to ask you, since we're here, do you want to go and take a look? The Ink Jade Qilin's eyes also shone with a crafty light. Almost without thinking, he replied, if Master wants to go, I'll accompany Master to take a look. Let's just say that we're only going to take a look. Seeing the Ink Jade Qilin like this, how could Xiaohua not know that it had the same thoughts as him? Xiaohua sat on the Ink Jade Qilin's back and smiled. Let's go take a look and see what kind of divine weapon is at the peak of Tongtian Peak. The Ink Jade Qilin raised its head and roared. Auspicious clouds appeared under its feet and carried Xiaohua around the collapsed area's restrictive spell, and flew towards Tongtian Peak. Boom! After flying for half a day, before the Ink Jade Qilin could bypass the forbidden hurricane technique, another wave of impact came from the direction of the heaven-connecting peak. Xiaohua's body was surrounded by lightning, covering himself and the Ink Jade Qilin. The force of the impact was very strange. It actually tore the lightning to pieces, and even blew the flames on the Ink Jade Qilin's body until they swayed. Another few days passed. Looking at the place where the scorching sun hung high in the sky, among the golden sand, a pitch-black pillar was erected between heaven and earth. It was so eye-catching and also so frightening. Xiaohua understood that this was the heaven-connecting peak. Xiaohua didn't release his divine sense in order to not attract the attention of other ancient beasts. However, when he saw the pitch-black pillar inserted into the ground and the other end inserted into the sky, he still sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed in disbelief. Damn, this Tongtian Peak can't really be connected to heaven and earth, right? Xiaohua couldn't help but secretly release his divine sense. He wanted to see the true spirit of Tongtian Peak. However, Xiaohua's essence will had only spread out for 1,000 miles and hadn't even touched the heaven-piercing peak's hair. Boom! From the side, another ferocious essence will swept over. The moment it touched Xiaohua's essence will, it immediately launched an attack. That essence will was like the beak of a large bird, instantly tearing apart Xiaohua's essence will. Damn it! Xiaohua was caught somewhat unprepared and cursed under his breath. His origin force immediately condensed into a hammer, and smashed towards the direction of the other origin force. Boom! The two elemental intents collided in mid-air and a huge shockwave was generated, tearing the clouds in mid-air into pieces. Xiaohua's figure shook slightly as a fierce expression flashed within his eyes. He circulated his magic energy, causing lightning to surge around his body as he tore through the sky and pounced towards the distance. At the same time, at the place where Xiaohua was flying towards, the cry of an eagle suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a large expanse of dark clouds covered the horizon, and an eagle-shaped exotic beast several thousand meters in size flew towards Xiaohua at a speed even faster than a meteor. While the eagle beast was flying, its two sharp claws grabbed forward, and two phantoms flew out. They crossed 1,000 miles in an instant and appeared in front of Xiaohua. The two phantoms condensed together and covered the space within a few miles. The power contained within the phantoms was astonishing. Even a demonic tool would be crushed by them. Feeling the space being imprisoned, Xiaohua's figure stopped, and then patted his head. Boom! 5-colored true qi flew out, and condensed into the shape of a big hand in mid-air. Woo! Although the hand was slow, the wind was biting cold, and it crushed the shackles of the bird's claw. At the same time the space within a few miles collapsed, the hand crossed the distance and grabbed the bird's claw. Bang! Not only did Xiaohua's hand crush the two bird's claw phantoms, it even condensed the heaven and earth origin qi within a few miles into a faint crystal ball. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Xiaohua shouted loudly. He didn't care whether the eagle beast could understand him or not. He waved his hand and smashed it towards the exotic beast that was flying towards him. When the eagle beast saw its claw image being crushed by Xiaohua, it was shocked and enraged at the same time. It spread its wings, and the sound of wind and thunder came from them. Then lightning surged towards Xiaohua like a tide. Strange. Xiaohua was bewildered when he saw the lightning that tore the space apart. Why are the lightning beasts so common on the primitive continent? What's special is that almost every primitive beast has some lightning magical ability. The origin energy crystal ball condensed in Xiaohua's large hand was naturally much more powerful than the fireball talisman. The instant that the eagle-shaped beast's lightning annihilated the origin energy crystal ball, the origin energy crystal ball exploded. Rumble. The air trembled and the ground also shook. The surging lightning was scattered by the origin energy crystal ball, and could no longer pose a threat to Xiaohua. At this time the eagle beast had already seen Xiaohua's appearance. It raised its head and roared. It really despised this ant-like thing. As the eagle-shaped beast flapped its wings fiercely, thunderbolts appeared once again like stormy waves. Moreover, the eagle-shaped beast raised its claws again, and the space around Xiaohua was immediately filled with strange light and shadows. Countless huge eagle claws appeared in the light and shadows, completely sealing the space around Xiaohua. Furthermore, the eagle-shaped beast opened its mouth, and a scarlet-green beam of light mixed with destructive fluctuations shot towards Xiaohua's chest in a flash, disregarding the distance of several thousand kilometers. The red and green light beam was so big that instead of saying it was aimed at Xiaohua's chest, it was better to say that it wanted to grind Xiaohua's body into minced meat. Seeing how ferocious the eagle-like beast was, Xiaohua was enraged. He raised both of his hands and rubbed his 10 fingers together. Countless fluctuations flew out, and a dark green brilliance also surged between his eyebrows. Waves of ghostly green seal script sounds were emitted. Rumble. Above the head of the eagle-shaped strange beast in the distance, the 9 heavens' divine thunder poured down like a heavenly river that had broken its dike. And under the eagle beast's body, a dark green sphere of lightning several zhang in size had already formed, and was pressing towards the eagle beast's abdomen. Moreover, at this time Xiaohua also opened his mouth. Pooh! After that, a thumb-size 5-colored true qi shot out. At the core of this 5-colored true qi, strands of literary star power emitted mottled splendor, and directly pierced into the light beam shot out by the eagle beast. Literary star power? Gods and ghosts can be easily destroyed. When the 5-colored true qi came in contact with the eagle beast's light beam, it drilled into the light beam, and after the literary star power crashed into the light beam, the 5-colored true qi smashed the light beam with irresistible force. When the light beam had just collapsed by 40%, Xiaohua's 9 heavens divine thunder and 3 corpses in thunder had already arrived in front of the strange beast. That strange beast was shocked. At the same time, it continuously shot out light beams from its mouth to fight, and hurriedly flapped its wings, urging the waves of lightning to attack the 9 heavens divine thunder and 3 corpses in thunder. Rumble. The sky within 1,000 li was full of lightning and smoke. The exploding fire snakes and various colors of brilliance had stolen the brilliance of the scorching sun. In the midst of the flames, the eagle beast's cry was quite miserable, and then a pitch-black figure rushed out in a sorry state. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, and he couldn't help but sneer, because the feathers on the strange beast's thousands of zhonglong wings were all standing up, and the brilliance on them was completely restrained. Wisps of smoke were emitted from the feathers, and the entire sky was filled with the smell of barbecued meat. This was still nothing. The eagle beast's beak was now bent and burst, and the originally proud feathers on its head had now disappeared, revealing a red sarcoma several zhong in size. That eagle beast flapped its wings a few times, and its figure quickly retreated 100 li. Its sword-like eyes swept over Xiaohua, and in addition to fear, there was even more shame and anger. The eagle beast opened its beak again, and let out a low cry. This low cry had a hint of indiscriminate destruction, and following the low cry, the eagle beast's mouth dripped with blood. Immediately, a strange gale rolled up around the eagle beast's body, and this gale caused the strange beast's figure to be abnormally distorted, as if a large hand had thrown this eagle beast into a turbid lake. Just as the gale blew, a cool breeze brushed against Xiaohua's face, and this originally warm flow actually carried a faint smell of blood. Wind escape. Xiaohua's originally slightly narrowed eyes suddenly widened, and those eyes were filled with a kind of fiery passion. Sure enough, a powerful aura emerged from the void where the wind blew. Looking at the distorted eagle-shaped beast in the distance, it had already turned into an illusory shadow. The strange beast that was tens of thousands of feet in size arrived with the wind. Come on! Xiaohua cheered, and his right hand slapped the top of his head. Rumble! A pillar of lightning flew out from the top of his head, and the Confucian cultivator's 5-chi righteous thunder flickered, and an awe-inspiring aura enveloped the void within 1,000 li immediately after. Xiaohua rubbed his hands together, and the 9 heavens' divine thunder roared out again, covering the land within 1,000 li, and the surging tide of thunder was even more devastating than a flood. The eagle beast's long cry was like a soul sword, incomparably sharp as it pierced through space, and turned into a faint blood color that fell between Xiaohua's eyebrows. Sure enough, there's still a backup. How could Xiaohua be afraid of a soul technique attack? The corner of his mouth slightly raised, and a layer of dark green color surged between his eyebrows again, and one after another green seal characters exploded, and countless 3 corpses in thunder with unfathomable power came from the 9 underworlds. Not only did it scatter the blood color of the soul sword, it also sealed the eagle beast's left side. Boom! At this time the strange beast's figure had already appeared, and its huge figure enveloped the entire space. That originally disheveled eagle head was now dripping with blood, and its dark eyes were bloodshot. Wind and thunder roared under the strange beast's wings, and the entire space fluctuated sporadically, and countless hurricanes completely controlled this space. Chapter 42-27. The eagle beast's blood-red eyes swept over Xiaohua, and its entire body trembled slightly. As it trembled, numerous enormous wind and lightning phantoms suddenly appeared and madly pounced towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua's expression was calm as water. He indifferently looked at the eagle beast's domain and softly shouted, "Break! Rumble!" In an instant, the 3 thunderbolts simultaneously displayed their might. The 5-chi righteous lightning was like a boulder that suppressed the entire space. Lightning bolts fell with incomparable might, instantly causing the entire space to collapse. The dozen wind and lightning phantoms also began to tremble. The might of the 9 heavens' divine lightning was the greatest. It swept from bottom to top, and similarly, it completely destroyed the beast's space in a few breaths of time. After the seemingly awe-inspiring wind and lightning phantoms were annihilated by the 9 heavens' divine lightning, there was no longer any movement. As for the 3 corpses in lightning, it rumbled as it fell into the shattered space. It even entered the eagle beast's body, causing its entire body to tumble within the space. Seeing this, the eagle beast turned pale with fright. How could it not understand that Xiaohua's lightning drawing technique was merely a test, a form of tolerance? It actually didn't know when to advance or retreat, and instead staked everything on a single throw to kill Xiaohua. While the eagle beast was filled with regret, its figure swiftly flashed. A strange wind suddenly rose, and an afterimage appeared. The eagle beast flew towards its right at this moment, A trace of a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of Xiaohua's mouth. After that, he lightly waved his left hand, and a faint demonic aura surged out from his left hand. Within the demonic aura were numerous silver-black thunderbolts that flickered with an indescribable bloody aura that blocked the eagle beast's right. Wasn't this the devil race's dark nether devil lightning? Seeing that it was yet another mutated devil lightning, and that the devil lightning had condensed into threads of lightning, an indescribable shock and fear rose from the bottom of the eagle's heart. He couldn't help but send a voice transmission to call for help. Unfortunately, it was still too late. As soon as the dark nether devil lightning appeared, an extremely mysterious fluctuation appeared in the entire space. When this fluctuation entered the eagle beast's body, it immediately annihilated all of its lightning. At the same time, the 5 Qi righteous lightning, 9 heavens divine lightning, 3 corpses in lightning, and dark nether devil lightning simultaneously surged into the space within 1,000 li. As the lightning wreaked havoc in the surroundings, the eagle beast's huge body violently trembled within the lightning. Quick! Seeing that the beast was about to be killed, Xiaohua urged. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua turned into a streak of light and entered the eagle beast's head as he raised his left hand. Several strands of his soul turned into crystal. The eagle-shaped beast was stunned at first. Then its eyes flashed with determination, and its body suddenly trembled. Rumble! A series of muffled thunderous sounds came from the beast's body, and its body, which was tens of thousands of feet in size, began to rapidly explode. Do you want to die? At this point, whether you want to die or not, it's not up to you to decide. As he spoke, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua waved his hands and unleashed a strange soul technique. The crystal strands that had penetrated the beast's head were raised up like fishing hooks, and at the end of the hook was a faint soul of the strange beast. Crack crack. Seeing that the soul of the strange beast was about to come out of its body, the eagle beast's head exploded again, and the strange beast's soul shattered along with the eagle's head. Damn it! Soul Cultivator Xiaohua roars in anger. Both of his hands hastily clenched together. Swish! Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's soul, which was only 30% intact, was condensed into a soul bead. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua then opens his mouth, causing the soul bead to draw an arc in the air and fall into his mouth. Good! Xiaohua clapped his hands and smiled. He had been looking for the wind escape technique for a long time, but had never found it. He didn't expect that before he even reached Tongtian Peak, an ancient strange beast would deliver it to his door. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua flew to Xiaohua's side and cupped his hands. This beast's counterattack at death's door tore its own soul to pieces. I'm afraid this wind escape technique is not complete, and looking at the strength of this ancient strange beast, the memories in its soul may not be complete, so fellow Taoists shouldn't have too much hope. Xiaohua smiled. I know, I only need to know some tricks of the wind escape technique, and let the stagnant cultivation begin. I understand. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua nodded and winked slightly at Xiaohua, then said, By the way, I still have some things to ask Louis. Can you call him out of the Kunlun mirror? Okay. Xiaohua didn't say anything else, grabbed Louis out of the Kunlun mirror, and threw him to Soul Cultivator Xiaohua. At this time, the lightning in the entire space was still wreaking havoc, shattering the body of the eagle strange beast inch by inch. When Louis came out, he was quite surprised, but in just a moment, his face changed greatly, and he opened his mouth to say something. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua smiled slightly and asked, Louis, I have something to ask you. You have to answer truthfully. Louis was stunned and hurriedly bowed. Martial uncle, please speak. Disciple will definitely answer truthfully. Good, come with I. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua brought Louis a few hundred zhang away, and said something to Louis. Xiaohua's expression didn't change, and he looked at the flickering lightning, then flicked his sleeve, and under the urging of his magic power, the lightning within 1,000 li was instantly extinguished. Looking at the eagle's strange beast's body, which was thousands of zhang in size, it was now less than 10,000 zhang in size. The evils brought on by oneself are the hardest to bear. Xiaohua coldly snorted, and with a wave of his sleeve, put away the eagle's strange beast's remains, and then released his divine sense, sweeping through the space within tens of thousands of li. Some of the nearby strange beasts who were paying attention to this place saw this and scattered. Let's go. Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense, and waved his hand to call out to Soul Cultivator Xiaohua and Lu Yi, and the three of them flew towards the heaven-connecting peak. After the three of them left, faint spatial patterns appeared in the clear sky, and these patterns condensed into a huge eye, looking at the lightning that still looked like wisps of fire snakes descending from the sky, and then at the backs of Xiaohua and the others. Xiaohua and the others didn't fly fast, and could even be said to be slow, as if they were considering whether to continue forward. After the time it took to eat a meal, the three of them arrived in front of a mountain. Xiaohua landed first, took out the Kunlun mirror, put away the Soul Cultivator Xiaohua and Lu Yi, and sat cross-legged there. Xiaohua's mind entered the space and turned into Jade Archive Xiaohua's appearance. He didn't directly appear in front of Lu Yi. Instead, he stood in midair and raised his head. He looked straight at the starry sky. No one knew what he was thinking. After the time it took to eat a meal, his figure flashed, and he turned into his original appearance, and landed in front of Lu Yi. Martial uncle. Lu Yi couldn't distinguish between Xiaohua and the green-robed Xiaohua, and thought it was the green-robed Xiaohua coming over, so he hurriedly bowed and saluted. Please tell Disciple's master that Disciple felt someone spying on us as soon as Disciple came out of the Kunlun Wonderland. And I know. Xiaohua nodded. Your master asked I to ask you this spying. Do you think it's directed at you? Or directed at your master? Lu Yi almost didn't hesitate and said, it must be directed at Disciple. Otherwise, Disciple definitely wouldn't have sensed it. Then, Xiaohua asked again, once you entered Shenhua continent you couldn't sense it, right? Yes. Lu Yi answered affirmatively. Is there anything else you want to tell your master? Xiaohua asked. Lu Yi thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. Seems like there's nothing else. However, martial uncle, please tell master that this kind of hostile spying seems to be like the power of heaven and earth. Disciple had a feeling of collapse just now. Collapse? What do you mean? Xiaohua was a little puzzled and asked. Lu Yi explained, Disciple has never encountered this kind of feeling before. It's like a kind of inevitable ending, a kind of powerlessness that Disciple can't resist. You have a 7th grade essence force, right? Xiaohua's gaze swept across Lu Yi, and there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. Yes, martial uncle. Disciple's essence force is at the upper 7th grade. Lu Yi nodded. I broke through during the bloody battle in the ruins. A grandmaster at the upper 7th grade essence force actually didn't have the power to resist? Xiaohua was truly shocked. Lu Yi smiled bitterly. This is Disciple's feeling. It may not be true. Martial uncle, please report to master and let master decide. All right. Xiaohua nodded. Go and cultivate. After Lu Yi left, ripples appeared on Xiaohua's body, and he disappeared in midair. Then his entire body turned into a brilliant star and landed in the starry sky. Although Xiaohua couldn't control the entire space at this moment if he wanted, he could know most of the things that happened in the space. He was like a ruler overlooking the entire space, and when he saw all living things flourishing and thriving, a sense of pride spontaneously arose from the bottom of his heart. There were millions of cultivators in the world, and millions of magic treasures in the world, but how many cultivators like Xiaohua were there? And how many mystical existences like the space could there be? When the heavens gave Xiaohua a great responsibility, it would first make his mind suffer, his muscles and bones toil, his body starve, his body empty, and his actions disrupted. Therefore his heart was moved, and his nature was improved. Only in this way could Xiaohua obtain great magical powers, and become an unprecedented great sage. The Jade Archive Xiaohua hovered in the starry sky for a moment, and his figure quietly left the space again. However, he didn't leave his physical body, and instead stood inside, passing on everything he knew to his clones. The clones were all silent, and no one knew what to say. Among the clones, the most powerful one was the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. Relying on the power of enlightenment, he had already entered the realm of refined void harmonization. However, even so, the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was only at the lower level of the 9th grade of origin energy. Of course, in terms of battle strength, Wen Xing, who was at the upper 9th grade essence force, might not be a match for the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. However, the key was that even Lu Yi, who was at the upper 7th grade essence force, felt that he couldn't face the warning sign, so how could the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua resist? After a moment, The green-robed Xiao Hua opened his mouth. His tone was somewhat heavy as he asked, "Fellow Taoist, Louis has a warning sign, what about you?" Chapter 42:28. No, I haven't had any warning signs yet. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. Just now this humble Taoist rashly released the 3 corpsing lightning, 5 Qi righteous lightning, 9 heavens divine lightning, and netherworld demonic lightning precisely because this humble Taoist wanted to attract the attention of that unknown existence. This humble Taoist wanted to use this opportunity to see if this humble Taoist would become vigilant. Moreover, in order not to disturb that existence, I didn't dare to release my divine sense, Buddhist awareness, and so on. I didn't even use my illusion breaker eye. When fellow Taoists just arrived at the Great Wasteland continent, didn't you have a big warning sign? Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua reminded. Are these two the same thing? Xiao Hua slightly took a breath and somewhat woke up. Fellow Taoist means that our real warning sign isn't in the sky, but here? The distorted starry sky outside the sky is just a kind of appearance? Did I make a mistake? From what Louis said, that seems to be the case. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua sighed. Our cultivation bases are still too shallow. We've already fallen into the trap, and we still don't know it. Damn it, it's not that we're weak. It's that the enemy is too strong. Bone Honing Xiao Hua shouted, "Fellow Taoists, haven't you thought about it? What kind of enemy have we encountered since we left the heavenly prison? Devil Emperor, heavenly demon, great wasteland beast, and now there's an enemy that we can't even detect. This is an enemy that absolutely can't be encountered on the hidden immortal continent. Isn't that so? A profound sky thunder vine can entangle fellow Taoist Bone Honing. If this great wasteland continent wasn't incomplete, I'm afraid it would really be difficult for us to move an inch." Phoenix Body Xiao Hua laughed. His tone was not without ridicule, but Bone Honing Xiao Hua was still unlikely to understand, so he could only nod his head vigorously at the side. Dragon Bloodline Xiao Hua said, "Fellow Taoist, don't forget. Namomithria cough, Zhang Luer's previous life also appeared here. Why did he reincarnate and cultivate again? Why did he reincarnate from here to the Dawn Rain continent? That must be he fell here. What about his enemy? How can we be a match for an opponent who could kill Zhang Luer in his previous life?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua was a little sad. Thinking of Buddha Bodhi who hadn't spoken yet, he raised his head and asked, "Master, what do you think?" Namomithria. Subhuti chanted a Buddhist mantra. This humble monk does not know to what extent Nanwu Mithreya has reached in this place. However, this is the upper realm. For Lu to be able to come here in his past life, he must have been at least at the Golden Body 7th transformation. The supernatural powers of the Golden Body 7th transformation are far beyond what I can imagine now. His opponent, only such a mighty being from the upper realm can make Lu feel like he's unstoppable. Bone Honing Xiao Hua said hurriedly. The problem has arisen again. Dragon Bloodline Xiao Hua said. Who is Nanwu Mithriya's opponent? The Buddha Lord's opponent is naturally the devil. Xiao Hua also took the opportunity to speak. Little brat Emoling, do you feel anything? Dragon Vein Xiao Hua said disdainfully. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically and said, "To be honest, big brothers, I really don't feel anything. If I did, I would have told you long ago." Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua nodded and said, "Little brat Emoling devoured the devil spirit of the devil formation, and his strength increased greatly. As long as it's the aura of the devil race, he can definitely sense it. Therefore this opponent, I'm afraid it's not the devil race. Moreover, if it's the devil race, I really can't think of any devil race that can beat Nanwu Mithriya into samsara. A devil race that can beat Nanwu Mithriya into samsara. How can little brat Emoling detect it?" Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was even more disdainful. "Oh, does fellow Taoist have any other thoughts?" Xiao Hua asked Dragon Vein Xiao Hua curiously. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Could it be that fellow Taoist doesn't feel it? There's no dragon race in this primordial continent? But the stone giants are divided into 2 factions. One faction worships Nanwu Mithriya's Buddha statue, and the other faction worships the dragon god statue. Although I don't know who the dragon god statue is, it's obvious that Nanwu Mithriya's opponent is the dragon god. Oh, when Jianghong was attacked by the lizards on the primordial continent, didn't those lizards also not dare to attack Jianghong? That's right. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua added, when the Fortune Gates disciples were educating the variant beasts, they also discovered this situation. It's fine if there are no opposing races, but whenever there are opposing races, they either worship Nanwamethria's Buddha statue or a dragon statue. Oh, Xiaohua was surprised. He had a different guess in his heart, which was why he didn't connect these two statues together. Moreover, he wasn't directly involved in educating the variant beasts, so he didn't know as much as Dragon Vein Xiaohua. But that's all in the past. The green-robed Xiaohua said proudly, now wherever the Fortune Gates disciples go, they leave behind Taoist Zhao's statue. Maybe they won't change it now, but it won't be long before they all change to Taoist Xiao. Nonsense. Xiaohua helplessly shook his head and reprimanded. The power of faith doesn't need to be on the surface. Since the variant beasts on the primordial continent worship Nanwamethria and the dragon god, we will take their place to educate them. The merit of educating and the power of faith will belong to us. Making those superficial statues is really superfluous. Moreover, if this Zhao's guess is right, the statues left behind by the Fortune Gates disciples will soon be changed to Nanwamethria and the dragon god. It can't be, right? The green-robed Xiaohua was surprised. He blinked several times but didn't know what to say. In the end, he shrugged his shoulders and mocked himself. Human nature is fickle. What does this have to do with human nature? Dragon Vein Xiaohua mocked. Now let's talk about who our opponent is. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then raised his head and smiled wryly. If it really is that senior dragon god, what qualifications do we have to be his opponent? Whatever that senior wants to do, we'll just have to wait and see. However, I have another guess. If there is such a possibility, then perhaps we still have a way to survive. With that, Xiaohua sent a private message to Soul Cultivator Xiaohua. Xiaohua's expression was one of confusion. Eventually, Xiaohua said helplessly, "This humble Taoist always believed that we would be able to extricate ourselves from this matter and wait for the right opportunity to arrive. Once we're done, we'll just brush our sleeves and leave. We'll be chivalrous heroes who hide our accomplishments and fame. Unfortunately, even if it's the heaven-connecting peak, since we're already here, we can't not participate. Only by fighting with all our might can we win a slim chance of survival." Variant beasts. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua sighed. All of them are experts. We're asking a tiger for its skin. Asking a tiger for its skin is the tiger's skin. It has nothing to do with us. Green-robed Xiaohua laughed. When it comes to us, it'll be too late. Fellow Taoists. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "It's time to fight again. For our survival, I hope that all of you will work together to get through this crisis." Good. All the doppelgangers agreed. Only Buddha Bodhi's Buddhist name didn't come out. Xiaohua raised his head, looked at the location of his Naiwan palace, frowned, and then came out of his body. Xiaohua opened his eyes, his gaze slightly raised, looked around, took out the Kunlun mirror, released the ink jade Qilin and said, "Follow me to the heaven-connecting peak." "Yes, master, please." The ink jade Qilin respectfully bowed and invited Xiaohua to sit. Xiaohua shook his head and said, "No need, today's variant beasts of the primitive continent. Besides you, the primitive 5 little ones will also be interested in coming. Let's fly together." "Many thanks, master." The ink jade Qilin was very grateful, agreed, and flew beside Xiaohua. The road to the heaven-connecting peak wasn't very smooth. In addition to the eagle-like variant beasts they met earlier, Xiaohua also met ox-headed stone man, 2-winged fish, fiery brocade meng, and other strange variant beasts. These variant beasts of the primitive continent were relatively strong. Even that fiery brocade meng was 30% stronger than the profound sky thunder vine. Facing these strange variant beasts, although the ink jade Qilin was somewhat afraid, it still braced itself to fight. Although the ink jade Qilin's methods couldn't compare to these variant beasts of the primitive continent, behind it was Xiaohua. Xiaohua's strength wasn't much stronger than the ink jade Qilin's, but he had a lot of methods. Every time he was unpredictable, he could use the ink jade Qilin's magic to defeat the enemy. As the ink jade Qilin's admiration for Xiaohua became more and more intense, the enemy became more and more fearful. After all, variant beasts of the primitive continent, who could come to the heaven-connecting peak to compete for the mystical treasures weren't fools. As they moved forward, they also paid attention to their surroundings. Almost all of the variant beasts of the primitive continent listed Xiaohua and the ink jade Qilin as irresistible opponents. Not to mention Xiaohua's plan, the ink jade Qilin increasingly had a plan in its heart. Previously, when it was talking to Xiaohua, it had described the primitive continent as an extremely dangerous place where experts gathered. However, when it was actually experiencing the world, it discovered that what it had encountered was far different from what it knew, and at this time the opponents it encountered were similar to what it had experienced. There were no particularly powerful opponents at all. Therefore, the ink jade Qilin had a trace of hope for that divine tool. Xiaohua already knew that there was something fishy about it, but he still couldn't see anything. He just followed his thoughts to deal with the provocative opponents. In this way, in a few days' time, they once again arrived in front of the heaven-connecting peak. Facing the heaven-connecting peak, Xiaohua couldn't help but open his mouth in astonishment. What kind of miracle was this? The bottom of the mountain was several thousand li in size, and the top was several hundred li in size. Its entire body was dark purple, and within this dark purple, there were strange textures. The textures were like swimming fish, wantonly overflowing within an area of several tens of zhang. Moreover, every time it overflowed, there would be some indescribable fluctuations emitted. These fluctuations didn't rush out from the surface of the mountain, but rather brewed within the entire mountain, like the tranquility before the eruption of magma. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.